Welcome, dear friends, to a serene evening of storytelling. As the day gently gives way to night and the warmth of a beautiful spring day lingers in our hearts, let's take a moment to unwind. Here by the cozy fireplace, let go of your worries and embrace the soothing embrace of the present moment. Allow the gentle narration to carry you away to a world of dreams and wonder. So snuggle up and relax, for sweet dreams are just a story away. Story 1. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle swirls of violet and gold, there drifted a small space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was not a grand outpost of metal and wires, but rather a place grown from crystalline structures that hummed with soft, inner light. Within its translucent walls, two unlikely friends had made their home. Kaelen was from the planet Luminara, where beings communicated not with words but with shifting colors that danced across their skin. His form was slender and graceful, with long fingers that could catch starlight and weave it into gentle patterns. When he was happy, his skin shimmered in hues of sunrise orange and meadow green. When thoughtful, it deepened to twilight blue and silver. His friend Rynn hailed from the world of Sonara, where people spoke through harmonic vibrations that resonated from the crystal formations growing along their arms and backs. Rynn was sturdy and round, with a heart that beat in time with the music of the spheres. His laughter sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and his concern manifested as a low, humming vibration that could soothe even the most anxious soul. They had met when both their ships, Kaelen's woven from light sails and Rynn's carved from singing stone, had taken refuge in the same nebula during a solar storm. Finding themselves drawn to the peaceful energy of the Starlight Haven, they decided to stay and create a sanctuary where travelers from all corners of the galaxy could find rest and companionship. Together they cultivated the Star Garden, a chamber in the heart of the station where plants from countless worlds grew in harmony. Luminescent moss carpeted the floor, giving off a soft glow that pulsed in rhythm with the station's heartbeat. Crystal flowers chimed when touched, and silver-leaf trees whispered ancient secrets when the starlight streamed through the dome above. In the center stood their greatest treasure, the Observatory Crystal, a formation that could capture the light of distant stars and transform it into beautiful, dancing patterns across the walls. Their friendship was a constant dance of understanding. Kaelen would express excitement by flashing brilliant gold across his cheeks, and Rynn would respond with a cheerful arpeggio that echoed through the garden. When Kaelen felt uncertain, his colors would muddle to a troubled gray, and Rynn would play a steady, grounding tone until the gray softened to calm lavender. One afternoon, as they tended to the Star Garden, a misunderstanding arose that would teach them both a valuable lesson about perspective. Kaelen had been carefully arranging a new batch of star seeds he'd collected from a passing comet. To him, the perfect pattern was a spiral of alternating silver and blue seeds, which he believed honored the cosmic dance of creation. His skin glowed with satisfaction as he placed each seed with precise intention. Rynn, watching from where he was watering the chiming flowers, felt inspired to help. In his culture, the most beautiful patterns were always symmetrical, a reflection of the balance they valued above all else. With cheerful chimes, he began rearranging Kaelen's spiral into a perfect circle with radiating lines. When Kaelen turned and saw his careful work transformed, his skin flashed a startled crimson before settling into a disappointed mauve. He moved quietly to the other side of the garden, his colors dimmed. Rynn, noticing his friend's withdrawal, chimed a questioning note. Had he not made the pattern more beautiful? Why was Kaelen not pleased? For a time they moved through the garden in uncertain silence, the plants seeming to droop slightly in response to the tension. The luminescent moss pulsed irregularly, and the crystal flowers gave off discordant chimes. Finally, Rynn approached the Observatory Crystal and began to play a melody of apology. a gentle, repeating sequence that spoke of good intentions and regret for any offense given. The notes floated through the garden like falling leaves. Kaelen, hearing this, felt his colors soften. He went to stand beside his friend and began to project images onto the crystal, first showing the spiral pattern he had made, then overlaying it with images of galaxies and nebulae that naturally formed spirals. Then he showed Rynn's circular pattern, followed by images of planetary orbits and star systems that moved in circular paths. Understanding dawned on them both at once. Rynn chimed with recognition, of course. They had both been creating patterns that reflected their homeworld's views of the universe. Neither was wrong, they simply saw beauty through different lenses. Kaelen's skin shimmered with amusement and affection, displaying swirls of gold and silver that intertwined with circles of blue and green. Rynn responded with a harmony that blended spiral melodies with circular rhythms, creating something entirely new and beautiful. From that day on, they created patterns together, sometimes spirals, sometimes circles, often combinations that celebrated both their perspectives. The Star Garden grew even more beautiful for containing these blended designs. As seasons passed in the galactic year, their friendship deepened through countless quiet moments. Their favorite time was the evening watch, when they would sit together in the observatory and watch distant stars being born and dying in brilliant displays of cosmic light. During one such evening, a particularly magnificent supernova painted the sky in shades of cosmic rose and celestial blue. Kaelen's skin mirrored the colors exactly, while Rynn's harmonics took on the quality of starlight, clear, ancient, and infinitely peaceful. They sat together without any need for communication, sharing the wonder through their mere presence. Kaelen reached out and gently touched Rynn's crystalline arm, and in that touch they both felt the profound connection that transcends species, language, and world of origin. It was understanding that needed no translation, the shared awe of beauty, the comfort of companionship, the quiet joy of being known. When challenges arose, like the time the station's energy fields fluctuated during a meteor shower, or when a lonely traveler arrived speaking a language neither understood, they faced them together. Kaelen's intuitive understanding of light patterns helped stabilize the energy fields, while Rynn's harmonic empathy allowed him to understand the traveler's emotional state and offer comfort until they could find common ground. They learned that the universal language wasn't colors or harmonies, it was the kindness behind them. The patience to understand, the willingness to adapt, the courage to be vulnerable, and the commitment to care. These were the true bridges between worlds. One night, as they watched a double star system dance its eternal waltz across the darkness, Rynn played a melody that Kaelen understood immediately. It was a song about friendship, about how differences need not divide, but could instead create something stronger and more beautiful than sameness ever could. Kaelen responded by projecting images onto the Observatory Crystal, scenes from their time together. The day they met, their first meal sharing strange foods from their respective worlds, the misunderstanding over the garden patterns, the quiet evenings watching stars, the laughter they'd shared over countless small adventures. Each image glowed with the warmth of memory. In that moment, surrounded by the gentle hum of their crystalline home, with the star garden breathing softly around them and the universe unfolding in splendor above, they understood that they had created something rare and precious. Not just a sanctuary for travelers, but a friendship that proved no gap was too wide to cross when crossed together. The Starlight Haven continued to welcome wanderers from distant stars, each visitor adding their own unique light to the tapestry of the station. But at its heart, it remained what it had always been, a testament to the truth that in the vast, cold expanse of space, the warmest light comes not from stars, but from the connections we make across the darkness. And as the two friends settled into their nightly watch, the station humming contentedly around them and the stars twinkling like distant promises, there was no need for translation. The language of their friendship required no words, only the quiet certainty that wherever they were, as long as they were together, they were home. Story 2. In the quiet valley of Stillwater Meadows, where the sun painted the hills gold each morning and the moon silvered the streams each night, there lived a young soul named Rowan. Rowan was like the soft gray light that comes just before dawn, full of potential, but not yet certain what form the day would take. They moved through the world with a gentle hesitance, as if afraid their footsteps might disturb the delicate balance of things. Rowan's home was a small cottage with a garden that had grown wild and untended, much like the feelings inside their own heart. The flowers bloomed in muted tones, the vegetables grew small and shy, and the herbs kept their scents close, as if waiting for some secret signal to fully express themselves. Rowan often walked through this garden, running fingers along velvety sage leaves and brushing against the closed faces of morning glories, wondering why everything around them, and within them, felt so unfinished. The first sign of something unusual came on an afternoon when Rowan was feeling particularly uncertain about the path their life should take. Sitting on the moss-covered stone bench near the cottage, they sighed deeply, their breath stirring the air around a cluster of closed buttercups. As Rowan contemplated how every choice seemed both possible and impossible, the buttercups began to slowly unfurl, their yellow petals deepening from pale lemon to a vibrant, confident gold. When Rowan reached out to touch one, their fingertips came away dusted with shimmering pollen that smelled of possibility. That evening, an older woman appeared at Rowan's gate. Her hair was the color of moonlight on snow, and her eyes held the deep knowing of forests that have witnessed countless seasons. She introduced herself as Hazel, a traveler who followed the patterns of growth and change. Without being asked, she began tending to the garden, her movements fluid and certain. "Everything contains its own becoming," Hazel said as she worked, loosening the soil around a struggling rose bush. "The mightiest oak remembers being an acorn, the brightest star recalls its first flicker. There is no hurry in true transformation, only readiness." Over the following days, Hazel became a quiet presence in Rowan's life, appearing when doubt grew thickest, disappearing when confidence began to bud. She never gave direct instructions, only observations that settled in Rowan's mind like seeds waiting for the right conditions to sprout. "Notice how the caterpillar doesn't question its time in the cocoon," Hazel remarked one morning as they watched a chrysalis hanging from a milkweed plant. "It simply trusts the process, knowing its wings are being woven from patience and potential." Rowan began paying closer attention to the subtle ways the garden responded to their inner landscape. On days when kindness came easily, the lavender bushes would burst into deeper purple blooms, their scent wrapping around the cottage like a soft embrace. When Rowan managed to speak their truth during a difficult conversation with a neighbor, the usually pale forget-me-nots shimmered with newfound intensity, their blue so brilliant it seemed borrowed from the summer sky. The transformations weren't always dramatic. Some days the magic manifested in small victories, a tomato plant producing one perfectly ripe fruit after Rowan completed a task they'd been avoiding, or the mint leaves developing silver veins after Rowan set a gentle boundary. Each change in the garden reflected a corresponding shift within Rowan themselves, though these internal metamorphoses were often too gradual to notice in the moment. One afternoon, during a season of rain that turned the world soft and blurred at the edges, Rowan found themselves standing before the garden, feeling particularly fragmented. The changes within were becoming more pronounced. Sometimes their laughter would cause nearby crystals to chime softly, and when they felt deep empathy for another's pain, the raindrops would slow their falling, hovering in the air like liquid diamonds. "I feel like I'm becoming someone else," Rowan confessed to Hazel, who had materialized beside them, her shawl beaded with moisture that caught the gray light. Hazel smiled, her expression as comforting as a warm hearth. "You're not becoming someone else, dear one, you're becoming more yourself." The seed doesn't become the flower, it remembers it always was the flower, and simply allows that truth to unfold. She guided Rowan to a corner of the garden where a patch of earth lay bare, except for a single, unassuming seed. "Plant this with the story of who you believe yourself to be," Hazel instructed. "Then tend it with the truth of who you're discovering yourself to be." Rowan cupped the seed in their palm, noticing how it seemed to pulse with a soft, inner light. That evening, as fireflies began their luminous dance in the twilight, Rowan knelt and placed the seed in the earth, whispering to it about their fears and hopes, their uncertainties and quiet strengths. They covered it with soil, patting the earth gently, as if tucking in a dream for the night. Days turned to weeks, and Rowan continued their gentle rhythm of tending both garden and self. They learned to recognize the flutter of anxiety not as something to eliminate, but as the stirrings of wings not yet ready to unfold. They began to appreciate moments of stillness not as idleness, but as the necessary quiet in which roots grow deepest. The garden flourished in response. Sunflowers grew tall enough to whisper secrets to passing clouds, their faces turning not just toward the sun, but toward wherever Rowan happened to be working. Vegetables swelled with vibrant colors and flavors that shifted depending on Rowan's mood, carrots tasting of contentment, tomatoes bursting with joyful tang, potatoes carrying earthy notes of resilience. One morning, Rowan noticed that the seed they had planted months before had finally broken through the soil, revealing a plant unlike any they had seen before. Its leaves were the color of dawn, shifting through soft pinks and golds as the light changed. Tiny buds formed, closed tightly like folded hands in prayer. That same day, Hazel appeared for what Rowan somehow knew would be the last time. Her form seemed less substantial, as if she were becoming one with the sunlight filtering through the oak leaves. "The greatest transformations often look like coming home to yourself," she said, her voice like wind through ripe wheat. "You've tended your garden well, and in doing so, you've tended your own becoming." As she spoke, the unusual plant began to bloom. The flowers opened slowly, each petal unfurling with the grace of a long-held breath finally released. The blossoms were translucent, containing within them swirling colors that shifted with Rowan's emotions, soft blue when they felt peaceful, warm orange when they felt courageous, gentle green when they felt connected to the growing things around them. Hazel reached out and touched one of the flowers. "This is the bloom of becoming," she explained. "It doesn't represent the end of your transformation, but rather your willingness to continue unfolding. It will remain as long as you remember that growth is not a destination, but a manner of traveling." With those words, Hazel began to fade, her form dissolving into the golden afternoon light until only her smile remained, lingering like the memory of a sweet dream. Rowan stood in the garden, now vibrant and humming with life and magic. The buttercups still deepened when confidence rose within them, the lavender still wrapped the cottage in scent when kindness flowed freely, but now there was also the bloom of becoming, a living reminder that metamorphosis was not something to complete, but something to inhabit. As twilight settled, painting the sky in watercolor hues, Rowan walked through the garden, their footsteps sure and gentle on the path. They paused by the milkweed plant where the chrysalis had once hung empty, remembering how the caterpillar had trusted its transformation. Now moths and butterflies flitted through the evening air, each a testament to the beauty that emerges when we surrender to our own unfolding. Inside the cottage, Rowan lit a single candle whose flame cast dancing shadows on the walls. Through the window, the garden glowed with its own soft light, flowers shimmering, leaves rustling with secret knowledge, the bloom of becoming pulsing with the rhythm of Rowan's own heart. The changes would continue, Rowan knew. There would be seasons of rapid growth and seasons of quiet rooting, times of brilliant flowering and times of necessary rest. But now they understood what Hazel had meant about metamorphosis. It wasn't about becoming someone different, but about remembering who you had always been and allowing that truth to blossom in its own time. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop catching the moonlight as it descended. Rowan watched as the garden drank the moisture, watched as the bloom of becoming turned a deep, contented violet, and knew that this wasn't an ending at all, but rather the most beautiful beginning of all. The beginning of embracing change not as something to fear, but as the natural breathing of a life fully lived, one gentle transformation at a time. Story 3. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, sending dancing shadows across the room as if they were shy guests at a gathering of light. The warmth spread through the space like a gentle embrace, and the scent of cedar smoke and autumn leaves lingered in the air. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, but here, within these walls, all was safe and still. And so, my dear listener, let me tell you a story about a quiet boy named Leo, who lived in a small cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Leo was a child of thoughtful silences and observant eyes, with hair the color of walnut shells and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves. He often felt that the world moved too quickly around him, leaving him standing still in its wake, like a stone in a rushing stream. One evening, as the last rays of sunlight faded from the sky and the first stars began to blink awake, Leo sat by his window, tracing patterns on the fogged glass. His grandmother had given him a small, smooth stone earlier that day, a stone that felt strangely warm to the touch, even hours later. It was an unassuming thing, mostly gray, but if you tilted it just so in the fading light, you could see flecks of deep amber and gold within it, like embers waiting to be awakened. "Keep it close," his grandmother had said, her voice soft as moth wings. "It has a story to tell, if you're patient enough to listen." Leo slipped the stone into his pocket, where it rested against his leg, a small, comforting warmth. That night, as he lay in bed, he found he couldn't sleep. The wind outside seemed to be calling his name, not in words, but in sighs and murmurs. Curious, he wrapped himself in his thickest quilt and crept to the window. What he saw made him catch his breath. Deep in the woods, a soft, golden light pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. It was the same amber gold color as the flecks in his stone. Without quite knowing why, Leo felt drawn toward it. He pulled on his boots, tucked the stone safely in his pocket, and stepped out into the cool night. The forest welcomed him with rustling leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. The path was dappled with moonlight, and the air smelled of damp earth and pine needles. With each step, the warmth from the stone in his pocket seemed to grow, as if it were responding to the distant glow. He walked for what felt like both minutes and hours, the forest changing around him from familiar oaks and maples to older, grander trees with silver bark and leaves that shimmered even in the dark. Finally, he came to a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood the most magnificent tree he could have imagined, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches stretching toward the stars like open arms. And all throughout its leaves hung hundreds of soft, glowing lights, each one pulsing with a gentle, golden warmth. They weren't fireflies exactly, but something else, something ancient and kind. As Leo stepped closer, one of the lights drifted down from the branches and hovered before him. It was a small, winged creature, no bigger than his thumb, with delicate, shimmering wings and eyes that held the warmth of 1,000 sunsets. It glowed with the same gentle light as the stone in his pocket. "Hello," the creature said, its voice like the chime of a distant bell. "You've brought the Heartstone. We wondered when you might come." Leo, too surprised to speak, simply held out the stone. It was glowing now, brighter than he'd ever seen it, the amber and gold flecks swirling like liquid light. "I'm Piper," the creature said, landing softly on his outstretched palm. "Welcome to the Emberwood." Piper explained that the Emberwood was a hidden world, a place where light and memory were woven together. The glowing lights in the trees were keepers, beings who held the warmth of forgotten stories, of kindnesses done and lessons learned. But lately, their light had begun to fade. The world outside was forgetting how to listen, how to be still, and without that quiet attention, the keepers were growing dim. The Heartstone called to you because you still remember how to listen, Piper said softly. It sensed the quiet in your heart. Leo looked around at the gently pulsing lights, some bright and strong, others flickering weakly. What can I do? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Piper's light brightened. You can help us rekindle the memories. The Heartstone will guide you. It shows the way to stories that need remembering. And so began Leo's journey through the Emberwood. With Piper riding on his shoulder, her light casting a soft golden circle around them, and the Heartstone warm and bright in his hand, they ventured deeper into the forest. The trees here were like living archives, their bark etched with faint, glowing patterns that told tales of courage and compassion. Their first stop was a small, silver-barked sapling that trembled in the breeze. Its light was faint, barely a flicker. Leo placed his hand on its trunk, and the Heartstone glowed brighter. In his mind he saw a clear image, a young girl, shivering in the cold, being given a warm coat by a stranger. The memory was simple, but it radiated such warmth that Leo felt it in his bones. Tell the story, Piper whispered. Give it voice. So Leo did. He spoke softly, describing the girl's chattering teeth, the stranger's kind eyes, the weight of the coat as it settled on her shoulders. As he spoke, the sapling's light grew stronger, steadying, until it shone with a soft, silver gleam. A feeling of profound peace settled over Leo, and he understood. This was a memory of generosity, and by remembering it, he was keeping its warmth alive. They continued on, and with each story he uncovered and retold, Leo felt something inside himself shifting, transforming. He had always felt that his quiet nature was a weakness, but here, in this hidden world, it was his greatest strength. The stories he found weren't grand tales of heroes and battles. They were small, gentle moments, a shared smile, a helping hand, a word of encouragement. And each one, when remembered, added its light to the Emberwood. As they walked, Leo and Piper talked. Piper told him about the long quiet, the time when the world outside grew too loud to hear the whispers of kindness, when people rushed too much to notice the small wonders. Leo, in turn, shared his own feelings of being left behind, of moving through a world that didn't seem to have a place for quiet listeners. But without listeners, Piper said, her light pulsing gently, the stories fade. Without those who are still, the warmth cannot gather. You are not behind, little one. You are a resting place, a hearth. The words settled in Leo's heart, kindling a new understanding. He had always seen his stillness as emptiness, but now he saw it was a space where stories could settle and glow. Their journey was not without challenges. They came to a part of the wood where the trees grew close together, their branches tangled like thorny nets. The air here was cold, and the Heartstone's glow dimmed. These were the memories of fear and loneliness, Piper explained, stories that had been left untold because they were too painful. One tree in particular stood dark and silent, its branches stark against the sky. Leo approached it hesitantly, the cold seeping into his bones. He placed his hand on the trunk, and the Heartstone flickered. In his mind he saw a boy, hiding in a closet, crying because he felt he didn't belong anywhere. It was a memory of profound loneliness, and for a moment Leo wanted to pull away. It felt too familiar, too close to his own heart. But Piper rested a tiny, warm hand on his cheek. Even this story needs light, she murmured. Especially this one. So Leo took a deep breath and began to speak. He described the boy's tears, the dust motes dancing in the sliver of light under the door, the weight of being unseen. And as he spoke, something remarkable happened. The dark tree began to glow, not with golden light, but with a soft, blue-silver luminescence, like moonlight on snow. It wasn't a happy memory, but by giving it voice, by acknowledging its pain, it had transformed. It was no longer a story of loneliness, but one of resilience, a testament to the strength it takes to endure. The blue-silver light spread, touching the nearby trees, and the thorny branches seemed to loosen, their sharp edges softening. The air grew warmer. Leo realized that even the difficult stories held embers of warmth, the warmth of survival, of enduring, of hope that refused to be extinguished. As they moved on, the emberwood seemed to brighten around them. The keepers glowed more steadily, their light weaving through the branches like a tapestry of stars. Piper's own light shone brighter, and her chime-like laughter echoed through the trees more frequently. They reached the heart of the emberwood, a great, open glade where a river of liquid light flowed slowly, its surface shimmering with reflections of the glowing trees. In the center of the river stood a small island, and on it grew a tree whose light was so brilliant and warm it felt like standing in a patch of sunlight. This was the elder tree, Piper explained, the first tree, the one that held the memory of the very first kindness. But the elder tree was not as bright as it should have been. Its light flickered uncertainly, and its leaves, usually a vibrant, glowing gold, were tinged with gray. "The world is forgetting the simplest kindness," Piper said, her voice sad. "The kindness of listening, of being present." Leo knew what he had to do. He waded into the river of light. It was warm, like bathwater, and it swirled around his legs in glowing eddies. When he reached the island, he placed both hands on the elder tree's trunk and closed his eyes. The heartstone blazed in his pocket, so warm it was almost hot. He didn't see a single story this time. Instead, he felt a cascade of moments, a mother singing a lullaby, friends sitting in comfortable silence, a stranger offering a sympathetic smile. He felt the warmth of a hand held in the dark, the comfort of a shared glance, the peace of simply being heard. These were the memories of presence, of quiet connection. And Leo began to speak. He didn't use fancy words or dramatic phrases. He simply described the feeling of being listened to, the safety of it, the warmth. He spoke of his own journey, of how he had felt invisible until he came to the Emberwood, and how he now understood that his quiet heart was not a hollow space, but a welcoming one. He spoke until his voice grew hoarse, until the words were less sounds and more feelings, flowing from him into the tree. When he finally opened his eyes, the elder tree was glowing with a steady, brilliant light, brighter than the noonday sun, but soft as candlelight. The gray was gone from its leaves, and the whole glade was bathed in its golden warmth. The river of light sparkled, and the keepers throughout the wood pulsed in unison, their light strong and sure. Piper flew to his shoulder, her own light mingling with the tree's radiance. "You've done it," she chimed softly. "You've reminded the world how to listen." Leo felt a profound peace settle over him. The transformation was complete, not just for the Emberwood, but for himself. He had journeyed into the hidden world a boy who felt small and unseen, and he was leaving as a keeper of light, a guardian of stories. He understood now that his quiet nature was not a flaw, but a sacred space, a hearth where embers of kindness could be kept safe and warm. As the first hints of dawn tinged the sky, Piper led him back to the edge of the Emberwood. The forest was alive with light, each tree a beacon of remembered warmth. "Will I remember this?" Leo asked, his hand closing around the heartstone in his pocket. It was still warm, but its glow had softened to a gentle pulse. "You will," Piper said. "Not in pictures and words perhaps, but in feeling. You will carry the warmth with you. And whenever you feel the world is too loud, too rushed, you can remember this place. You can be the stillness. You can be the listener." She kissed his cheek, a sensation like a sunbeam touching his skin, and then she flew back into the glowing woods, her light blending with the others until he could no longer tell which was hers. Leo walked back through the waking forest, the birds beginning their morning songs. The path felt familiar now, the trees' old friends. When he reached his cottage, the sky was pale pink and gold. He crept inside, slipped off his boots, and climbed into bed, the heartstone resting on his nightstand. He fell asleep almost instantly, and his dreams were filled with gentle, golden light and the soft chime of distant laughter. When he woke, the morning sun was streaming through his window. For a moment, he wondered if it had all been a dream. But then he saw the heartstone on his nightstand. It wasn't glowing anymore, but the flecks of amber and gold within it seemed deeper, richer, as if they held a secret warmth. And Leo felt different. The quiet inside him was no longer lonely. It was a comfortable, warm quiet, like the hearth after the fire has burned down to embers. He went about his day with a new sense of purpose. He listened more intently, to the wind in the trees, to his grandmother's stories, to the silent language of a friend's smile. He didn't need to speak much to share the warmth he carried. His presence alone seemed to be enough. That evening, as he sat by the fire, his grandmother nodded toward the heartstone. "It looks different," she said. "Warmer." Leo smiled. "It has a good story inside it now." His grandmother didn't ask for the story. She simply smiled back, her eyes crinkling at the corners, and nodded, as if she understood completely. And as the fire crackled and the shadows danced, Leo felt a deep, abiding peace. He knew the emberwood was still there, glowing softly in the heart of the forest, and he knew that his own heart was now a part of its light. He had been transformed not by grand adventures, but by small moments of connection, by the courage to listen, and by the warmth of an unexpected friendship. The world outside might still rush and roar, but Leo had discovered a hidden world within and around him. A world where kindness was remembered, where stories glowed like embers in the darkness, and where every quiet heart could be a hearth, keeping the warmth alive for those who needed to gather round. And so, dear listener, as the fire burns low and the night grows deep, remember that within you, too, glows a light, a quiet, steady ember of all the kindnesses you've given and received. Nurture it. Listen to its story. Let it warm you as you drift into dreams, where perhaps you'll wander your own emberwood and find the stories waiting there just for you. Sleep well, and may your dreams be gentle and your heart be warm. The fire is whispering its good nights, and the stars are keeping watch. All is well. Story 4. The attic of the old house on Willow Lane was a kingdom of quiet mysteries, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was there, on a day when the rain tapped a gentle rhythm on the roof, that a young girl named Clara found herself exploring. The air smelled of cedar and old paper, a scent like forgotten stories. Clara was staying with her great aunt Alara for the summer, and the big, quiet house sometimes felt too large for her. She missed the familiar sounds of home. So she sought solace in the attic, a place her aunt said held more memories than a library holds books. Krieg. She pushed open a heavy trunk lid. It sounded a low, groaning note in the quiet. Inside, nestled atop a pile of embroidered linens, was a small wooden box. It was unassuming, made of dark, polished wood, with no latch or keyhole. It felt warm to the touch, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam, though the light in the attic was thin and gray. She ran her fingers over its smooth surface, and with a soft click that sounded like a sleeping sparrow stirring, the lid lifted on its own. Inside, resting on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Instead of a needle, a single, luminous pearl rested in its center. And instead of pointing north, south, east, or west, the golden points of the dial were marked with symbols. A softly glowing hearth, a winding path, a single teardrop, and a smiling crescent moon. As Clara lifted it, the pearl began to pulse with a gentle, milky light, thump-thump, thump-thump, like a tiny, steady heartbeat. A sense of calm washed over her, the loneliness receding like a tide. That evening she showed it to her aunt by the crackling fire in the cozy sitting room. The flames hissed and popped, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. "Oh, the Heartstone compass," Aunt Alara said, her voice as soft and crinkly as the tissue paper in the trunk. She didn't seem surprised. "My grandmother spoke of it. It doesn't guide you to places on a map, my dear. It guides you to the places you need in your heart." Clara looked down at the compass. The pearl was now glowing steadily, and it had drifted ever so slightly toward the symbol of the winding path. "The journey it offers is not measured in miles," her aunt continued, sipping her chamomile tea. "But in courage, it will show you what you need to see, but you must be brave enough to look." That night, as Clara lay in bed with the compass on her nightstand, its soft light filled the room. She fell asleep to its rhythmic pulse, and her dreams were of a silver path through a forest of whispering trees. The next morning, the compass was warm again. The pearl was now firmly pointing at the winding path, and the entire device hummed with a quiet energy. Clara knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that her journey was beginning. She packed a small satchel with a jam sandwich, an apple, and a flask of cool water, and stepped out into the dewy garden. The compass didn't lead her down the lane or into the town. Instead, it guided her to the very back of the garden, to an old, gnarled oak tree she had seen 100 times. But today, nestled between two massive roots that curled like sleeping dragons, was a doorway she had never noticed before. It was woven from willow branches and draped with morning glories, their blue trumpets trembling in the breeze with a sound like tiny, distant bells. Taking a deep breath, Clara stepped through. She found herself on the silver path from her dreams, a soft, glowing ribbon winding through an enchanted wood. The air was cool and sweet, smelling of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. Leaves rustled overhead, though there was no wind. It was here she met her first helper. Perched on a moss-covered log was a badger, wearing a pair of small, round spectacles and knitting with what looked like blades of moonlit grass. He looked up as she approached, his needles click-clacking to a stop. "A traveler," he said in a voice that was gruff but not unkind. "On the path of heartfelt things, you're the first in a long while. I am Barnaby. I knit the shadows back together when they get frayed." "Hello, Barnaby," Clara said, kneeling. "I'm Clara. The compass brought me here." "Ah, the compass. It has excellent taste." He squinted at her through his spectacles. "You seem a little loose around the edges, a bit frayed yourself, a touch of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken." He held up his knitting. It was a scarf, but it was made of soft grays and muted blues, the colors of a lonely twilight. "This is yours, I believe. You left it behind somewhere." Clara realized with a start that he was right. The feeling woven into the scarf was one she knew well, the hollow ache she'd felt in the big, quiet house. "The path ahead leads to the murmuring marsh," Barnaby said, handing her the scarf. "It's a place that echoes your doubts. Hold on to this. It's a part of you, and you must carry all of yourself to get through." Thanking him, Clara continued, the silver path now leading downward into a misty wetland. The cheerful rustle of the forest was replaced by a soft, insistent drip, drip, drip from the gnarled, low-hanging trees. And beneath that, whispers, "You're all alone. No one is waiting for you. You don't belong here." The whispers curled around her like the cold mist, seeping into her thoughts. She pulled the gray scarf tighter, and the loneliness within it swelled, making the whispers louder. This was the challenge. It wasn't a monster or a maze, but the echo of her own heart. She felt a panic begin to rise. How could she fight a sound? Just then, a soft purr vibrated through the mist. A sleek silver cat emerged from behind a tussock of reeds, its eyes the color of liquid amber. "The whispers have no teeth, little traveler," the cat said, its voice a smooth, warm rumble. "They only bite if you believe them. I am Seraphina. I listen to the silences between the sounds." Serafina wound herself around Clara's legs, her purr a steady, calming engine. "The marsh reflects what you feed it. You are feeding it that," she said, nudging the gray scarf with her nose. "But you carry more than that. What else is in your satchel?" Clara, her hands trembling, opened her bag. Inside was her jam sandwich, the apple, and the flask of water. "Ah," Serafina purred. "A gift of kindness waiting to be given." Clara didn't understand. Who would she give it to here? Then she saw him. Sitting on a half-submerged log was a small, bedraggled fox. His head hung low, his fur matted with mist. He looked the very picture of dejection. The whispers coiled around him too. "You're too small. You'll never find your way." Without thinking, Clara walked over and sat beside him. She didn't say anything to fight the whispers. Instead, she broke her jam sandwich in two and offered him half. She placed the shiny red apple beside him. The fox looked up, his dark eyes wide with surprise. He nibbled the sandwich, then the apple, his movements slow and grateful. As he ate, a wonderful thing happened. The gray scarf around Clara's neck began to change. The threads of twilight blue and lonely gray unwove themselves and were replaced by threads of warm gold and friendly russet, the color of the fox's fur and the sweet jam. The whispers in the marsh faltered, fading into a confused murmur before falling silent altogether. The mist began to clear. "You shared your comfort," Serafina said, blinking her amber eyes slowly. "That is a magic the marsh cannot understand. It only knows how to echo fear and lack. You have shown it abundance." The fox, now looking much brighter, nuzzled Clara's hand in thanks before trotting off into the clearing reeds. The challenge had been solved not with force, but with a simple, patient act of kindness. The path led on, now climbing out of the marsh, and toward a hill bathed in the soft light of the rising moon. At the hill's summit stood a small, cozy cottage, its windows glowing with a welcoming light. Smoke curled from its chimney, smelling wonderfully of cinnamon and baking bread. This was the final symbol on the compass, the glowing hearth. Clara pushed the door open and stepped inside. It was a single round room with a large fireplace where a fire crackled merrily. In a rocking chair sat a woman who looked like a younger version of her great-aunt Alara, her hands busy with a piece of embroidery. "Welcome, Clara," the woman said, her smile as warm as the fire. "I am the keeper of the hearth. This is the place you find when you have carried your loneliness with courage and transformed it with kindness." She held up her embroidery. It was a perfect tapestry of Clara's day. The attic, the silver path, Barnaby the badger, the murmuring marsh, Serafina the cat, and the grateful fox. And in the center was Clara herself, no longer looking small or lost, but standing tall with the transformed scarf, now a thing of gold and russet and warmth, wrapped around her shoulders. "The compass didn't bring you to a new place, my dear," the keeper said softly. "It brought you back to yourself. You learned that even when you feel alone, you carry within you the capacity for friendship, for courage, and for kindness. And that is a light that can warm any house, no matter how big or quiet it seems." Clara looked down at the heartstone compass in her hand. The pearl was perfectly still, its gentle light constant and calm. It was no longer pointing to any symbol, for her journey was complete. When she blinked, she was back in her bed in the old house on Willow Lane. Morning light was filtering through the window. The compass sat on her nightstand, its pearl glowing with a soft, steady light. The gray scarf was gone, but she could still feel the memory of the warm, russet one around her shoulders. She came downstairs to find her Aunt Alara making pancakes. The kitchen was filled with the cheerful sizzle of batter on the griddle and the rich smell of maple syrup. "Did you have a good journey, dear?" her aunt asked, her eyes twinkling. Clara smiled, a true deep smile that reached her eyes. "I did," she said. "I think I've found my way home." And as she sat at the sun-drenched kitchen table, listening to the comfortable domestic sounds around her, she knew it was true. The house didn't feel too big anymore. It felt just right because her heart felt full. She had traveled far in courage and returned with the greatest treasure of all, the understanding that home isn't just a place you live, but a feeling you carry with you always, lit by the gentle, unwavering light of your own brave and kind heart. And outside the window, a soft breeze rustled the leaves of the willow trees, a peaceful, whispering lullaby to the end of a gentle adventure. Story 5. The attic smelled of cedar and memories, a scent as old and comforting as the house itself. It was a place where forgotten things went to rest, wrapped in the gentle dust of passing years. Young Leo had been sent up to find an old picture frame for his grandmother, but as often happened in such spaces, he found himself lingering, his fingers tracing the spines of old books and the curved handles of mismatched teacups. Creak. The floorboard sighed beneath his foot as he moved toward an old trunk tucked beneath the sloping eave. It was a humble thing, made of dark wood and bound with tarnished brass. Its latch was stiff, but with a soft click it gave way. Inside, nestled in a bed of yellowed tissue paper, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its case was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, and its face was not marked with the usual N, S, E, and W. Instead, around its edge, in delicate, looping script were the words, courage, kindness, patience, hope. The needle itself was not a simple arrow, but a slender, silver leaf, quivering as if touched by a gentle breeze. As Leo lifted it, the leaf needle spun slowly before settling, pointing not toward the attic door, but directly at a tall, dusty mirror standing in the corner. The glass, which should have shown his own reflection, swirled with a soft, milky light. A soft thump came from a nearby stack of quilts, and a round, ginger cat emerged, blinking sleepily. This was Barnaby, the attic's permanent resident, whose purr was as steady and comforting as a ticking clock. "That one's been waiting," Barnaby murmured, his voice a rusty purr. He stretched, his claws making a soft snick-snick sound against the wood. "It doesn't point to places, you see. It points to needs." "Needs," Leo whispered, his eyes wide. "Indeed," said a chirping voice from the rafters. A small, bright-eyed sparrow named Pip hopped down to perch on the trunk's edge. "It finds hearts that are a little lost. The journey is never far in miles, but often a great distance in spirit." Just then the leaf needle twitched and glowed with a soft, silvery light, pointing insistently at the mirror. The milky swirls cleared, and Leo saw not his own face, but a small, cozy-looking room. A boy, perhaps his own age, was sitting on the edge of a bed, his shoulders slumped. He was staring at a complex model ship half-built on his desk, a tiny paintbrush held limply in his hand. The room was warm and safe, filled with books and soft lamplight, but the boy's face was a picture of profound discouragement. "His name is Samuel," Pip chirped softly. "He believes he cannot finish what he has started. The doubt has built a wall around him, and he cannot see his own way over it." Leo's heart gave a little tug. "How do we help him?" "The compass will guide you," Barnaby purred, nudging Leo's hand with his head. "But the helping, that is always your own doing." Holding the compass tightly, Leo took a step toward the mirror. Instead of cold glass, he felt a sensation like walking through a curtain of warm, silken cobwebs, and with a soft warmth, like the sound of a heavy book closing, he was there. He stood in the corner of Samuel's room. The air smelled of beeswax polish and the faint, clean scent of tea. A fire crackled merrily in a small hearth, painting dancing orange lights on the walls. Samuel didn't look up. He sighed a heavy, weary sound and put the paintbrush down. "It's no use," he whispered to the empty room. "I'll never get the rigging right, it's too fiddly. I've ruined it." The leaf needle on Leo's compass trembled, now pointing directly at Samuel, and the word patience glowed with a gentle, golden light. Leo didn't know what to do. He was just a boy in another boy's bedroom. But then he remembered the quiet wisdom of the attic. He wasn't here to perform a miracle. He was here to be a friend. He looked around and saw a second, unused paintbrush lying near the model. Very carefully he crept forward, his footsteps silent on the thick wool rug. He picked up the spare brush and, holding his breath, dipped its tip into a tiny pot of brown paint. Then, with immense care, he began to paint one of the countless tiny spools that would hold the ship's thread. Samuel, who had been staring dejectedly at his own hands, blinked. He saw the second paintbrush, moving of its own accord, applying a neat, careful coat of paint. He didn't scream or run. He just watched, his eyes wide with wonder. "Hello," he said, his voice small. Leo didn't speak. He simply finished the spool, placed the brush down, and pointed his own paintbrush at the first one, then at Samuel, and finally at the ship. The message was clear: you can do it. Let's do it together. A tiny, hesitant smile touched Samuel's lips. He picked up his brush. For a long while, the only sounds were the tap-tap of the brushes against the glass pots, the soft scratch of bristles on wood, and the comforting snap-crackle of the fire. They painted in silence, a silent partnership. Leo's presence was a quiet anchor, a steady, patient energy that filled the room. After they had painted a dozen spools, a new challenge arose. The instructions for the rigging were a tangled mess of lines and diagrams. Samuel's forehead creased in frustration. "I can't make sense of it," he groaned, his earlier discouragement threatening to return. The compass in Leo's pocket hummed, and the leaf needle swung, making the word cleverness glow. Just then, a faint, musical tink-tink-tink came from the window. Pip the sparrow was outside, tapping his beak on the glass. Samuel, surprised, went to the window and opened it. Pip hopped inside, chirping briskly. "A tangled knot is best undone one thread at a time," Pip chirped, his voice like little bells. "Look not at the whole confusing snarl, but find the single, beginning thread." Pip flew over to the instructions and, with his tiny beak, pecked at one specific line on the diagram, the starting point. Samuel's eyes lit up with understanding. "Of course, you start from the main mast and work outward. I was looking at it all at once." With Pip's occasional chirped advice and Leo's silent, steady companionship, Samuel began to thread the rigging. His fingers, which had seemed so clumsy before, now moved with a newfound dexterity and purpose. The daunting task became a series of small, manageable steps. Hours seemed to pass in the warm, fire-lit room, though Leo had a feeling time worked differently here. The ship began to take glorious shape. But as the final, most delicate piece of thread needed to be tied, Samuel's hands trembled. It was a microscopic knot, and his fingers felt thick and awkward. "I can't," he whispered, the fear of failure returning one last time. "My hands are shaking. I'll drop it." The compass grew warm against Leo's chest. The leaf needle pointed firmly at Samuel, and this time the word kindness shone brighter than all the others. Leo knew that cleverness and patience had brought them this far, but now Samuel needed a different kind of help. He needed to feel believed in. Leo put down his brush. He walked over to Samuel, and though he knew Samuel couldn't see him, he placed his own small, steady hand over Samuel's trembling one. Samuel gasped. He felt a sudden warm calmness spread from his hand up his arm, a sensation of unwavering support, like a friend holding his shoulder. The trembling stopped. His hand became still and sure. With a final, concentrated effort, he tied the tiny, perfect knot. It was done. The three-masted schooner sat completed on the desk, its sails billowing in an imagined wind, its rigging a masterpiece of tiny detail. Samuel stared at it, his face transforming from weary defeat to pure, radiant joy. He had done it. He had overcome the wall of his own doubt. "Thank you," he said to the empty air, his voice thick with emotion. "Whoever you are, thank you." In that moment, the compass in Leo's pocket pulsed with a soft, final light. The journey was complete. He felt the silken, cobweb sensation again, and with the same soft warmth he was back in the attic, standing before the mirror, which now showed only his own reflection, lit by the afternoon sun slanting through the dusty window. Barnaby was curled on the trunk, purring contentedly. Pip was preening his feathers on a beam above. "You see," Barnaby rumbled, "the greatest adventures are not about slaying dragons or finding treasure. They are about helping a single heart find its own courage." Leo looked down at the compass. The silver leaf needle was still once more, and the glowing words had faded back to simple script. He placed it gently back in its bed of tissue paper and closed the trunk with a soft, final thud. He never did find the picture frame for his grandmother that day. But as he climbed down the attic ladder, the comforting creak of each rung beneath his feet felt like a gentle applause. He carried with him the cozy scent of cedar, the memory of a crackling fire, the sound of a sparrow's chirp, and the warm, purring certainty that the smallest acts of kindness could be the most magical compasses of all, guiding lost hearts safely home. And in the quiet of the settling house, he knew that was a treasure worth more than any picture frame. Story 6. The night air was cool and carried the scent of distant rain and damp earth. High on a grassy hill, beneath a sky embroidered with countless stars, a young woman sat beside a small, crackling campfire. Her name was Leora, and in her hands she held a small, smooth river stone, worn pale by time and water. It was her touchstone, her piece of home, carried in her pocket wherever she went. Its cool, solid weight was a comfort, a tiny anchor in a vast and often bewildering world. As a spark from her fire spiraled up into the velvet darkness, it did not fade and die as sparks usually do. Instead, it climbed higher and higher, a tiny, determined ember of gold against the indigo, until it brushed the belly of a low-hanging cloud. There was a soft ping like a crystal glass being gently struck, and the cloud began to glow from within, pulsing with a soft, inviting light. Leora knew this sign. It was an invitation. She had heard the tales from travelers who spoke in hushed tones of the Glimmerwood, a realm that existed in the spaces between breaths, a place where the very air was woven from starlight and melody. It was said that those who were lost in spirit, or who sought to understand the quiet questions of their own heart, could find answers there. Leora was not lost, not exactly, but she felt a quiet emptiness, a sense that a beautiful, essential color was missing from the tapestry of her life. She sought to understand why the songs of the birds sometimes made her soul ache, or why the sight of a setting sun could fill her with both joy and a profound, unnamed longing. Taking a deep breath, the scent of wood smoke clinging to her clothes, she stood and reached a hand towards the luminous cloud. Her fingers, instead of passing through mist, met a surface that was cool and slightly resilient, like the skin of a ripe peach. With a gentle push, she stepped through, and the world dissolved into a cascade of shimmering, silent silver. When her senses settled, she found herself standing at the edge of the Glimmerwood. It was a forest, yet unlike any she had ever known. The trees were not of wood, but of solidified twilight, their trunks a deep, velvety purple shot through with veins of silver. Their leaves were not green, but a shifting tapestry of blues and violets, and they did not rustle in a wind, but hummed a soft, polyphonic chord that vibrated in the very marrow of her bones. The air itself was warm and carried the scent of old parchment, night-blooming jasmine, and the clean, electric smell of the air after a lightning strike. It was a scent that felt both foreign and deeply, mysteriously familiar. This was the Whisperwood, the first landmark of the Glimmerwood. The trees were the ancient chroniclers of this realm, and their humming was a language of memory and dream. Leora walked slowly, her boots making no sound on the mossy ground, which was as soft and springy as the finest wool. She reached into her pocket and rubbed her smooth river stone, its familiar texture a quiet reassurance. As she ventured deeper, she saw the first of the realm's native creatures. They were called the Lumina, and they drifted through the air like living will-o'-the-wisps. They had no discernible shape, being instead shifting, fluid constellations of light, soft gold, serene blue, and gentle rose. They did not speak with words, but communicated through cascades of color and brief, beautiful melodies that hung in the air like visible notes. One, a creature of particularly warm gold light, floated near her. It pulsed gently, and a series of chimes, like a tiny glass celesta, filled the space between them. The feeling it conveyed was not of sound, but of pure emotion, a welcoming curiosity. "Hello," Leora whispered, her own voice seeming crude and clumsy in comparison. She held out her hand, not to touch, but in a gesture of openness. The Lumina responded by drifting closer and brushing against her fingertips. The sensation was not heat or cold, but a gentle, effervescent tingling that traveled up her arm and settled in her chest like a sip of warm, spiced cider. An image formed in her mind, a towering structure of crystalline roots and branches, glowing with an internal light. It was the grand Sylvan Library, the next great waypoint, a place of all knowledge. The feeling that accompanied the image was one of guidance. The Lumina was showing her the way. With a final chime-like trill that felt like a friendly farewell, the golden light zipped away, weaving between the humming trees. Leora followed the remembered path in her mind, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty around her. She ran her hands over the bark of a twilight tree. It was as smooth as polished river stone, yet thrumming with the energy of its eternal song. She breathed in the jasmine and ozone air, and felt a profound peace settle over her. After a time that felt both like an instant and an eternity, the whisperwood began to thin. The humming of the trees softened, replaced by a new sound, a deep, resonant, and rhythmic thrum like the heartbeat of the world itself. Before her lay a vast, open plain, and in its center stood the grand Sylvan Library. It was not a building one entered through a door. It was a living tree, so immense its top was lost in a gentle mist of swirling, bioluminescent spores. Its trunk was a latticework of crystalline roots and branches that spiraled upwards, and within each crystalline chamber, Leora could see lights moving, other lumina, and shapes she could not identify. Soft, glowing lichen in shades of emerald and sapphire clung to the crystals, casting a dappled, magical light. This was not just a library of books. It was a library of lived experiences, of memories, of light and song, all stored within the living crystal. As she approached, a different creature emerged from the base of the great tree. It was low to the ground, with a body like a sleek, furry otter, but its pelt was the color of a moonlit night, and its eyes were large, liquid pools of silver. It had 6 delicate legs, and it moved with a graceful, flowing motion. This was a scribe slinker, the caretaker and archivist of the library. It did not communicate with light or sound, but with gentle touch. It padded up to Leora and nudged her ankle with its cool, damp nose. Then it raised itself up on its hindmost legs and placed its front paws, which were surprisingly soft and padded, against her knee. The moment it made contact, a flood of understanding washed over her. She felt its purpose, its dedication to preserving the stories of this realm. And she felt its question not in words, but in a simple, direct feeling, "What do you seek?" Leora knelt, placing her river stone on the ground between them. She touched the stone, then touched her own heart. She tried to pour all her confusion into that gesture, the aching beauty, the sense of longing, the feeling of being out of tune with a song only she could half hear. The scribe slinker understood. It trilled softly, a sound like water over smooth rocks, and nudged the river stone with its nose. Then it turned and began to lead her into the library. They did not climb, but instead, the slinker led her to a pool of perfectly still, dark water that lay at the very center of the crystalline roots. The water reflected not the ceiling, but a swirling map of constellations Leora had never seen. This is the echoing well, the knowledge came to her through the lingering connection with the slinker. It does not show you what is, but what resonates with your spirit. Look and listen. Leora knelt by the water's edge. The scent here was different, cool and clean like deep cave air and wet stone. She gazed into the dark water. At first, she saw only the unfamiliar stars. Then the reflection shifted. She saw a cavern vast beyond imagining, its walls not of rock but of shifting, flowing light. Colors danced and swam across the ceiling and walls in great, silent ribbons, violet, emerald, crimson, and gold. It was an underground aurora. This was the Prism Caverns, the final great landmark of the Glimmerwood. And in the vision she saw herself, standing small in the midst of that magnificent light show. But something was wrong. The lights were dim, their dance sluggish and sad. The great ribbons of color were fraying at the edges, fading into a dull gray. A feeling of deep sorrow emanated from the vision, a sorrow that mirrored the very emptiness she had felt in her own heart. The scribe slinker placed a paw on her hand again. The understanding was immediate. The heart of the Prism Caverns, the crystal core, was failing. It was the source of all color and emotion in the Glimmerwood, and its dimming was the reason for the quiet ache in the world, the reason her own soul felt the lack. The luminous lights would soon fade, the whisperwood song would fall silent, and the grand Sylvan Library's crystals would turn to dull, dead glass. The realm was dying, and its sorrow was so vast it had spilled over into her own world, touching sensitive spirits like her own. Her quest was no longer just about understanding herself. It was inextricably tied to helping this entire enchanted world. She had to find the Prism Caverns and discover what could heal the crystal core. The scribe slinker, its task of revelation complete, nudged her river stone back towards her. As Leora picked it up, she felt a new sensation from it, a faint, answering warmth. She tucked it safely back into her pocket, a piece of home that now felt connected to this new, wondrous home she had found. The journey to the Prism Caverns was a descent through beauty. The slinker led her down a gentle slope behind the library, into a tunnel whose walls were embedded with glowing fungi that released a sweet, honey-like scent when she brushed past them. The air grew cooler, carrying the crisp, clean scent of ozone and minerals. The tunnel opened abruptly, and Leora caught her breath. The Prism Caverns were even more breathtaking than the vision. She stood on a ledge overlooking a cavern so vast she could not see the other side. The walls, the floor, the very air seemed to be made of light. Great silent rivers of color flowed overhead, the aurora in its full, living glory. But the scribe slinker's vision had been true. The colors were muted, their dance slow and weary. A faint, discordant hum, like a string instrument badly out of tune, vibrated through the cavern, setting Leora's teeth on edge. It was a sound of profound grief. Hundreds of lumina drifted listlessly through the air, their lights dim. They gathered around a central point in the cavern floor, a massive, multifaceted crystal that pulsed with a weak, irregular light. This was the crystal core. As Leora approached, she saw that a deep hairline crack ran through its center, and from this crack seeped a dull, gray mist. She knelt before the core, feeling its pain as a physical ache in her own chest. What could she possibly do? She was just a visitor, a woman with a river stone in her pocket. She had no magic, no great power. Despair began to creep in. She pulled out her river stone, clutching it for comfort, its smooth, familiar surface a stark contrast to the fractured, dying giant before her. And as she held it, she remembered. She remembered why it was her touchstone. It came from the river behind her childhood home. It held the memory of sun-warmed rocks, of her mother's laughter, of the safe, unwavering love that had been the foundation of her life. It was not just a rock, it was a vessel for her most cherished feeling, the feeling of being home, of being loved, of being connected. And she understood. The Glimmerwood was a realm of shared emotion. The lumina communicated with pure feeling. The trees hummed with memory and dream. The crystal core was the heart of it all, the wellspring from which all these emotions flowed. It was cracked not from a physical blow, but from a metaphysical one, a deep, resonating loneliness. It had become isolated, its connection to the individual joys and sorrows of the world frayed and broken. It was starving for the very thing Leora carried in her pocket, a simple, personal, and powerful feeling of love and belonging. She did not try to fix the crack. Instead, she pressed a river stone, warm from her hand and saturated with her memories, against the surface of the crystal core. She closed her eyes and poured every ounce of feeling she had into that simple point of contact. She thought of her mother's face, of her father's stories by the fire, of friendships that had sustained her, of the simple joy of a sunlit morning. She thought of the golden lumina's welcome, of the scribe slinker's gentle guidance, of the breathtaking beauty of the whisperwood. She poured out her own longing, not as an emptiness, but as a capacity for connection. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a single pure, clear note rang out through the cavern, silencing the discordant hum. It was the sound of a perfect chord being struck. A wave of warm, golden light erupted from the point where her stone touched the core. It raced along the crack, sealing it not with a physical weld, but with threads of brilliant, living light. The gray mist evaporated. The core began to pulse strong and steady, like a healthy heartbeat. And then the cavern erupted into life. The rivers of light on the ceiling exploded into a triumphant dance of color, more vibrant and brilliant than ever before. Violet, emerald, crimson, and gold swirled and intertwined in a silent, glorious symphony. The lumina blazed with renewed light, their colors so bright they painted the cavern walls. They swarmed around Leora, not touching her, but filling the air with a chorus of the most beautiful, joyous music she had ever heard, a symphony of gratitude and rebirth. The very air lost its scent of ozone and sorrow, and now smelled of rain-washed earth, blooming roses, and fresh-baked bread, the sense of comfort, growth, and home. The scribe slinker pressed against her side, and she felt its profound, wordless thank you, a feeling as warm and solid as a blanket. Leora stood, her heart so full she thought it might burst. The emptiness was gone. In its place was a deep, resonant understanding. Her longing had not been a flaw, it was her capacity to feel, to connect, to love deeply. It was what made her able to hear the Glimmerwood's silent song, and it was what had given her the key to its salvation. The most powerful magic was not in grand gestures, but in the simple, profound act of sharing one's heart. As the celebration of light and music continued around her, she felt a gentle tug. The journey was complete. She looked towards the cavern's entrance and saw the same luminous cloud that had brought her here, now pulsing with the same joyous rhythm as the crystal core. With a final, sweeping look at the breathtaking beauty she had helped restore, Leora stepped towards the cloud. She gave one last look to the golden lumina and the faithful scribe slinker, imprinting their memory forever in her heart. Then she stepped through. She found herself back on her grassy hill. The campfire had burned down to embers, and the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. The air was cool and carried the simple, honest scent of grass and dew. It was familiar, it was home. She sat down, pulling the river stone from her pocket. It looked the same, smooth and pale. But when she held it to her heart, she felt it. A faint, gentle warmth and a soft, almost imperceptible hum, like the distant echo of a beautiful song. It was no longer just a memory of home. It was a connection to another home, a realm of wonder she now carried within her. She knew she would never feel lonely or empty again. For she understood now that her heart was not a solitary thing, but a note in a vast, beautiful symphony, connected to all the wonder and warmth the worlds had to offer. And as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora smiled, feeling more whole, more herself than she ever had before. She was home in every sense of the word. Story 7. The old trunk in the attic had sat in the same dusty corner for as long as the young girl could remember. Its leather was cracked like a dried riverbed, and its brass buckles had turned the color of weak tea. On this particular autumn afternoon, with rain whispering against the roof and a fire crackling comfortingly downstairs, the girl found herself drawn to it. She traced the patterns in the leather, her finger leaving a clean trail in the dust. Thump, thump, thump went her heart, a soft drumbeat of curiosity. With a gentle click and a groan of tired hinges, the trunk opened. The air that escaped was not musty, but carried the faint, sweet scent of forgotten lavender and old paper. Inside, nestled atop yellowed linens, lay a small wooden box. It was unassuming, carved with what looked like swirling clouds, and in the center, a single sleeping moon. There was no lock, only a simple clasp. When she lifted the lid, a soft chime filled the air, like a tiny, distant bell ringing just for her. Nestled in a bed of faded velvet was a compass. But it was no ordinary compass. Its face was made of what looked like mother of pearl, shimmering with soft colors, and its needle was not pointing north. It was spinning in a slow, lazy circle, as if dreaming of all the places it could go. As the girl held it in her palm, the needle gradually stilled, pointing not toward the attic door, but directly at her own heart. A warm, humming sensation spread from the compass into her hand, a feeling not of magic, but of quiet understanding. That evening, after the fire had been banked and the house had settled into its nighttime size, the girl sat on her rug with the compass. Its needle still pointed faithfully at her. She felt a strange pull, not to a place on a map, but to a feeling of something unfinished, a small, quiet worry that had taken root in her heart like a shy seedling. She was afraid of the dark, not the comforting dark of her bedroom, but the vast, lonely dark of her own doubts. Just then, a soft rustling came from the windowsill. A small, ginger cat with eyes like melted amber had slipped into the room. This was Pip, a creature of supreme comfort and few words. "That's a peculiar thing," Pip murmured, his voice a soft rumble like a contented purr. He nudged the compass with his nose, and the needle wobbled. "It doesn't seem to know its directions." "I think it does," the girl whispered. "I think it's pointing to the direction I need to go inside." Pip blinked slowly. "Inside journeys are the longest and the bravest. You'll need a guide." He settled himself into a perfect loaf shape beside her, his purr a steady, reassuring engine. As the girl focused on the compass, the room around her seemed to soften and melt away, not into nothingness, but into a new kind of somewhere. She found herself standing at the edge of a forest, but it was a forest woven from shadows and starlight. The trees were tall and kind, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she almost understood. The path before her was not of dirt, but of scattered moonlight. This was the wood of whispering worries. Taking a deep breath that smelled of damp moss and night-blooming flowers, she stepped onto the path. The compass in her hand glowed softly, its needle now pointing straight ahead. Pip padded silently beside her, a splash of warm ginger in the cool, blue-toned world. They hadn't gone far when a tiny, frantic voice piped up from the base of a large oak tree. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, it's all tangled and knotted, and I shall never get it straight. Perched on a root was a small mouse, dressed in a waistcoat made of thistledown. He was wrestling with a long, silvery thread that was hopelessly snarled around a twig. This was Barnaby, and he was in charge of weaving the moonbeams, a job he took very, very seriously. "Hello," said the girl, kneeling down. "Can we help?" Barnaby wrung his tiny paws. "It's the worry wind. It blew through earlier and tangled all my threads. Without straight moonbeams, the path through the wood becomes dim, and travelers get lost in their own thoughts." The girl looked at the snarled thread. It glimmered, fragile and beautiful. She knew that if she pulled too hard, it would snap. She thought of the compass and the warm feeling it had given her, a feeling of patience. She sat down beside Barnaby. "We'll just have to be clever," she said softly, "and kind to the thread." So with Pip offering rumbling advice, a little to the left, "No, your other left," and Barnaby fretting quietly, the girl began to work. Her small fingers were careful and patient. She didn't pull or yank, she coaxed and loosened. She found the beginning of the knot and gently worked it free, then the next and the next. It took a long time, and the only sounds were the rustle of leaves, Barnaby's occasional squeaks, and the girl's own calm breathing. In and out. Finally, with a last gentle tug, the thread came free, straight, and shimmering. Barnaby gasped with delight. "You did it. You've saved the moonlight." He quickly attached the thread to a branch above, and instantly the path before them grew brighter, the moonlight pooling in clear, guiding puddles. "Thank you," he squeaked, and with a bow he scurried up the tree to continue his work. The girl felt a warmth spread through her chest. She had been clever and patient, and it had worked. They journeyed on, the path leading them to the shores of a vast, dark lake. It was the lake of lost confidence, and its waters were still and black, reflecting nothing. The compass needle now pointed directly across it. On the shore sat a large, sad-looking frog with a lute strapped to his back. This was Gerard, and he had forgotten his song. "Without a song to pave the way, the waters won't bear your weight," Gerard croaked mournfully. "The melody creates the stepping stones, but the worry wind stole the tune from my head." The girl looked at the dark, impassable water. Her own doubt seemed to swirl in its depths. She could turn back. But then she looked at the compass, still pointing steadily forward, and at Pip, who was washing a paw with an air of complete faith in her. "Maybe," she said, her voice gentle, "you don't need to remember the old song. Maybe we can make a new one together." Gerard's bulbous eyes widened. A new one. The girl began to hum, a simple, soft melody that reminded her of the rain on the attic roof and the crackle of the fireplace. Pip added his purr to the rhythm, purr-ar-rar-rar, hum-um, purr-ar-rar-rar, hum-um. Gerard, hesitantly at first, then with growing joy, plucked the strings of his lute, finding chords that fit. The song they created was not grand or complicated. It was a cozy song, a friendly song, a song that promised everything would be all right. As they played and sang, something magical happened. Stones, smooth and silver, began to rise from the dark water, each one appearing with a soft plip as a note was played. They formed a perfect path across the lake, glowing with the reflected light of their new, shared melody. With the cozy song still hanging in the air around them, the girl, Pip, and Gerard crossed the lake of lost confidence. On the other side, Gerard bowed deeply. "You have given me back more than a song," he said. "You have given me the courage to make my own." And with a final, cheerful chord, he hopped away into the reeds. The end of the path was now in sight. It led to a small, cozy cave, nestled between the roots of the oldest tree in the wood. From within came a soft, sniffling sound. The compass was pulling the girl strongly now, its needle vibrating with purpose. She entered the cave. It was warm and dry, and in the center, curled into a small ball, was a shadow. It wasn't a scary shadow, it was a lonely one. This was her own fear of the dark, given form. "Hello," the girl whispered. The shadow shivered. "It's cold out there," it whispered back, its voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "I know," the girl said, sitting down beside it. She didn't try to chase it away or tell it to be brave. She simply sat with it, offering her presence. Pip came and curled up on the other side, his purr vibrating through the floor of the cave. The girl remembered the kindness she'd shown to Barnaby's thread, the cleverness she'd found to create a new song with Gerard. She had carried those strengths with her all the way to the heart of her worry. She held out the compass. The needle was no longer pointing at her heart, but at the shadow. The warm, humming feeling flowed from the compass and enveloped the lonely shadow. Slowly, the shadow uncurled. It wasn't swallowed by light or banished. Instead, it softened, changing form until it was no longer a thing of fear, but a gentle, friendly shade that sat beside her like a silent companion. "It's not so cold when you have a friend," the shadow said, its voice now as soft as a sigh. The girl smiled. She understood now. The dark wasn't something to be afraid of, it was just a quiet space, and it didn't have to be lonely. With a final, contented sigh, the world of the wood of whispering worries dissolved around her. She was back in her room, the compass resting cool and quiet in her hand. The needle was still once more. Outside her window, the real moon, round and friendly, shone down, painting silver patterns on her floor. Pip was still purring beside her, a steady, rhythmic sound of comfort. She placed the compass back in its box, the tiny bell chiming softly as she closed the lid. The journey was over. She had not traveled miles, but she had traveled far. She had met her fear not with a sword, but with kindness, cleverness, and patience, and she had made a friend of it. As she climbed into bed, the shadows in her room no longer seemed deep and unknown. They were simply resting, like the world itself. She closed her eyes, listening to the soft sound of the house settling around her, and the distant, gentle chime of the compass box from its place on her dresser. A peaceful, comforting lullaby that promised all journeys, even the ones inside, could end in warmth and safety. Story 8. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the walls of the quiet room, painting them in hues of gold and amber. Shadows swayed like gentle giants, and the air was filled with the scent of pine logs and the faint, sweet memory of cinnamon from a long-finished cup of tea. It is in such a cozy, hushed space that stories are born, stories that wrap around you like a warm blanket and carry you away to places where magic is as real as the warmth on your face. So settle in, close your eyes, and listen to the tale of a boy named Leo and the light he found in the deepest dark. Leo lived in a small, quiet village nestled in a valley that seemed to be perpetually draped in a soft, gray mist. It wasn't an unhappy place, but it was a place of muted colors and hushed sounds. The sun was a rare and celebrated guest, and the nights were long and profoundly dark. Leo was a quiet boy himself, with a thoughtful heart and hands that were clever with wood and string. He often felt a little separate from the other children, more comfortable in the company of his own thoughts and the small, intricate things he would whittle by candlelight. His home was a cottage on the very edge of the village, where the cobbled streets gave way to the wild, ancient woods. From his window he could see the dark line of the trees, a wall of secrets against the sky. And in the heart of those woods, the villagers whispered, was the silent glade, a place where no bird sang, no wind stirred the leaves, and where it was said the very light went to hide. One evening, as a particularly thick and chilly fog crept into the valley, Leo's grandmother placed a small, worn box in his hands. It was made of a dark, smooth wood, and it felt strangely warm to the touch. "This was your grandfather's," she said, her voice a soft rustle like autumn leaves. "He was a man who understood the secrets of the woods. He said this would be needed one day when the dark grew too deep." Inside the box, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a stone. It was no larger than a robin's egg, rough and unremarkable, save for a single, faint crack running across its surface. But as Leo held it in the palm of his hand, cupping it against the gloom of the room, something extraordinary happened. A soft, warm, pulsing glow began to emanate from the crack. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, a deep, living orange red that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic light, like a tiny, sleeping heart. "What is it?" Leo whispered, his eyes wide. "It is an emberstone," his grandmother said. "It does not create light, my boy, it finds it. It answers the light that is hidden in the world and in the heart." That night the fog grew so thick that the lights from the village cottages could not pierce it. It was a darkness you could feel, a cold, damp blanket that smothered sound and sight. Lying in his bed, Leo felt a profound loneliness, a chill that had little to do with the air. He clutched the emberstone in his hand, and its gentle, pulsing glow was a small, brave companion in the immense dark. Drifting to sleep, he dreamed not with images, but with a feeling, a pull, a silent call coming from the depths of the woods. And in his dream, the emberstone glowed a little brighter, as if in answer. The next morning, the fog still clung to the valley, but the pull was still there, a quiet, persistent hum in Leo's chest. With the emberstone safely in his pocket, its warmth a constant reassurance against his leg, he made a decision. He would follow the feeling. He would go into the woods and find the source of that silent call. He packed a small satchel with a piece of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of water. Pulling on his warmest coat, he stepped out of the cottage and walked towards the dark line of the trees. The village sounds faded behind him, swallowed by the fog, and soon the only noise was the soft crunch of his own footsteps on the damp, leaf-strewn path. The woods were a different world. The air was still and cool, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. The tall, slender birch trees stood like silent, watchful sentinels, their pale bark ghostly in the murk. The deeper he went, the quieter it became. It was the silence of the silent glade, he realized, spreading its influence outwards. He took the emberstone from his pocket. In the deep gloom of the forest, its glow was stronger, casting a small, warm pool of light around his feet. With every step he took towards the feeling of pull, the stone pulsed a little brighter. For hours he walked, the path becoming fainter and fainter, until it disappeared altogether. He navigated by the emberstone's light and the quiet compass in his heart. He was about to pause and rest, a flicker of doubt beginning to kindle in his mind when he saw it. A great ancient oak tree, so massive that its trunk was wider than Leo's cottage. Its branches were bare and twisted, reaching into the fog like skeletal fingers. And at its base, nearly hidden by a curtain of thick ivy, was a dark opening. The pull was strongest here. It was a magnetic force drawing him forward. Taking a deep breath, Leo pushed aside the ivy. The leaves were cold and wet against his face. He ducked his head and stepped through. He found himself not in a cave, but in a tunnel that sloped gently downwards. The air changed instantly. It grew warmer and carried a new scent, the sweet, honeyed fragrance of blooming flowers and the clean, sharp smell of ozone after a lightning strike. The walls of the tunnel were not earth and stone, but were woven from the living roots of the great oak, tangled together in a complex, beautiful pattern. And these roots were threaded through with fine, shimmering filaments that glowed with a soft, silver light, illuminating his way. He walked on, his wonder growing with every step. The tunnel opened abruptly, and Leo caught his breath, his hand tightening around the emberstone, which was now glowing so brightly he could feel its heat through his fingers. He stood at the edge of the hidden glade. It was a vast circular space, sheltered by a dome of interlocking branches from which hung thousands of the same glowing filaments, casting a perpetual, gentle twilight. The air was warm and hummed with a low, peaceful energy. In the center of the glade was a still, dark pool, its surface like polished obsidian, perfectly reflecting the glowing canopy above. And all around, flowers of impossible colors bloomed, petals of sapphire blue, leaves of shimmering gold, blossoms that looked like captured starlight. But the most astonishing thing was the light itself. It didn't come from the glowing filaments alone. It drifted through the air in soft, shimmering motes like lazy fireflies. It gathered in gentle pools on the mossy ground. It was alive, and it was fading. As Leo watched, one of the motes of light flickered and dimmed, falling to the soft moss like a dying spark. Another, drifting near his face, pulsed weakly before its glow subsided into nothingness. The silver light in the canopy was dimmer than it should have been, and the shadows at the edges of the glade were deepening, cold and hungry. The glade was beautiful, but it was a beauty under a quiet, gathering siege. It was then that he saw the creature. It was small, no larger than a rabbit, and curled into a tight, miserable ball near the dark pool. Its form was difficult to pin down, seeming to be made of the same shimmering substance as the motes of light, but woven into a more solid shape. It had long, drooping ears and a faint, flickering tail. And it was weeping. The sound was not one of sobs, but of the softest, most heartbreaking chimes, like tiny, shattered bells. Leo's own loneliness, which he had carried for so long, echoed the creature's sorrow. He approached slowly, his footsteps silent on the thick moss. "Hello," he said, his voice barely a whisper. The creature flinched, uncurling slightly. Two large, luminous eyes, the color of liquid amber, looked up at him. They were filled with a deep, ancient sadness. You are not light," the creature chimed, its voice a melody of surprise and confusion. "I am Leo," he said, kneeling down. "I came because I felt a pull, and because I have this." He opened his hand, revealing the ember stone. It was blazing now, a small, fierce sun in his palm, its light pushing back the encroaching shadows around them. The creature stared at the stone, its amber eyes widening. It shuffled a little closer, its form flickering with a hint of curiosity. The heartstone it chimed in awe. "It has been lost for a generation of stars. It is the kindler, the rememberer." "My grandfather had it," Leo said. "He said it finds the light that is hidden." The creature's chiming grew softer, sadder. "There is much light that is hidden here. I am Finian. I am the last wisp-keeper of this glade. It is my duty to tend the lights, to help them dance and grow and remember their songs, but I have forgotten how." Finian explained in his chiming, sorrowful voice. The lights of the glade were not just pretty things, they were memories. Memories of joy, of courage, of kindness, of love, all the warm, bright moments from the world above. The wisps gathered them, and Finian's song helped them burn bright and strong. Their combined glow was what sustained the hidden glade, a reservoir of warmth and hope in the heart of the woods. But Finian's heart had grown heavy. A great loneliness had settled upon him, as all the other wisp-keepers had slowly faded away when the world above grew too busy and too loud for quiet memories. Without his joyful song to tend them, the lights were forgetting their own stories. They were growing dim, fading away, and as they did, the darkness was seeping back into the glade, and from there spilling out into the woods and the valley beyond, bringing with it the deep, silent fog. "I have tried to sing," Finian chimed, a single glowing tear tracing a path down his shimmering cheek. "But the song is stuck. The notes are lost in the silence." Leo looked at the fading motes of light, at the dimming canopy, and then at the small, despairing creature before him. He understood despair. He understood the weight of silence. He looked at the ember stone, pulsing warmly in his hand, and he knew why he had been pulled here. It wasn't just to find a hidden world. It was to help a friend. "I don't know any magical songs, Finian," Leo said softly. "But I am a good listener, and my hands, they are good at fixing things. Maybe we can help them remember together." And so began their gentle, patient work. Leo walked with Finian through the glade, the emberstone held before them like a lantern. They would approach a dimming mote of light, hovering listlessly just above the moss. Leo would hold the stone close, and its warm, pulsing glow would seem to stir the tiny light, causing it to brighten slightly. "Now," Leo would whisper to Finian, "try just a little." And Finian, taking a deep, shaky breath, would try to chime. The first attempts were broken, discordant, full of fear. But Leo would just nod, his expression kind and patient. "Again," he'd say, "I hear a little melody in that one. It sounds like the laugh of a child seeing a butterfly for the first time." He wasn't making it up. As he focused on the light, with the emberstone warming his hand, he could feel faint echoes, not images or words, but feelings. A flash of pure delight. A surge of brave determination. The warm, safe feeling of a hand being held. He would describe these feelings to Finian in simple, quiet words. "This one feels like the warmth of soup on a cold day," he'd say. Or, "This one is the proud feeling of building a tower of blocks, just so." And slowly, carefully, Finian would begin to weave these feelings into sound. His chimes became less forced, more fluid. A few tentative notes would rise, then a short, simple melody. And as he sang the story of the light back to it, the mote would brighten, its glow strengthening, pulsing in time with the chiming song. It would rise from the moss, swaying happily, its light now steady and true, before drifting back up to join the others in the canopy. It was slow, painstaking work. They spent what felt like days in the timeless glade, moving from one fading light to another. Leo shared his bread and cheese with Finian, who found he quite liked the crumbly texture of the cheese. In return, Finian showed Leo dewdrops that tasted of peppermint, and showed him how the glowing moss could be woven into soft, luminous blankets. They talked during their rests. Leo spoke of the quiet village and his whittling. Finian spoke of the great, swirling dances of light that used to fill the glade. Their friendship was not built on grand adventures or heroic deeds, but on these small, shared moments. A quiet word of encouragement, the sharing of a simple meal, sitting in comfortable silence by the dark pool, watching the rekindled lights drift overhead. Leo felt his own loneliness, the chill he had carried for so long, beginning to thaw in the warmth of this unexpected companionship. He was no longer just the quiet boy from the edge of the village. He was a helper, a friend, a keeper of stories. And Finian, in turn, began to change. His form, once faint and flickering, grew more solid, shimmering with a healthy, golden light. His chimes grew stronger, more confident. The song was returning to him, not as a duty, but as a joy, a conversation between himself, the lights, and his new friend. Finally, there was only one light left. It was the largest and the dimmest of them all, resting at the very edge of the dark pool. It was a deep, sorrowful blue, and it did not stir, even when Leo held the blazing emberstone right against it. "This is the oldest one," Finian chimed, his voice soft with reverence and sadness. "The first memory, I do not know its story. It was here before me, if it goes out." He didn't need to finish. Leo could feel the immense importance of this single, fading light. He knelt before it, the emberstone cupped in both hands. He closed his eyes and reached out with his feelings, as he had learned to do. What he felt was not a single emotion, but a cascade. It was vast and deep and ancient. It was the fierce, protective love of a mother. It was the thrilling joy of discovery. It was the profound grief of a long farewell. It was the quiet hope of a new beginning. It was too much, a symphony of all the feelings of the world, and it was overwhelming. He couldn't find a simple story to describe it. He opened his eyes, frustrated. I can't, it's everything, Finian. I can't find the words. Finian looked at the light, then at Leo, and then at the emberstone, which was pulsing with a rhythm that matched the frantic beating of Leo's own heart. Understanding dawned in his amber eyes. It is not a story to be told with words, Finian chimed gently. It is a story to be felt. It is the memory of caring itself. You do not need to give it a name, you just need to care. Leo looked at the dying light, this repository of a million caring moments. He thought of his grandmother giving him the box. He thought of Finian's tearful, chiming despair. He thought of the patience they had shared, the small victories, the growing warmth between them. He thought of his own lonely heart, and how it had been filled by this strange, beautiful place and its gentle keeper. He didn't try to find a story. Instead, he simply let all his own feelings of care and friendship flow out of him. He thought of how much he wanted this light, this first memory, to live. He poured all his hope, his kindness, his newfound courage into that simple, silent wish. And as he did, the emberstone in his hands did not just glow, it bloomed. A wave of pure golden warmth erupted from it, not hot, but deeply, profoundly comforting. It washed over the fading blue light, over Finian, over the entire glade. The blue light trembled. Then it began to brighten, shifting from a dying blue to a vibrant, brilliant silver, then to a warm, radiant gold. It rose into the air, growing until it was as bright as a miniature sun. It hovered before them for a moment, pulsing with a grateful, powerful energy, before shooting up into the center of the canopy. The moment it touched the woven branches, their entire glade erupted in light. Every filament in the canopy blazed with a brilliant, silvery white radiance. The thousands of motes of light, now fully restored, began to dance, swirling in complex, beautiful patterns, chiming along with Finian, who was now singing a song of pure, unbridled joy, a song that was both old and new, a song of remembrance and of a friendship newly forged. The darkness at the edges of the glade vanished, banished by the overwhelming brilliance. The glade was now a dome of living, singing light, warmer and more vibrant than it had likely been in centuries. Leo and Finian stood together, watching the dance, their faces bathed in the glorious glow. The transformation was complete. The glade was saved. The darkness was in retreat. Leo knew it was time to go. The pull in his heart was gone, replaced by a deep, peaceful fullness. You will stay, won't you? Finian chimed, his voice hopeful. Leo smiled, a true, easy smile that reached his eyes. I will visit every day, I promise, you are my friend. He said his farewells, and with the emberstone now glowing with a soft, steady, contented light in his pocket, he made his way back through the root-woven tunnel and out into the woods. The change was immediate. The fog was gone. The air was clear and crisp. Sunlight, real golden sunlight, streamed through the canopy of the trees, dappling the forest floor. Birds were singing, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a symphony of life where there had been only silence. When he emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the warm, late afternoon sun. The gray mist had vanished, and the valley was alive with color. People were outside their cottages, chatting and laughing, their faces turned up to the sun in wonder. Leo walked back to his cottage, a quiet boy no longer. He had a secret, a wonderful, warm secret that glowed in his heart, as surely as the emberstone glowed in his pocket. That night, as he sat by his own small fireplace, whittling a little piece of wood into the shape of a small, shimmering creature with long ears, he felt a profound sense of peace. The fire crackled, its light dancing on the walls, but the room was no longer just lit by fire. It was lit from within him by the memory of a hidden glade, a song of chiming bells, and the warm, steady glow of an unexpected friendship. He knew the dark would come again, as it always does. But he also knew that now he carried his own light with him. A light that could find the hidden light in others. A light of patience, of kindness, of listening. A light that had been kindled in a silent glade, and would now burn steady and true for the rest of his days. And as you listen to the crackle of this fire and feel its warmth on your skin, you can carry that knowledge with you too. That even in the deepest dark there is always a light to be found, a friend to be made, a story to be remembered. So close your eyes now, and let the warmth and the peace of this tale carry you away into gentle, starlit dreams, where glades of light await, and friendships glow like embers in the comforting dark. Sleep well. Story 9. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay the little village of Stillwater. It was a place where cobblestone paths wound like sleepy serpents between cottages with thatched roofs, where the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth, and where the gentle, rhythmic tock-tick of the old clock tower was the heartbeat of the community. The keeper of this clock tower was a young woman named Anya. She had a quiet mind and watchful eyes the color of a twilight sky. Her life was a peaceful rhythm of winding gears, polishing brass, and listening to the comforting chimes that marked the hours. But one crisp autumn evening, as Anya was preparing to lower the clock's weights for the night, she noticed something peculiar. The great oaken brass hands of the clock were not moving forward. They were moving backward. Not quickly, not with a frantic whir, but with a slow, deliberate, and impossible grace. The hand that should have been climbing toward the 10 was sinking back toward the 9. The moon, a sliver of silver outside the tower window, seemed to pause in its ascent and watch. Anya felt no fear, only a deep and humming curiosity. She leaned close to the glass face of the clock, her breath fogging the cool surface. The backward march continued, silent and steady. Tock-tick, tock-tick. The next morning the peculiarity had spread. Old Mr. Hemlock, the village baker, found that his famous star anise biscuits, which he always baked at dawn, were already cool and waiting in their tins, as if they had been made the night before. The rain that fell from a gray sky tasted, several villagers remarked, not of the present damp, but of last summer's peaches. And the flowers in the window boxes, the vibrant marigolds and deep blue lobelias, had all faded to a uniform soft silver, as if dusted with starlight. A gentle unease settled over Stillwater. It was not a fearful unease, but the kind one feels when a familiar song is played in a strange new key. The mayor, a flustered man named Pippin, held a meeting in the town square, under the now suspect clock tower. The flow of things is confused, he declared, wringing his hands. Time itself is unspooling. But Anya, standing at the back of the crowd, simply observed. She saw the silver flowers and remembered a lullaby her grandmother used to sing, a rhyme so old its origins were lost. When the clock wins back its chain, and the summer tastes like rain, seek the path the stars have lain, to make the world right again. She whispered the words to herself. It was just a nursery rhyme, a piece of nonsense to soothe children to sleep. But the first 2 lines had come true. Could the third hold a clue? That night, instead of sleeping, Anya climbed the winding stairs of her clock tower. She opened the trapdoor to the roof and lay on her back, looking up at the velvet sky. The constellations were there as always, the great bear, the serpent, the lyre. But as she watched, tracing the familiar patterns, she saw it. A string of stars, usually faint and overlooked, seemed to burn more brightly than the others. They formed a winding, meandering line from the horizon, directly over the whispering woods, and ended at the peak of the distant Lullaby Mountain. seek the path the stars have lain. It was a map written in light. The next day Anya packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweet cider. She told the worried villagers she was going for a walk to think. She followed the cobblestone path to the edge of the woods, where the sounds of the village, the clang of the blacksmith's hammer, the tinkle of wind chimes on porches, faded into the rustle of leaves and the chatter of brooks. The woods were alive with the ambient music of the world. A gentle rain began to fall, pattering a soft rhythm on the broad leaves above, each drop sounding like a tiny, ringing bell. Anya walked for hours, her eyes scanning the forest floor, not sure what she was looking for. She trusted the rhyme, and she trusted the stars. Her first clue came in the form of a red herring, though it was not a fish at all, but a fox. A beautiful red vixen stepped onto the path ahead, a single, shimmering silver petal caught in her fur. She looked at Anya with intelligent eyes, then turned and trotted away, deeper into a thicket of brambles. Thinking the fox must be leading her to the silver flowers, Anya carefully pushed through the thorns. She did not find a field of silver blossoms, but a small, hidden clearing. In its center stood a single, ancient pedestal of moss-covered stone. On it rested a perfect, luminous pearl, pulsing with a soft, internal light. It was not what she was looking for, but it was a discovery of breathtaking beauty. She picked it up, and it felt warm and comforting in her hand, like a captured sigh of contentment. She placed it gently in her pocket, a treasure for another time. Pressing on, she used the position of the sun, filtered through the rain-heavy clouds, to keep her direction aligned with the star path she had memorized. As dusk began to paint the sky in watercolor hues of lavender and rose, she heard a new sound weaving through the rain and the rustling leaves. It was a sound of sorrow, a soft, melodic weeping. She followed the sound to the base of a great, ancient willow tree, its branches weeping like the green tears of the forest itself. There, nestled among its roots, was a small creature Anya had only ever heard of in stories. It was a thistle sprite no taller than her knee, with skin like birch bark and hair of fine, green moss. Its wings, usually like shimmering dragonfly fins, were drooping and dull. It was crying, its tiny shoulders shaking. "Little one," Anya said, her voice as soft as the twilight. "What troubles you so?" The sprite looked up, its eyes like dewdrops. "I am lost," it wept. "I am the keeper of moments. I tend to the little joys, the first laugh of a baby, the warmth of a sunbeam after rain, the taste of a perfectly ripe berry. I collect them and weave them into the flow of time, so the world never forgets how to be happy." Anya sat on the damp moss beside the sprite, not speaking, just listening. The empathy in her quiet presence encouraged the creature to continue. "But I was careless," the sprite sniffled. "I was carrying a satchel full of yesterday's happiest moments to polish them under the starlight, and I tripped. The satchel tore, and all the moments spilled out. They flowed back into the world, but they got tangled. They're pulling time backward, mixing yesterday's tastes and sights with today's. The clock, the flowers, the rain, it's all my fault. And now I've lost my way home, and I cannot fix the tangle from here." Anya understood everything now. The backwards clock, the peach-flavored rain, the silver flowers, they were all spilled moments of joy leaking into the present. The silver was the color of a particularly wonderful, star-filled night from a week ago. She felt no anger toward the little sprite, only a deep compassion for its distress. "Where is your home?" Anya asked gently. "In the Starlight Cavern at the peak of Lullaby Mountain," the sprite said, pointing a tiny finger toward the very peak Anya had been heading for. "But the path is long, and my wings are too heavy with sadness to fly." Anya smiled and opened her satchel. She broke off a piece of bread and gave it to the sprite, then offered it a sip of cider. "Then we shall walk together," she said, "and I will help you gather your spilled moments along the way." So they continued, the young woman and the tiny sprite. As they walked, the sprite, whose name was Pip, would occasionally point and say, "There, a moment of shared laughter is caught in that puddle," or "Look, the echo of a perfect cup of tea is clinging to that fern." Anya would then use the warm, glowing pearl she had found. When she held it near these invisible echoes, they would shimmer into view, a burst of golden light, a wisp of steam smelling of chamomile, and then be gently drawn into the pearl, which glowed a little brighter with each one collected. They followed the star path all through the night, the gentle rain their constant companion. They were not alone, the forest seemed to be helping them. The red fox from earlier reappeared and led them safely around a treacherous bog. A family of badgers showed them a shortcut through a hollow log. The wind chimes of the village were far behind, but the woods had their own music, the deep gong of a bullfrog, the whisper hiss of the willow branches, the crystal chime of water droplets falling from leaf to leaf. Finally, as the first true light of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, they reached the peak of Lullaby Mountain. There was no grand peak, but a gentle, grassy dome with a single dark opening in its side, the entrance to the Starlight Cavern. Inside, the cavern took Anya's breath away. The walls and ceiling were encrusted with crystals that pulsed with a soft, captured light, mirroring the constellations outside. In the center was a still, black pool, as smooth as polished obsidian. This, Pip explained, was the Well of Now, where the moments were meant to be woven. Anya held out the pearl, now blazing like a miniature sun. Pip placed its tiny hands on it and closed its eyes. A river of light poured from the pearl into the well. The black water swirled with colors, the gold of laughter, the blue of serenity, the silver of starlight. The tangled threads of time were slowly, gently being rewoven. When the last sparkle of light vanished into the well, a profound silence fell, followed by a single, clear chime that seemed to ring out across the entire world. Back in Stillwater, Mayor Pippin, who was staring dejectedly at his backwards clock, jumped as the great hands gave a shudder, and then began to move forward once more with a confident tick-tock, tick-tock. The silver petals on the flowers blushed back into their vibrant oranges and blues. The next rainfall tasted, wonderfully, of nothing but clean, fresh water. Anya and Pip emerged from the cavern to see the village below, bathed in the warm light of a perfectly normal, perfectly beautiful morning. Pip's wings were now shimmering and strong. "Thank you," the sprite whispered, its dewdrop eyes full of gratitude. "You fixed the world by being kind." Anya returned to Stillwater not as just the clock keeper, but as a keeper of a greater secret. She told the villagers a story of a lost, sad forest spirit and a tangled path of starlight, leaving out the specific magic of moments. She showed them the beautiful, now dormant pearl as proof of her adventure. The peculiar happenings had frightened no one, but they had intrigued everyone. They had brought the community together in wonder and speculation. Mr. Hemlock began baking memory biscuits that tasted faintly of peaches. The children started a game of hunting for spilled moments of happiness in the woods. The village, once simply peaceful, was now bound by a shared, delightful mystery. That evening, as Anya stood in her clock tower, listening to the steady, reassuring tick-tock and watching the wind play with the chimes on the cottages below, she felt a deep and quiet joy. The world was right again, but it was also more than it had been. It was a world where clocks could run backward, where stars could draw maps, and where the greatest mysteries were solved not with force, but with a watchful eye, a listening heart, and the simple, transformative power of a kind word spoken in the dark. And as the moon rose, clear and bright, over the now slumbering village of Stillwater, it seemed to smile, knowing that all was well, and that dreams on this night would be especially sweet. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm light dancing across the walls of the small room, painting them in shades of gold and amber. The scent of burning oak and a hint of cinnamon from a nearby stick filled the air, a perfume of comfort and safety. Outside, the world was wrapped in the deep velvet of a winter's night, but in here all was warm, all was still. So settle in, dear listener, pull your blanket a little closer, and let the gentle cadence of this tale carry you away to a place where magic glows in the dark, and the greatest journeys begin with a single, curious step. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. Leo was a quiet child, with a heart that listened more than it spoke and eyes that noticed the small, hidden things others often missed. His favorite time was the evening just like this one, when the sun had dipped below the horizon and the world was bathed in the soft, blue-gray light of dusk. It was then that he would sit by his window, watching the forest. And he would watch for the lights. Not the flicker of fireflies, nor the distant lanterns from the village. These were different. They were small, pulsing embers of deep orange and ruby red that drifted between the ancient trees, appearing for a moment before vanishing again, like dying sparks from a great, unseen fire. They were beautiful, and they filled Leo with a profound and gentle curiosity. He called them the glimmer embers. One evening, as a particularly cold wind sighed around the cottage eaves, Leo saw one of the glimmer embers not just drift, but pause. It hovered at the very border where the garden ended and the woods began, pulsing softly, rhythmically, as if it were waiting. Without a second thought, Leo pulled on his warmest coat, the one lined with soft fleece, and slipped out into the chilling air. The ember drifted away as he approached, but it did not vanish. It moved deeper into the wood, and Leo, his breath puffing in small white clouds, followed. The forest at night was a symphony of subtle sounds. The crunch of his boots on the frost-kissed leaves was a steady percussion. The sigh of the wind through the bare branches was a mournful melody. And beneath it all, the gentle, almost silent pulse of the glimmer ember was the conductor, leading him on. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, the world shrinking to the circle of soft light from the small lantern he carried and the beckoning glow ahead. The further he went, the more the ordinary night seemed to change. The air grew warmer, losing its winter bite, and carried the rich, loamy scent of turned earth and blooming night flowers. The skeletal trees gave way to ones with silvery bark and leaves that shimmered with a light of their own, casting a soft, pearlescent glow upon the path. Leo had found it. The hidden world nestled within nature's embrace. This was the Emberwood. In the heart of this hidden grove, the source of the glimmer embers was revealed. A great ancient tree stood, its bark like cooled lava, cracked and rough. From its branches hung not leaves, but clusters of the glowing embers, pulsing with a gentle, inner warmth. And sitting at the base of this tree, looking small and forlorn, was a creature Leo had never seen before. It was about the size of a hare, with fur the color of ashes and smoldering charcoal. Its ears were long and twitched nervously, and its eyes were two pools of molten gold. But most remarkable of all was its tail, which was not fur, but a single steady burning flame, flickering with soft oranges and blues. The creature looked up at Leo, its golden eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. "Hello," Leo said, his voice a whisper in the tranquil grove. The creature flinched, pressing itself closer to the tree. Its fiery tail dimmed slightly. "I won't hurt you," Leo said, kneeling slowly so he wouldn't seem so tall. "My name is Leo. I followed the lights." The creature blinked. It uncurled itself just a little. You can see me." Its voice was like the soft crackle of a hearth, warm and slightly rough. "I can," Leo said. "And the lights, are they yours?" The creature shook its head, a sad little motion. "They are the heart light of the Emberwood. They are fading, and so am I." It gestured with a small, clawed paw to its tail. The flame, which should have been bright and vigorous, was indeed burning low, its light weak and guttering. "I am a cinderkin. My name is Pippin. Our light is tied to the great tree. As its light fades, so does the light of all my kind." Leo looked around. Now that Pippin mentioned it, he could see that many of the glimmer embers on the tree were indeed dimmer than he had first thought. Their pulse was slower, their glow more subdued. A gentle mystery was unfolding before him, a problem woven from smoke and shadow. Why is it fading? Leo asked, his heart aching for the small creature and its dying home. Pippin's ears drooped. The heartstone is gone. It is a crystal that rests in a hollow of the great tree, and it focuses the light of the world, turning it into the warmth that sustains us. It was stolen many moon turnings ago. We do not know by whom or why. Without it, the emberwood is slowly growing cold. An unexpected friendship was kindled there in that moment, warmed by shared concern. Leo saw the sorrow in Pippin's golden eyes and felt a fierce desire to help. He was just a boy, small and unsure, but his heart burned steady and true. "I'll help you find it," Leo said, the words feeling both impossibly large and perfectly right as he spoke them. Pippin looked at him, a tiny spark of hope igniting in its gaze. "You would do that for me, for us?" Leo simply nodded. And so their journey began. A journey that would transform the protagonist as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away his doubts and fears, leaving behind something stronger and brighter. Pippin, with a great effort, plucked one of the dimmer glimmer embers from a low-hanging branch. It floated in the air before Leo, its light a soft, warm beacon. "This will guide us," Pippin said, his own tail flame flaring a little brighter with newfound determination. "It will respond to the presence of the heartstone. It will glow brighter the closer we get." They left the sanctuary of the emberwood and ventured back into the deeper, darker parts of the forest. The world outside the hidden grove was sharper, colder. The trees were twisted and claw-like against the star-dusted sky, and the wind had a keening edge to it. Leo walked carefully, the glimmer ember floating ahead, its light a small, defiant challenge to the encompassing dark. Pippin scurried beside him, a tiny, warm presence at his side. Their path was not easy. They came to a wide, rushing river, its waters black and churning in the night. The only way across was a fallen log, slick with frost and moss. "I can't," Leo whispered, his courage faltering as he looked at the treacherous bridge and the roaring water below. "I'll fall." Pippin looked up at him. "You followed the lights into the unknown," the Cinderkin said, its crackly voice gentle. "That was the bravest step. This is just a log. Look at my light, trust it. I will go first." And Pippin did, skittering across the log with a natural grace, its fiery tail leaving a brief, glowing trail in the air. It stood on the other side, a small, brave beacon. "Your turn, Leo, one step at a time. Don't look down, look at me." Leo took a deep, shuddering breath. He focused on Pippin's warm, golden eyes and the steady flame of its tail. He placed one foot on the log, then the other. The bark was slippery and his heart hammered in his chest. But he didn't look down. He kept his eyes on his friend, on the point of light and warmth in the darkness. Step by slow, deliberate step, he made his way across, his fear burning away with each movement, replaced by a glowing ember of confidence. On the other side, Pippin nudged his hand with a warm, ash-furred head. "You see," the Cinderkin said, "you are braver than you know." They journeyed on, the glimmer ember pulsing a little more brightly now, leading them up a steep, rocky slope where the wind whipped and howled. Leo's muscles ached, and the cold seeped through his coat. He wanted to stop, to rest, to give up. "I'm so tired, Pippin," he murmured, his voice barely audible over the gale. "So am I," Pippin admitted, its own flame flickering weakly. "But the emberwood is counting on us. My family is counting on us. Think of the warmth of the grove. Think of the great tree waiting for its heart to return. Let that thought be your fuel." And so Leo did. He thought of the beautiful, silent grove, of the gentle pulse of the lights, of the friendship he had found in this strange, magical creature. He found a reserve of strength he didn't know he possessed, a warmth that bloomed from within, pushing back the cold fatigue. He kept climbing and Pippin kept pace, their shared purpose a fire that would not be extinguished. At the summit of the slope they found a cave, its entrance yawning like a dark mouth. And from within, the glimmer ember they carried blazed with a sudden, brilliant light, shining like a tiny sun. "It's here," Pippin whispered, its voice trembling with excitement and fear. They crept inside. The cave was deep and dry, and in its center, resting on a flat, gray stone, was the Heartstone. It was not what Leo had expected. It wasn't a dazzling gem, but a rough, uncut crystal about the size of his fist. But within its depths a fire smoldered, shifting through colors of deep crimson, bright gold, and soft orange. It was beautiful, and it radiated a profound, comforting warmth. But guarding it was a large, shaggy beast, curled asleep. It was a stone sleeper, a creature made of living rock and moss, known for hoarding shiny objects. It hadn't stolen the Heartstone out of malice, but out of a simple, instinctual desire for its beautiful, glowing light. Leo's first impulse was to simply grab the stone and run, but something in Pippin's quiet stance stopped him. The Cinderkin was looking at the sleeping beast not with anger, but with a sort of sad understanding. "It is only lonely," Pippin murmured. It wanted something beautiful to look at, something warm to keep it company in this dark cave. Leo understood. The mystery was solved not with a battle, but with compassion. The stone sleeper wasn't a villain, it was just another lonely heart in the vast woods. "What do we do?" Leo asked. Pippin thought for a moment, its fiery tail twitching. "We must give it something in return, a trade, a gift." Leo thought of the small, smooth river stone he always carried in his pocket for luck. It was plain and gray, utterly ordinary. But then he had an idea. He took the stone and very carefully held it near Pippin's tail. The Cinderkin understood, focusing its will, and a tiny, permanent spark of its own fire transferred to the river stone, making it glow with a gentle, steady, internal light. It was now a little sunstone, warm to the touch and beautifully radiant. Leo crept forward and with a quietly beating heart, placed the glowing sunstone right beside the Heartstone. He then slowly, gently picked up the Heartstone. It was wonderfully warm in his hands, like holding a captured piece of sunlight. The stone sleeper stirred, its rocky eyelids fluttering open. It saw Leo holding the Heartstone and let out a low, rumbling grumble. But then its gaze fell upon the new stone, the one that glowed with a soft, friendly light. It blinked its slow, stony blinks, and then a deep, contented rumble echoed in its chest. It nudged the sunstone with its nose, a clear gesture of acceptance, and curled back around its new treasure, its rumbling soon turning into the familiar sounds of peaceful sleep. Leo and Pippin backed out of the cave, the Heartstone safely cradled in Leo's hands. The journey back was different. The world seemed less hostile. The river seemed quieter, the path less steep. The Heartstone in Leo's hands cast a wide, warm circle of light around them, pushing back the shadows and filling them both with a deep, abiding joy. The glimmer ember that had guided them now flew in joyful loops around their heads, its light brighter than ever. When they finally stepped back into the emberwood, a change was already underway. The great tree seemed to sigh, a sound of profound relief. As Leo approached and with Pippin's guidance placed the Heartstone back into its hollow in the trunk, the transformation was immediate and breathtaking. A wave of warm, golden light pulsed out from the tree, flowing through the grove like a gentle tide. The dim glimmer embers on the branches flared, burning bright and vigorous, their pulsing rhythm strong and healthy once more. New embers budded and bloomed, filling the air with their drifting, fiery light. The very air hummed with warmth and vitality. Pippin gasped. The flame on its tail, which had been so weak, roared to life, burning tall and bright, a brilliant torch of oranges, reds, and yellows. The cinderkin looked up at Leo, its golden eyes shining with tears of pure happiness. "You did it, Leo," Pippin said, its voice thick with emotion. "You saved us." But Leo shook his head, looking at his friend. "We did it, Pippin. I couldn't have done it without you." It was the truth. The journey had transformed him. The quiet, watching boy was gone, and in his place was someone who knew the strength of his own heart, the power of kindness, and the warmth of true friendship. He had faced his fears, found strength in weariness, and learned that even the darkest path could be lit by a single, steady glow. The other cinderkin, drawn by the returning light, emerged from hiding places around the grove. They were small, furry creatures, each with their own uniquely colored flame tails, and they gathered around Leo and Pippin, their combined light filling the grove with a celebration of warmth and color. They brought him sweet nectar from night-blooming flowers and soft, woven blankets made from moon moss, and for a long, happy while Leo sat amongst his new friends, the air filled with the soft, crackling sound of their joyful chatter. But soon the deep peace of the grove and the exertions of the journey began to weigh on Leo's eyelids. Pippin noticed. "Come," the cinderkin said softly. "It is time for you to return to your world, but know this, Leo of the quiet heart, you will always be a friend of the Emberwood, and you will always have a light to guide you." Pippin led him back to the edge of the hidden world. As Leo stepped back into the familiar, colder air of the outer woods, he turned for one last look. The Emberwood was a vision of contained, radiant warmth, a secret heart beating with fire and life. Pippin stood at the border, a small, bright figure waving a fiery-tailed farewell. Leo walked home through the now gentle night, the memory of the warmth clinging to him like a soft cloak. He slipped back into the quiet cottage and went to his window. And there, drifting at the very edge of the forest, he saw not just one, but a dozen glimmer embers, pulsing strong and bright, a silent promise from his friends in the hidden world. He climbed into his bed, the cool sheets soon warming with his own body heat. He closed his eyes, and in his mind he was back in the Emberwood, surrounded by gentle light and the soft, crackling sounds of friendship. He felt the steady, comforting weight of the Heartstone in his hands, and the brave, warm gaze of Pippin, the friend he had found in the dark. His breathing slowed, matching the gentle, rhythmic pulsing of the lights in his memory. The journey was over. The mystery was solved. The friendship was sealed. And his own heart, once just a quiet observer, now held a small, steady burning ember of its own, a light of courage, kindness, and the knowledge that even the smallest person can change the world. So sleep now, dear listener, and may your dreams be as warm and bright as the Emberwood. May you find courage for your journeys, friendship in unexpected places, and may your own heart always burn steady and true. The fire in the hearth is burning low now, its light soft and gentle, ready to carry you into a peaceful, restful slumber. Good night. Story 11. The fire crackles softly in the hearth, casting dancing orange shadows across the room. The warmth wraps around you like a favorite blanket, and the gentle hiss and pop of the burning logs is a quiet song for a sleepy evening. So settle in, close your eyes, and let me tell you a story. It's a story about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed in the deepest dark. In a village nestled in a valley cupped like hands against the mountain wind, there lived a boy named Kael. He was a quiet child, with thoughtful eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While the other children raced through the cobblestone streets, playing games of chase and daring, Kael preferred the company of the woods that bordered the village. He knew the secret paths where the rabbits made their runs, the clearings where the deer came to drink at twilight, and the ancient, gnarled oak that stood as a silent sentinel on the hill. But Kael carried a quiet sadness, a feeling he couldn't quite name. It was a hollow space inside him, a coldness that the warmest summer sun or the thickest winter quilt couldn't seem to reach. He felt it most keenly during the Festival of Embers, the village's most cherished celebration. It was a night when every family would light a special lantern, its light said to represent the enduring warmth of the home and heart. The village square would blaze with 100 points of light, laughter would ring out, and stories would be shared. But Kael's own lantern always seemed dimmer than the others, its light frail and hesitant. It made him feel apart, as if his own heart's fire was too weak to burn truly bright. This particular year, as the festival approached, the feeling was heavier than ever. His father, a kind man with hands roughened by woodworking, had carved him a beautiful new lantern from pale ash wood. His mother had stitched a new sheath for it from deep blue cloth. But Kael dreaded the moment he would have to light the candle within, fearing its feeble glow would betray the cold emptiness he felt. The day before the festival, unable to bear the cheerful preparations, Kael slipped away into the woods. He walked without a destination, his feet carrying him along familiar trails that grew fainter and fainter the deeper he went. The air grew cool and still, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting, dappled patterns. He walked until he found himself at the base of the ancient oak on the hill. He placed his hand against its rough, mossy bark, seeking the comfort he always found. But today the comfort was tinged with that familiar sorrow. A single hot tear traced a path down his cheek. As it fell, it landed on a peculiar, half-buried stone at the base of the tree. It was a stone unlike any he had seen, dark and smooth, but shot through with veins of a mineral that caught the light, gleaming with a deep, fiery copper. Curious, Kael brushed away the leaf litter and dirt. The stone was not a stone at all, but a lid, perfectly fitted over a hole that descended into darkness. His heart beat a little faster. He had explored these woods his whole life and had never seen this. With an effort, he pried the lid aside. A rush of cool, sweet air flowed out, carrying a scent of old stone and something else, something like distant, smoldering cinnamon and clove. Peering down, he saw no bottom, only a profound blackness. But then deep, deep below, he saw a flicker. A single tiny point of light, glowing with the soft, warm orange of a dying ember. Then another, and another. Soon the darkness below was punctuated by dozens of these gentle, pulsing lights, drifting and swirling in an unseen current. A set of narrow, steep steps had been carved into the earth, winding down into the gloom. Without quite knowing why, without a thought for the time or the fading light above, Kael began to climb down. The air grew warmer as he descended, and the strange, spiced scent grew stronger. The sound of the forest above, the rustle of leaves, the call of birds, faded away, replaced by a new sound, a soft, melodic hum, like 1,000 tiny bees singing a lullaby. He climbed for what felt like a long time, until finally his feet found level ground. He stood in a vast, subterranean cavern. But it was not a dark, fearsome place. The ceiling was so high it was lost in shadow, but the cavern itself was illuminated by the creatures he had seen from above. They were fireflies, but unlike any he had ever seen. They were larger, their bodies the color of polished walnut, and the light they emitted from their abdomens was not a cold, electric flicker, but the rich, steady, pulsing glow of hot coals in a hearth. They drifted through the air, their light casting a warm, amber radiance that revealed an impossible world. Great, luminous mushrooms in shades of apricot and gold grew in clusters, their caps shedding a soft light. A slow-moving river flowed through the center of the cavern, its water black as obsidian, but glittering with the reflected ember light of the fireflies. The very air seemed to shimmer with warmth, and the melodic hum he had heard was the sound of the fireflies themselves, a chorus of contentment. And there, sitting on a smooth stone by the glowing river, was an old woman. She was small and bent, her skin like wrinkled parchment, and her hair was a cloud of pure white. She was weaving a basket from glowing reeds that grew by the water's edge, her fingers moving with a practiced, gentle grace. She did not look up as Kael approached, but her voice, as soft and crackling as dry leaves, broke the silence. "The boy with the quiet heart has found his way at last," she said. "I am Lyra, keeper of this place." Kael was too astonished to speak. He simply stood, his mouth slightly agape, taking in the wonder of the Glimmer Deep, for that is what he would later learn this place was called. Lyra finally looked up, and her eyes were the same warm, ember orange as the fireflies. They held a deep, ancient kindness. "You have been searching for a long time, haven't you, child?" she asked. Kael found his voice, though it was little more than a whisper. I don't know what I'm searching for." "A light that does not flicker," Lyra said simply. "A warmth that does not fade. It is why you are here. It is why they brought you." She gestured to the swirling constellation of fireflies above them. "They brought me." "The glimmerflies feel the heart's weather," she explained, returning to her weaving. "They are drawn to cold spaces, to the quiet, lonely places in a soul. Their light is a gift. It is not a fire that consumes, but one that comforts, a steady, enduring glow." One of the glimmerflies drifted down and landed on Kael's outstretched hand. Its tiny feet were cool, but the light it emitted pulsed with a gentle, palpable warmth that seeped into his skin, right down to the bone. For the first time in as long as he could remember, the hollow, cold feeling inside him eased, just a little. "Their light is fading," Lyra said, her voice now tinged with a deep sadness. "The great heartstone at the center of our river, the source that feeds their glow, is growing dim. Its song is growing quiet. If it goes out entirely, the glimmerflies will fade into ordinary insects, and this place will be lost to the cold and the dark." Kael looked at the glimmerfly on his hand, its light pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm. He felt a fierce, protective surge in his chest. "What can be done?" he asked. "The heartstone is not fed by wood or coal," Lyra said. "It is fed by stories, true stories, stories of kindness found in unexpected places, of friendships that warm the heart, of quiet courage and personal growth. These stories are like kindling for its eternal flame. For years I have been its keeper, sharing the stories I have collected, but I am old and my own stories have grown thin with retelling. The stone needs new tales, fresh embers for its fire." She looked directly at Kael, her ember eyes holding his. "The world above has forgotten how to tell such stories. They are too loud, too rushed. They seek grand, blazing fires and miss the beauty of the steady, enduring ember. But you listen. You have the quiet heart that can hear the true stories. You could help me rekindle it." And so, Kael's true journey began. It was not a journey of great distance, for he remained in the Glimmer Deep, but a journey of transformation, as sure as fire transforms wood. Each day he would descend the hidden stair, leaving the bustling, noisy world above for the warm, humming quiet below. Lyra taught him the ways of the hidden world. He learned which mushrooms could be harvested for their gentle light without harming them, how to gather the singing reeds by the river, and how to listen to the subtle music of the glimmerflies. His task, his great and gentle mystery to solve, was to find the stories that could save the Heartstone. Lyra told him that these stories were not written in books, but were lived. They were all around, waiting for a listener with a kind and patient heart. So Kael began to listen. Truly listen. He returned to his village not as the sad, withdrawn boy, but as a quiet observer. He sat with old Finn, the fisherman, who everyone thought was just a grumpy old man. But Kael listened, and he heard the story of how Finn, as a young man, had risked his own boat in a storm to rescue a rival's family, an act of quiet courage that had forged a friendship that lasted a lifetime. It was a story Finn had never told anyone, the memory a warm, private ember in his heart. Kael spent time with Alara, the baker's daughter, who was always covered in flour and had a laugh like ringing bells. He learned that her joy came from a simple, profound friendship with a wounded sparrow she had nursed back to health, a small creature that now followed her everywhere, a testament to her gentle heart. He even listened to the wind in the trees and the chatter of the squirrels, and in their own way they too had stories, of a pine cone shared in a lean winter, of a warning call that saved a family from a fox. Each evening he would return to the Glimmer Deep, and sitting by the dimming Heartstone, a great crystalline formation that rose from the center of the river, its light now a faltering, deep red, he would share the stories he had collected. He would tell them not with grand gestures, but with simple, honest words, letting the truth and warmth of the tales speak for themselves. And as he spoke, a wondrous thing would happen. The glimmerflies would gather around him, their humming chorus swelling into a beautiful, resonant song. They would drift toward the Heartstone, and as Kael's story reached its climax, the moment of kindness, the spark of friendship, the act of quiet courage, the glimmerflies would press against the stone. Their emberlight would flow into it, and the stone would pulse once brightly, its color shifting from a weary red to a hopeful, vibrant orange. A new, small vein of light would appear within its crystal depths, and the cavern would grow a little warmer, a little brighter. Lyra would watch, her wrinkled face softening into a smile. "You see, Kael," she would say, her voice full of pride. "You are not just finding stories, you are learning to see the light in others, and in doing so you are kindling your own." She was right. The cold hollow inside him was filling, not with a roaring, boastful flame, but with a deep, steady warmth. He felt connected to Finn, to Alara, to the woods, to the very world around him. He had discovered that the most powerful light wasn't the brightest or the loudest, but the one that burned truest and longest, the light of empathy and connection. The night before the Festival of Embers arrived. The Heartstone was brighter than it had been in years, its light now a consistent, warm gold, but Lyra gathered Kael by the river, her expression serious. "The stone is stronger," she said, "but it is not yet whole. It needs one more story. The most important one. It needs your story, Kael." "My story?" he asked, bewildered. "But I don't have a story, I've just been listening." "Oh, my dear boy," Lyra said, her ember eyes twinkling. "Your journey is the story of a quiet boy who felt cold and alone, who discovered a hidden world in an unexpected friendship. The story of how he learned to listen, and in listening, learned to heal not just a magical stone, but his own heart. That is the ember that will make the fire burn steady and true. That is the story of personal growth." That night, as the village above began to light its lanterns for the festival, Kael stood before the Heartstone. The glimmerflies swirled around him in a silent, expectant cloud. Lyra sat on her stone, watching him with unwavering faith. Kael took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and began to speak. He told the story of his own loneliness. He spoke of the dim lantern and the hollow feeling. He described finding the hidden entrance, meeting Lyra, and discovering the glimmerflies. He recounted his quest for stories, and how in seeking light for others, he had found it for himself. He spoke of the warmth of Lyra's friendship, the wisdom in her quiet words, and the gentle comfort of the glimmerfly's glow. He told them about the transformation inside him, how the cold emptiness had been replaced by a connection to all living things. As he spoke his truth, his voice grew stronger, filled with a warmth and conviction he had never known. The glimmerflies began to glow with an intensity that lit the entire cavern in a brilliant, golden-orange radiance. Their hum rose to a triumphant, beautiful crescendo. They flew as one to the Heartstone, not just pressing against it, but merging with it. A final, glorious pulse of light erupted from the stone, so bright that Kael had to shield his eyes. When he looked again, the Heartstone was blazing like a captured sun, its light constant and unwavering. The cavern was filled with a profound, peaceful warmth. The glimmerflies, their light now even brighter and steadier, drifted happily through the air, their song a gentle, contented sigh. Lyra rose and came to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have done it, Kael. You have saved the Glimmerdeep, and you have found your own light." She reached into a pouch at her belt and pulled out a small, smooth stone. It was dark, but within it, a single, steady ember of light glowed, pulsing in time with his own heartbeat. "A piece of the Heartstone," she said, pressing it into his hand. It was wonderfully warm. "So you will always remember the warmth within you, and so you will always be able to find your way back." Kael climbed the stairs back to the world above, the warm stone clutched in his hand. He emerged under a sky full of stars, the sounds of the festival floating up from the village. He ran home, his heart feeling full and light. When he arrived at the village square, it was a sea of lanterns. He saw his parents, their faces etched with worry that melted into relief when they saw him. He took his place beside them, holding up his beautiful, pale ashwood lantern. His father lit the candle within, and this time it did not burn with a frail, hesitant light. It blazed. It shone with a clear, strong, golden flame that rivaled any other in the square. It was warm and steady, a beacon of the fire he now carried inside. His parents looked at him, then at each other with wonder. They saw that their quiet boy was still quiet, but the sadness in his eyes was gone, replaced by a deep, peaceful light. Kael never told anyone about the Glimmerdeep or Lyra or the Glimmerflies. Some mysteries are too precious to be spoken of in the loud world. But he carried the warmth with him always. He became the village's quiet storyteller, the one people would seek out when they needed a kind word or a listening ear. He continued to collect the small, true stories of kindness and friendship, and in sharing them, he kept the embers of his own heart and the hearts of others burning bright. And sometimes, on a quiet evening, he would walk to the ancient oak, place his hand on the bark, and feel the gentle, humming warmth from deep below, a secret friendship that warmed his heart forevermore. So remember as you drift towards sleep, that the most powerful light is often the one that burns quietly within. It is fed by kindness, by friendship, and by the small, brave act of listening. It is a light that can transform the coldest of spaces and guide you home. Let that warmth fill you now, a gentle, steady glow to carry you into peaceful dreams. The fire crackles softly, the room is warm, and all is well. Sleep tight. Story 12. The little village of Oakhaven nestled in a gentle curve of the whispering woods, a place where the cobblestones were worn smooth by generations of dancing feet, and the lamplight glowed with a soft, buttery warmth. Every evening, as the great clock tower in the town square chimed 7 times, the villagers would light their lanterns, and the whole place would shimmer like a handful of amber gems tossed upon the velvet cloak of night. High above, the stars would wink into existence, a constant, glittering tapestry that the villagers used to tell stories and mark the seasons. But one autumn evening, as the clock finished its 7th chime and the lanterns were lit, a soft, collective gasp rippled through Oakhaven. The sky, usually so generously scattered with starlight, seemed sparse. A great patch of darkness stretched above the old willow tree by the pond, a void where the familiar constellation of the silver squirrel usually frolicked. Not just one star was missing, but the entire shape had vanished, leaving behind an unsettling emptiness. The next night it was worse. The Laughing Brook constellation, a winding river of stars that flowed across the northern sky, was gone. And the night after that, the bright, guiding star at the tip of the Shepherd's Crook had been plucked from the heavens. A quiet unease settled over Oakhaven. The nights felt darker, the wind a little colder. The gentle, rhythmic plink-plink of rain from the gutters, usually so comforting, now sounded like a sad, slow melody. In a small cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and rising dough always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a quiet way about him, with kind eyes that noticed the little things others missed, the way the dew clung to a spiderweb in the morning, or the secret language of the fireflies. He didn't believe in monsters or wicked spells. He believed that every problem, no matter how peculiar, had a reason, if only one looked closely enough. As he kneaded dough by his fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows of flour-dusted hands on the wall, he listened to the villagers' whispers. "It's the shadow's nature," murmured the elderly clockmaker, polishing his spectacles. "An old tale my grandmother told. It steals the light to feed the endless dark." "Nonsense," said the plump, cheerful weaver. "I think the stars are simply tired. They've been shining for so long they need a rest." But Rowan noticed something else. The disappearances weren't random. Each missing constellation was connected to an old, half-forgotten nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope. The rhyme about the silver squirrel spoke of it, storing starlight in its nest. The laughing brook was said to carry moonbeams to the sea. And the shepherd's crook was used to herd the clouds of dreams. That night Rowan took his warmest cloak and a lantern that cast a gentle, golden pool of light around his feet. He walked to the town square where the great clock ticked its steady, reassuring rhythm. He looked not at the empty sky, but at the ground, at the walls, at the very air of Oakhaven. And he saw the first clue. On the mossy stone wall of the well, the raindrops weren't just falling. They were tracing the faint, shimmering outline of the missing silver squirrel before soaking into the moss. The starlight wasn't gone, it was being redirected. The next day he visited the village library, a cozy room that smelled of old paper and dried lavender. He found a dusty, embroidered map of the Whispering Woods, drawn by the village founders. It wasn't a map of paths and clearings, but of places of resonance, spots where the starlight was said to be brightest and most potent. One such spot was marked with a tiny, embroidered squirrel, right where the old willow tree stood. Another, marked with a winding brook, was deep in a fern-filled grove. Rowan decided to follow the map. His first journey was to the fern grove. The woods were alive with ambient sounds, the gentle sigh of the wind through the pine needles, the distant, melodic tinkling of someone's glass wind, chimes from a cottage hidden amongst the trees. As he pushed aside a curtain of ferns, his heart leapt. There on the forest floor was a patch of flowers he had never seen before. Their petals were the color of a twilight sky, and they pulsed with a soft, internal light, as if they had swallowed tiny fragments of the Laughing Brook constellation. This was a delightful red herring. Had the flowers stolen the starlight? He carefully dug around the roots, but found only rich, dark soil. The flowers were not thieves, but vessels. They were simply holding the light, not taking it. Puzzled, he returned to the village. The clock tower chimed, and he saw the town's grumpy badger, who ran the general store, chasing a scrap of glowing blue paper that the wind had snatched from his hand. Rowan helped him catch it. The paper was covered in complex, swirling diagrams and what looked like musical notes. The badger huffed, "Nuisance. That apprentice of mine is always dropping his silly scribbles." An apprentice. Rowan's curiosity was piqued. He knew the badger had taken on a young, shy hedgehog as an apprentice tinkerer. Could this be connected? It seemed another red herring, a misdirection into the world of cogs and gears, when the mystery was one of light and sky. That evening, sitting by his crackling fire with a cup of chamomile tea, Rowan pieced it all together. The nursery rhymes spoke of the stars' purpose. The map showed where their light was strongest. The flowers and the raindrops showed the light was being channeled, not stolen. And the apprentice's diagrams, they weren't for a machine, but for a conductor, a way to guide energy. He went to the badger's workshop, a cluttered, wonderful place smelling of oil and ozone. There, looking very small and worried, was the hedgehog apprentice, surrounded by intricate models of the constellations made from copper wire and bits of polished glass. I didn't mean to cause trouble," the the hedgehog whispered, his voice trembling. "My name is Pip." Rowan sat on a stool beside him, his voice soft and understanding. "Tell me, Pip, what were you trying to do?" And the story tumbled out. Pip was an orphan, raised on the stories and rhymes of the village. He loved the stars more than anything, but he was terribly lonely. He had noticed that the starlight in certain spots was fading, growing old and tired, just as the weaver had joked. Using his skill as a tinkerer and the old rhymes as a guide, he had found a way to gently gather the fading starlight and channel it through the rain and the roots of the forest, feeding it into the special, light-hungry flowers he had cultivated and into the village's own lanterns, to make them burn brighter and warmer through the coming winter. He was trying to strengthen the community's light, but in doing so, he had accidentally dimmed the sky. The diagrams were his calculations, his attempt to control the flow so he wouldn't take too much. He wasn't a thief, he was a gardener, a carer, who had simply made a mistake. Rowan felt a swell of empathy for the little hedgehog. "You have a beautiful heart, Pip," he said. "But the stars belong to everyone. Their light isn't meant to be stored away, even for a good reason. It's meant to be shared freely." Together, they came up with a new plan. That night, the entire village of Oakhaven gathered in the square, following Rowan's request. They brought their lanterns, their musical instruments, and their kindest smiles. Pip, with Rowan's encouragement, showed them his delicate copper models. He explained what he had done, his voice growing stronger as he saw understanding, not anger, in their faces. Then, as the clock chimed 7, they worked together. The villagers held up the copper constellations, aiming them at the dark patches in the sky. Pip, with a final, careful adjustment to his apparatus, began to reverse the flow. The starlight that had been feeding the flowers and the lanterns now streamed upwards, a river of liquid silver flowing from the earth back to the heavens. It was a slow, beautiful process. One by one, the stars of the silver squirrel winked back into place, brighter than ever. Then the laughing brook shimmered into existence, its light reflecting in the pond below. Finally, the bright tip of the shepherd's crook blazed forth, casting a clear, benevolent light over them all. The village erupted not in cheers, but in a soft, collective sigh of wonder. The sky was whole again. But something else had changed. The glowing flowers in the fern grove did not go dark. Pip had learned to share the light, leaving them with a gentle, permanent luminescence. And the village lanterns seemed to hold a new, resilient warmth. Pip was no longer a lonely apprentice. He was the Starlight Tinkerer, a beloved member of the community. The badger, with a gruff but proud smile, gave him a proper workshop. The villagers brought him stories and rhymes, and he used them to create beautiful, star-catching lanterns for every home, ensuring no one would ever be in the dark. As the gentle rain began to fall again, its plink, 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 a soothing percussion to the wind chime's melody, Rowan stood with his friends, looking up at the restored sky. The mystery was solved not by chasing shadows, but by following a trail of kindness. The peculiar happenings had led not to a villain, but to a lonely heart, and the resolution had woven that heart into the very fabric of the village, making it stronger and brighter than before. And as the fire in the town's great hearth crackled, casting a warm, steady glow on all their peaceful, smiling faces, the stars above Oakhaven shone on, a promise that even when light seems to fade, it is never truly lost, only waiting to be found again by someone who knows how to look. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its light dancing across the room in patterns of gold and shadow. It was on such an evening, when the world outside was wrapped in a blanket of quiet and stars, that a story long remembered comes to mind. It is a story of a quiet boy, a hidden path, and a light that glowed with the warmth of a promise. In a small cottage at the edge of a vast and slumbering forest, there lived a boy named Kaelen. He was a quiet child with a heart that listened more than it spoke, and eyes that saw the small, shy wonders others often missed. His world was one of soft routines, the scent of baking bread, the whisper of wind through the pine needles, and the gentle weight of his grandmother's knitted shawl around his shoulders each evening. But within his quiet heart, Kaelen carried a small, cold worry. He felt as though he were a candle yet unlit, waiting for a spark that never came. He watched the other children in the village race and shout with an easy confidence he could not find in himself, and he wondered if he would ever feel truly brave or sure or bright. One afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, he found a small, wooden box tucked away beneath a dusty eave. It was carved with patterns of twisting vines and curious, sleeping animals. There was no lock, but the lid seemed sealed by time itself. As he brushed the dust from its surface, his fingers found a small, smooth depression in the center. Without thinking, he pressed his thumb there. A soft click echoed in the quiet attic, and the lid sprang open just a sliver. From within, a faint, warm light pulsed, like the last embers of a dying fire. With a heart that beat a little quicker, Kaelen lifted the lid. Nestled on a bed of faded velvet was a smooth, oval stone. It was the color of dark honey, and deep within its heart, a light glowed. It was not the sharp, brilliant light of a diamond, but the gentle, steady warmth of a hearth fire seen from a distance. As he held it in his palm, a strange thing happened. A soft, wordless feeling of comfort seeped into him, as if the stone itself were a tiny, portable piece of home. His grandmother, seeing his discovery, smiled a slow, knowing smile. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "The Heartstone. I wondered where it had wandered off to." "What is it?" Kaelen asked, his voice a whisper. "It is a guide," she said, settling into an old rocking chair. "It does not show you the path you must take, but it lights the path you are meant to take. It glows for truth, for courage, and for the kind of magic that lives in quiet things and kind hearts." That night, Kaelen could not sleep. He held the Heartstone, watching its gentle, pulsing light paint his ceiling with amber shapes. A longing, deep and profound, stirred within him. He wanted to be the kind of person the stone would glow for. He wanted to find the path he was meant to take. Slipping from his bed, he pulled on his warmest tunic and crept to the cottage door. The forest at night was a sea of ink and silver, but as he stepped onto the dew-kissed grass, the Heartstone in his pocket began to glow a little brighter. It cast a small, warm pool of light at his feet, and as he looked towards the ancient woods, he saw it. A path no wider than a rabbit's trail was illuminated by the stone's gentle radiance. It was a path he had never seen before, woven between the gnarled roots of the great oaks, beckoning him inward. And so Kaelen's journey began. The forest at night was a symphony of soft sounds. The crunch of his boots on fallen leaves was a gentle percussion. The sigh of the wind through the high branches was a string section playing a lullaby. Far away, an owl asked its question of the moon, and the rustle of some small, unseen creature in the undergrowth was the rustle of the audience settling in. The air was cool, but the light from the Heartstone seemed to carry its own warmth, wrapping around him like an invisible scarf. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, the path always clear before him in the stone's amber glow. After a time, the path began to descend into a deep gully, where a stream chuckled over smooth, gray stones. It was here that Kaelen heard a different sound, a soft, distressed whimper. The Heartstone pulsed warmly in his hand, urging him off the main path. He pushed aside a curtain of hanging ivy, and there, caught in a thicket of brambles, was a small fox. Its fur was the color of autumn, and its eyes, wide with fear, reflected the Heartstone's light like twin pools of liquid gold. One of its back legs was tangled tightly in the thorny vines. Kaelen's first instinct was to freeze. He was not a woodsman. He did not know how to handle a wild creature. But the fox's whimper was so full of fear, and the heartstone in his hand glowed so steadily, that his own fear began to melt away. He approached slowly, his movements soft and deliberate. "SHHH," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the stream. "I won't hurt you." He knelt, the damp earth seeping through his trousers. The thorns were sharp and unforgiving. He worked with painstaking care, his fingers gentle as he untwisted the vines, one thorny strand at a time. The fox watched him, its body trembling, but it did not struggle. It was as if it understood his intent. Finally, with a last gentle tug, the leg was free. It was scratched and bleeding a little, but not broken. The fox scrambled back a few paces, then stopped. It turned and looked at Kaelen, its head cocked. Then it did something extraordinary. It took a tentative step forward and gently nudged Kaelen's hand with its cool, damp nose. A feeling not of words but of pure gratitude passed between them. The fox then turned and began to limp slowly down the path Kaelen had been following, pausing every few steps to look back, as if waiting. An unexpected friendship had been forged in the quiet of the forest. Kaelen followed, the fox his silent guide. They walked together, the boy and the fox, the only sounds their soft footfalls and the ever-present murmur of the stream that now ran alongside their path. The fox, whom Kaelen thought of simply as Ember for the russet glow of its coat in the stone's light, seemed to know the way. Whenever the path forked or became unclear, Ember would choose a direction, and the heartstone would glow in confirmation. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees grew older and grander, their trunks so wide that 5 children could not have encircled them. Moss, thick and soft as velvet, carpeted the ground and clung to the bark in emerald patches. The air grew warmer, carrying the rich, sweet scent of loam and night-blooming flowers. And then they saw the first of the lights. Tiny, floating specks of gold and green that drifted between the trees like living embers. They were fireflies, but unlike any Kaelen had ever seen. They pulsed in a slow, harmonious rhythm, as if breathing in time with the forest itself. Ember led him towards a great, ancient willow tree, its branches sweeping down to the forest floor like a waterfall of leaves. Parting the leafy curtain, Kaelen caught his breath. They had entered a hidden world. It was a wide, circular clearing, sheltered by the willow's dome. The entire clearing was lit by the gentle, floating fireflies, their light reflecting off a still, dark pool at the center. All around the edges of the clearing, nestled amongst the roots of the trees, were small, cozy dens. And from these dens emerged the inhabitants of this secret place. There were badgers with stripes of silver, their movements slow and dignified. There were rabbits with fur as white as moonlight, their noses twitching with curiosity. There were owls with eyes of deep wisdom, perched on low branches, and deer with antlers like living wood, standing silent and watchful. They were all gathered around the central pool, their attention fixed on its dark, mirror-like surface. As Kaelen and Ember entered, every head turned towards them. There was no alarm, only a quiet, patient watching. An old badger, his muzzle gone entirely gray, ambled forward. His voice, when he spoke, was low and rumbling, like stones shifting deep underground. "The Heartstone has returned," he said, his dark eyes fixed on the glowing rock in Kaelen's hand. "And it has brought its bearer. We have been waiting." Waiting. Kaelen asked, his own voice small in the immense quiet of the clearing. "For the one who could rekindle the hearth fire," the badger replied. He gestured with his snout towards the center of the pool. Kaelen looked and saw for the first time a small stone pedestal rising from the water. At its center was a depression, exactly the size and shape of the Heartstone. But the pedestal was dark and cold. The badger explained. This clearing was the heart of the forest, a place of ancient balance. The hearth fire was not a fire of flames, but a fire of spirit, the warmth of community, the light of shared stories, the comfort of a safe haven. It was what kept the hidden world vibrant and whole. But over many seasons, as the world outside grew louder and more hurried, the connection had weakened. The hearth fire had dwindled to a faint, fading ember, and only the light of the lost heartstone could restore it. But the stone was not lost, Kaelen said, confused. It was in my attic. It was waiting, the badger said simply. It was waiting for you. Kaelen looked down at the stone in his hand. It had guided him here. It had helped him free Ember. It had chosen him, the quiet boy who felt he had no light of his own. The mystery that had begun in a dusty attic was unfolding here, in this sanctuary, and he was at its very center. He looked at the expectant faces of the animals. He saw the trust in Ember's golden eyes. The cold worry that had lived in his chest for so long was gone, replaced by a new, steady warmth. It was not a roaring blaze of courage, but the quiet, certain glow of purpose. He knew what he had to do. He walked to the edge of the pool. The water was perfectly clear and still. He stepped onto a path of smooth, submerged stones that led to the central pedestal. With each step, the heartstone in his hand glowed brighter, its light pushing back the deep shadows of the clearing. When he reached the pedestal, he took a deep breath. He could feel the hope of the entire hidden world resting on this moment. He thought of his grandmother's kindness, of the fox's gratitude, of the badger's steadfast faith. He thought of his own quiet heart and how it had led him here. Gently, reverently, he placed the heartstone into the depression. For a moment, nothing happened. A silence so profound it felt like the whole world was holding its breath filled the clearing. Then a soft thrum vibrated through the stone, through the pedestal, through the very air. A wave of warm, golden light erupted from the heartstone, not as a flash, but as a slow, gentle tide. It flowed across the surface of the pool, setting the water aglow. It washed over the mossy ground, causing the tiny plants to shimmer. It touched each of the animals, and for a moment their own fur and feathers seemed lit from within. The floating fireflies brightened, their pulses synchronizing into a single, harmonious rhythm that filled the clearing with a soft, humming music. The hearth fire was rekindled. The warmth that filled the clearing was not just a physical warmth, but a warmth of the soul. It was the feeling of coming home, of being known, of being part of something beautiful and eternal. Kaelen felt it fill him from the tips of his fingers to the depths of his heart. The feeling of being an unlit candle was gone. He had not been empty, he had been a vessel waiting to be filled. And now he was. He stood by the pool for a long time, simply feeling the peace of the place. Ember came and sat beside him, leaning gently against his leg. The old badger approached and bowed his head. "You have given us back our light," he said, "and in doing so you have found your own." When it was time to return home, the path back seemed shorter and brighter. The forest itself seemed to be smiling, the branches parting more easily for him, the night flowers releasing their sweetest perfume. Ember walked with him all the way to the edge of the woods, stopping where the trees thinned and the lights of the village cottages twinkled in the distance. Kaelen knelt. "Thank you, Ember," he whispered. The fox nudged his hand once more, then turned and vanished back into the shadows of the trees, a flicker of autumn color swallowed by the night. Kaelen walked back to his cottage, the heartstone now dark and cool in his pocket, its work complete. He slipped inside and into his bed just as the first hints of dawn painted the sky with pale watercolors. He did not tell his grandmother where he had been, and she did not ask. But the next morning, as she served him a bowl of warm porridge, she placed a gentle hand on his head and said, "You look different, child. Your light is shining." And it was. Kaelen was still a quiet boy, but his quiet was no longer one of uncertainty. It was the quiet of a deep-rooted tree, of a smooth river stone, of a candle that burns steadily through the night. He had been on a journey that had transformed him as surely as fire transforms wood, burning away his doubts and leaving behind the strong, warm core of who he was always meant to be. He had discovered that the greatest adventures are not always about slaying dragons or finding treasure, but about listening to the whisper of a path only you can see, offering kindness to a creature in need, and finding the courage to place your own small, glowing heart where it truly belongs. And so, as the fire in the hearth settles into a bed of glowing coals, and the room is filled with a soft, radiant warmth, let this story settle in your heart. Remember that within you, too, there is a light that glows for truth, for courage, and for the quiet magic of a kind act. Your path is waiting, lit by your own unique glow. So close your eyes now, and let the warmth of this tale wrap around you like a soft blanket. The journey is done, the heart is warm, and the world is full of gentle, hidden wonders, just waiting for you to dream of them. Sleep well. Story 14. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, nestled between two sleepy hills, there lay a village known as Starlight Hollow. Here the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of gentle footsteps, and the air always carried the faint scent of lavender and old books. Every evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village clock tower would chime 7 times, a sound as reliable as the North Star, and the lamplighters would begin their rounds, filling the streets with a soft, golden glow. But on this particular evening, something peculiar happened. It began with the stars. Finn, the village stargazer and mender of broken things, was the first to notice. Every night he would climb the winding stairs to his rooftop observatory, a cozy room with a domed ceiling that opened to the heavens. He'd adjust his brass telescope, sip a cup of chamomile tea, and sketch the constellations in his leather-bound journal. But tonight, as he peered through the eyepiece, he saw gaps in the sky where there should have been stars. The Little Dipper was missing its handle. The swan had lost a wing. It was as though someone had gently plucked the stars from the velvet darkness and tucked them away. Finn wasn't frightened, he was intrigued. He descended the stairs, his footsteps soft on the worn wooden steps, and stepped out into the lane. The night was still, save for the gentle rustle of wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the cottages. He could hear the distant gurgle of the creek and the patter of a light rain beginning to fall. But the stars, they were vanishing one by one. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz with the mystery. The baker, a cheerful woman named Cora, had noticed that her cinnamon rolls had risen twice as high as usual. The town librarian, an elderly man named Thistle, reported that all the books on the top shelf had rearranged themselves into alphabetical order by title instead of author. And the weaver, a young woman named Bryn, found that her loom was weaving threads into patterns she'd never seen before, swirls and spirals that looked like tiny galaxies. "It's the work of the Glimmer Gloom," whispered old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, as he wound the gears of the town clock. "A mischievous spirit that dances in the rain and steals shiny things." But Finn wasn't so sure. He believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a reason and a solution. So he decided to investigate. His first clue came from a nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing to him when he was small. He'd found it scribbled on a scrap of parchment tucked inside an old astronomy book. It went, "When the clock ticks backward and the rain falls up, seek the map that's hidden in the buttercup. Follow the path where the shadows play, to find what was lost at the end of the day." Finn pondered the words as he walked through the village square, the rain now a gentle mist that clung to his woolen cloak. He paused by the clock tower, listening to the steady tick-tock, tick-tock. It sounded normal enough. But then he noticed something odd. The shadow cast by the clock's hands seemed to be moving in the wrong direction. Not by much, just a subtle shift, as if time itself were hesitating. He made his way to the meadow where the buttercups grew thick and golden. Kneeling in the damp grass, he examined the flowers. Most were closed against the drizzle, but one, nestled at the base of the old stone bridge, was wide open. And there, tucked inside its petals, was a tiny, tightly rolled scroll. It was a map, a delicate thing, drawn in faded ink on what felt like silk. It showed the Whispering Woods, with a path marked by starlight symbols, leading to a place called the Glimmering Glen. But the path wasn't straight. It looped and curved in a way that made no sense. Finn realized that the map was a puzzle. The stars on it corresponded to the missing constellations. He decided to follow it. The woods were alive with sound, the drip-drip of rainwater from leaf to fern, the chirp of crickets tuning up for evening, the distant hoot of an owl. Finn walked slowly, his lantern casting a warm circle of light around him. He soon came to a fork in the path. According to the map, he should go left. But his instincts told him to go right, where a patch of foxglove bells chimed softly in the breeze. This was his first red herring, and it led to a delightful discovery. There, nestled among the foxgloves, was a family of hedgehogs, curled asleep in a nest of moss and fallen petals. One of them was clutching a tiny, silver thimble that gleamed in the lantern light. Finn smiled. It was the thimble the weaver Bryn had lost weeks ago. He tucked it into his pocket to return to her later. Back on the correct path, Finn continued, his senses sharp. He noticed that the fireflies here glowed in patterns, 3 short flashes, then 2 long ones. It reminded him of Morse code, though he wasn't sure why. He also saw that the raindrops, as they fell into a particular mossy pond, seemed to ripple upward instead of down. When the rain falls up, he thought, remembering the rhyme. He followed the trail of upward falling rain to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches heavy with glowing lanterns that swayed in the wind. This was the Glimmering Glen. And there, sitting on a moss-covered stone, was a small, shimmering creature no taller than his knee. It had wings like a dragonfly and eyes like polished jet, and it was humming a tune that sounded like wind through pine needles. "Hello," Finn said softly, so as not to startle it. The creature looked up, and its humming stopped. "You found me," it said, its voice like the tinkling of crystal bells. "I've been looking for the stars," Finn replied, sitting on a nearby log. "Did you take them?" The creature, who introduced itself as Nyx, nodded sadly. I didn't mean to cause trouble. I was lonely. The stars are my friends. They whisper stories to me at night. But lately the village has been so busy, no one looks up anymore. No one notices the patterns in the sky or the way the constellations change with the seasons. I thought if I borrowed a few, someone might come looking. Finn's heart softened. He understood loneliness. But the stars belong to everyone, he said gently. They guide travelers, inspire dreamers, and comfort those who feel small. When you took them, you didn't just hide light, you hid hope. Nyx looked down, its glow dimming. I didn't think of that. What if, Finn suggested, instead of taking the stars, you helped us appreciate them? You could be the keeper of the night sky, reminding us to look up and wonder. Nyx's eyes brightened. I would like that. Together, they returned the stars to their places. Nyx flew up, light as a dandelion seed, and gently slotted each star back into the constellations. The swan regained its wing, the dipper its handle. The sky was whole again, brighter than ever. But the mystery wasn't entirely solved. Finn still wondered about the other peculiar happenings, the rising bread, the rearranged books, the new weaving patterns. As he walked back to the village with Nyx perched on his shoulder, he realized that all these things were connected. They were signs, gentle nudges from the world itself, reminding people to pay attention, to find joy in small surprises, to reconnect with each other and their home. The next day, Finn called a meeting in the village square. Under the restored starlight, with the clock tower chiming softly in the background, he told everyone about Nyx and the missing stars. He explained how loneliness had sparked the mystery, and how curiosity and empathy had solved it. The villagers listened, their faces lit by lantern light and understanding. Cora the baker brought out her extra fluffy cinnamon rolls and shared them with everyone. Thistle the librarian read aloud from a book of poetry about the night sky. Bryn the weaver showed off her new star-patterned cloth, woven with threads that shimmered like the Milky Way. And Nyx, no longer lonely, danced among them, its wings casting prismatic lights on the cobblestones. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made a tradition of gathering under the stars once a week, to tell stories, sing songs, and simply be together. They noticed the constellations, learned their names, and felt the vast, comforting presence of the universe. Finn often joined them, his heart full. He'd look up at the sky, then around at his friends and neighbors, and feel that some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, they were meant to be shared. And as the gentle rain began to fall once more, tapping a soothing rhythm on the rooftops, and the wind chimes sang their crystalline songs, he knew that Starlight Hollow was, and always would be, a place where every ending was a new beginning, and every heart found its way home by the light of the stars. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The old oak trunk in the attic had always been there, tucked beneath the sloping eaves where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light. For years it had served as little more than a table for spiderwebs and forgotten things, its brass fittings tarnished to a soft, greenish hue, its wood smelling of cedar and thyme. One rainy afternoon, when the world outside the window was a watercolor blur of grays and greens, a young girl named Cora found herself with nothing to do. The steady pit-pat of raindrops on the roof seemed to whisper of secrets waiting to be uncovered. With a quiet sigh, she climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, drawn by the gentle hush of the space. Her fingers traced the carved flowers on the trunk's lid, roses and ivy worn smooth by years. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid rose with a sighing groan. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, lay a music box. It was made of dark, polished wood, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like moonlight on water. On its lid was a delicate painting of a starry night sky over a sleeping village. Cora lifted it carefully, feeling the satisfying weight of it in her hands. She turned the small, cool brass key protruding from its side. It resisted at first, then gave way with a gentle crick. The lid slowly opened and a melody began to play, a soft, tinkling tune that reminded her of distant bells and falling snow. But as the music played, something magical happened. The painted stars on the lid began to glow, and the tiny village below them seemed to shimmer, as if the lights in the cottage windows were being lit one by one. Cora caught her breath. This was no ordinary music box. That evening, as the fire crackled in the hearth downstairs, she examined her discovery. The music played on, but there was a sadness to it, a lonely, unfinished phrase that repeated, as if the song were missing its final notes. She noticed something else, too. One of the painted cottages, the one at the edge of the village, had no light in its window. It stood dark and silent amidst its cheerful neighbors. The next morning she took the music box to the sunlit kitchen, where Mrs. Higgins, their neighbor, was rolling out dough for cinnamon buns. The air was warm and sweet with the smell of yeast and sugar. "Well now, what have you found?" Mrs. Higgins asked, her voice as warm as the oven she was tending. She wiped her flour-dusted hands on her apron and peered at the music box. "Oh my, the Starlight Sonata box. I haven't seen one of these in an age." "The Starlight Sonata?" Cora asked. "Aye," Mrs. Higgins said, her eyes twinkling. "It plays the music of the constellations, or it's meant to. This one seems to have lost its way." She pointed a flowery finger at the dark cottage. "See that? The lullaby light is out. Until it's lit again, the song can't find its ending. It'll just keep looping, forever sad." "How do I light it?" Cora asked, her heart sinking. It seemed an impossible task. "That, my dear," Mrs. Higgins said, tapping the side of her nose, "is a journey, but not one you take with your feet. It's a journey you take with your heart. You'll need to be brave, and you'll need to listen. And," she added, leaning closer conspiratorially, "you might need a guide or two." Cora's first guide appeared that very afternoon, in the form of a large, ginger cat named Barnaby, who spent most of his days sleeping in a pool of sunlight on the porch. As Cora sat on the steps, the music box on her lap, Barnaby stretched, yawned, and padded over to her. He didn't meow, but instead made a soft, rumbling PRRT of inquiry, nudging the box with his head. "It's broken, Barnaby," Cora explained softly. Barnaby blinked his golden eyes slowly, then began to purr, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the wood of the porch and into Cora's bones. It was a sound that spoke of absolute contentment and peace. As he purred, the melody from the box seemed to soften, the sad notes becoming less sharp. Encouraged, Cora spent the next few days simply sitting with the box, listening. She listened to it in the garden, where the bees buzzed a drowsy harmony. She listened to it in her room at night, with the whoosh-whoosh of the wind in the trees providing a gentle backbeat. She was practicing patience, though she didn't know it. She was learning the language of the box. Her second guide was an old, retired clockmaker named Mr. Abernathy, who lived in a cottage so crammed with clocks that it ticked and talked like a heartbeat. She found him in his workshop, a pair of magnifying glasses strapped to his head, repairing a tiny, silver cuckoo clock. "Ah, the Starlight Sonata," he murmured when she showed him the box. His voice was as thin and precise as a watch spring. "A delicate mechanism, not gears and cogs, you understand. It runs on starlight and sentiment." He peered at the dark cottage. "The light has gone out because the memory that fuels it has faded. To rekindle it, you must find a new memory, a moment of pure, quiet courage, and offer it to the box." "But how?" Cora asked, feeling overwhelmed. "By living it, child," he said gently. "Courage isn't a roar. Often it's the small, brave choice to be kind when it's easier not to be, or the patience to see something through. Listen to the world around you. The answer is already whispering." Cora returned home, the music box cradled in her arms. The challenge felt immense. She wasn't a knight who could slay a dragon. Her courage felt small and quiet. Days turned into a week. She helped Mrs. Higgins carry her groceries without being asked, even though it made her late to watch the swans on the pond. She spent a whole afternoon reading a story to the little boy next door who was home with a cold, doing all the different voices until he fell asleep with a smile. She even managed to sit perfectly still while a ladybug crawled across her hand, its tiny feet tickling her palm, feeling a strange and wonderful connection to the small, brave creature. These were small things, hardly worthy of being called a journey. But with each act she felt a little less shy, a little more connected to the world. She was learning that courage was a thread woven from many small, kind moments. One evening, a fierce storm blew in. The wind howled around the house, and rain lashed against the windows. The power flickered and went out, plunging the house into darkness. Cora, sitting by the fireplace with her family, felt a familiar flutter of fear. She didn't like the dark. But then she thought of the music box, sitting upstairs in the dark attic, its one dark cottage a mirror of her own fear. She remembered Mr. Abernathy's words about quiet courage. "I'll be right back," she said, her voice barely a whisper. Taking a small, flickering candle, she made her way up to the attic. The stairs groaned and shadows leaped across the walls. The wind shrieked and moaned outside. Her heart hammered in her chest. This was her journey measured not in miles, but in footsteps taken despite the fear. She reached the trunk, her hands trembling. She lifted the music box and carried it back downstairs, setting it on the hearthrug. The firelight danced over its mother-of-pearl inlay, making the stars gleam. She wound the key. Crick, crick, crick. The melody began, the same lonely, unfinished tune. But Cora was different now. She wasn't just listening, she was understanding. She thought of all the small braveries of the past week. She thought of the purring cat, the kind words of her guides, the feeling of the ladybug on her hand. She poured all of those quiet, courageous feelings into the music box, not with a shout, but with a soft, steady intention. As she did, the purring of Barnaby, who had followed her and now lay curled by the fire, seemed to grow louder, weaving into the melody. The crackle-snap of the fire became a percussion. The howl of the wind outside softened into a mournful harmony. And then it happened. A single new note chimed, clear and bright as a winter star. It was a note of resolution, of peace. On the lid of the music box, a tiny, golden light flickered within the window of the dark cottage. It grew steady and warm until it shone as brightly as all the others. The melody swelled, finding the notes it had been searching for. It completed itself in a cascade of gentle chimes that sounded like laughter and starlight and coming home. The song was whole. The Starlight Sonata was complete. Cora sat back, a deep sense of peace washing over her. The storm outside seemed to quiet, becoming a soft, rhythmic patter on the roof. The fear was gone. In its place was a warm, glowing courage. she now knew had been inside her all along. She had not traveled far, but she had journeyed deep. She had discovered that magic wasn't about casting spells, but about listening to the world, about the courage in kindness and the power of a patient heart. The ordinary trunk had held an extraordinary secret, and in lighting the lullaby light, she had lit a small, brave light within herself, one that would never again be extinguished by the dark. And as the fire crackled and Barnaby purred and the repaired music box played its gentle, perfect lullaby, Cora knew that some of the greatest adventures are the ones that happen right where you are, if only you have the heart to listen. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook that sang lullabies all through the night, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path softened into mossy earth, and where the fireflies danced in patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Each evening, as the ancient clock tower chimed 7 times, its bronze bells echoing through the misty air, Anya would sit by her window and watch the stars begin to pepper the velvet sky. But one autumn evening, as the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled from chimneys, and the wind chimes hanging from every eave played their gentle melodies, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. Well, not all of them. The constellation known as the Silver Swan, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed the shape of a swan in flight, was missing entirely from the heavens. In its place was a patch of empty, dark sky that seemed to swallow the moonlight. The next morning the village awoke to whispers and wonder. Old maps were unfurled in the town square, and elders squinted at parchments that showed the positions of stars from centuries past. No one could recall such a thing ever happening before. Some thought it an omen, others believed it a trick of the clouds. But Anya, with her curious heart and keen eyes, noticed something else. The flowers in her window box, usually a cheerful sun yellow, had turned a soft, shimmering silver overnight, the same silver of the missing stars. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the thatched roofs and leaves outside, Anya decided to investigate. She pulled on her warmest woolen cloak, its hood lined with rabbit fur, and stepped out into the misty air. Her first stop was the home of Elder Bram, the village stargazer, who lived in a crooked little house filled with telescopes and star charts. "The silver swan is gone, child," he murmured, shaking his head as he peered through a brass spyglass. "But look, the other constellations remain unchanged. It's as if those 7 stars decided to take a holiday." Anya frowned thoughtfully. "Elder Bram, have you noticed anything else unusual lately?" The old man tapped his chin. "Well, now that you mention it, the town clock struck 6 times at 7 o'clock last evening. Backwards, you might say, and my morning tea went cold the moment I poured it. Very odd indeed." Thanking him, Anya continued her walk, the rain now a soft drizzle that made the world glisten. She passed by the village baker, who was scratching his head over a tray of burnt scones. "They were perfect a moment ago," he sighed. Then, poof, burnt to a crisp, as if time jumped ahead. Anya's ears perked up. Time jumping. Backwards clocks. Silver flowers. It had to be connected. That evening she sat by her crackling fireplace, a quilt wrapped around her shoulders, and hummed an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. "When the swan takes flight from the velvet night, and time flows like a stream, seek the place where shadows dance, by the light of a silver dream." Could it be a clue? Anya had always thought it just a sweet rhyme, but now it seemed to hint at something more. The next day, she decided to follow the rhyme's advice. The place where shadows dance, that had to be the old willow grove at the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled through leaves in shifting patterns. With a small satchel of oat cakes and a flask of spiced apple cider, Anya ventured into the woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and pine. Wind chimes hanging from low branches, left by previous travelers, tinkled softly in the breeze. As she walked, she noticed more oddities. A stream that seemed to flow uphill for a few feet before correcting itself, and mushrooms that glowed with a faint silver light. Deep in the willow grove, she found something extraordinary. There, nestled between the roots of the oldest tree, was a small, trembling creature, no larger than her hand. It had fur the color of moonlight and eyes like liquid starlight. It was shivering, and with each shudder, the air around it flickered. A tiny silver star would appear and vanish above its head. "Hello there," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly. "You look lost." The creature, a starling, she realized, a being she'd only read about in old tales, looked up with wide, fearful eyes. "I am," it squeaked. "I fell from the silver swan constellation when a gust of cosmic wind blew too strong. I've been trying to get back, but every time I try to fly, I disrupt things. Time, colors, light, it's all connected to a star folk." So that was it. The missing stars weren't missing. One was simply earthbound and causing gentle chaos with its distress. Anya sat with the starling for a long while, sharing her oat cake and listening to its story. It had been trying to find a way back home, but grew weaker with each failed attempt. The silver flowers, the backwards time, the burnt scones, all were side effects of its magical energy leaking into Glimmerbrook. "I remember the rhyme now," the starling said softly. "By the light of a silver dream. That means I need starlight to regain my strength, but not just any starlight. I need the light of a kind heart reflected in something silver." Anya thought for a moment, then smiled. "The village well," she said. "Its bucket is made of polished silver, and on a clear night it reflects the stars perfectly." Carefully she carried the starling back to Glimmerbrook, where the villagers had gathered in the square, murmuring about the strange occurrences. When they saw Anya with the tiny celestial being, their fear turned to wonder. Together they devised a plan. As night fell, they polished the silver bucket until it shone like a mirror. They placed it by the well, right where the moonlight could catch it. Then one by one they held out lanterns, not to light the darkness, but to reflect their own warmth and kindness into the silver surface. The starling perched on the edge of the bucket, and as it gazed into the shimmering reflection, a pool of starlight and human kindness, it began to glow brighter and brighter. The silver flowers in Anya's window box lifted their faces, and all across the village, time righted itself with soft, whirring clicks. The clock tower chimed 7 times, perfectly in tune. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the starling rose into the air, growing brighter and larger until it was a brilliant star once more. It soared upward, returning to its place in the constellation, and the silver swan was whole again, shining more brightly than ever before. The villagers cheered, not with loud shouts, but with soft laughter and embraces. They had faced a mystery not with fear, but with curiosity and empathy, and in doing so, they had helped a lost friend find its way home. That night, as Anya lay in her bed, listening to the gentle rain and the distant wind chimes, she looked out her window and smiled. The silver swan glowed peacefully in the sky, and the flowers in her window box had returned to their sunny yellow, though now at their centers there was a faint, permanent silver sparkle, a reminder of the night their kindness lit up the heavens. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that some mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer together, under the same sky, in the same gentle, starlit peace. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows upon the walls. Each pop and hiss was a tiny punctuation in the quiet of the evening, a sound as familiar and comforting as a well-worn blanket. It is in such a hushed and gentle hour that the best stories are born, stories that are not shouted from mountain tops, but whispered on the warm air, meant to settle softly in the heart and guide you toward tranquil dreams. Our story begins in a small, quiet village nestled in a valley that seemed to be forever brushed with the gold of late afternoon. In this village lived a young boy named Kaelen. He was a thoughtful child, with a quietness about him that some mistook for shyness, but which was, in truth, a deep and abiding attentiveness to the world. While other children raced and shouted through the cobblestone streets, Kaelen was often found sitting on the old stone wall at the edge of the village, simply watching the way the light changed on the leaves of the ancient forest that bordered their home. This forest was known as the Whisperwood. It was a place of immense, gnarled oaks and slender, silver-barked birches, where sunlight fell in dappled coins upon a thick carpet of moss. The villagers spoke of it with a mixture of reverence and caution, for they said that the woods held secrets, and that if you listened very, very carefully, you could sometimes hear them sighing on the breeze. Kaelen felt a pull to the Whisperwood that he could not explain. It was a quiet, persistent hum in his chest, like the memory of a forgotten song. His grandfather, a kind man with eyes that held the twinkle of 1,000 stored-up stories, was the only one who understood. "The woods don't call to everyone, Kaelen," he'd said one evening, his gnarled hands carving a piece of pine by the fire. "They only call to those who are ready to listen, and to those who carry a little of its own light inside them." Kaelen hadn't known what that meant. What light? He felt mostly ordinary. One afternoon, when the air was warm and thick with the scent of honeysuckle, Kaelen's quiet longing grew too strong to ignore. He slipped away from the village and stepped across the threshold of the Whisperwood. The change was immediate. The boisterous sounds of the village, the clanging of the blacksmith's hammer, the chatter of market-goers, vanished, swallowed by a profound, living silence. It was not an empty silence, but a full one composed of a million tiny sounds, the rustle of an unseen creature in the undergrowth, the sigh of the wind through the high branches, the distant trickle of water over smooth stones. He walked for what felt like both a minute and an hour, the path a soft, winding ribbon of earth beneath his feet. The further he went, the more the world seemed to soften and glow. The light took on a green-gold quality, as if he were walking through a vast, sunlit cathedral made of leaves and light. It was as he paused to rest against the trunk of an enormous oak, its bark deeply furrowed like the wise face of an elder, that he saw it. Nestled in a cradle of velvety moss at the base of the tree was a small, smooth stone. It was unremarkable at first glance, a simple river stone of a dusky gray color. But as the shifting forest light touched it, a faint, warm glow pulsed from its core. It was the color of embers in a dying fire, a deep, smoldering orange red that seemed to breathe with a gentle, rhythmic light. Cautiously, Kaelen reached out and picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, not unpleasantly so, but with a comforting heat, like a sun-warmed pebble or a loaf of bread fresh from the oven. As his fingers closed around it, the glow brightened, casting a small, cozy pool of light around his hand. A sense of profound calm washed over him, a feeling of being exactly where he was meant to be. He had no sooner tucked the warm stone safely into his pocket when a soft, chittering sound came from above. He looked up into the branches of the oak. There, perched on a limb, was a small fox. But this was no ordinary fox. Her fur was the color of burnt caramel and smoked silver, and her eyes were not the sly, sharp eyes of a wild creature, but large and intelligent, holding a curious amber light of their own. She tilted her head, studying him. "You found them birstone," she said, her voice not a human voice, but a thought that bloomed clearly and warmly in Kaelen's mind. He startled, taking a step back. You can talk." The fox gave a soft, breathy sound that might have been a laugh. "I am speaking, you are listening, that is the important part. My name is Lyra, I am a keeper of this grove." Kaelen, his heart beating a steady, awestruck rhythm, bowed his head slightly. "I'm Kaelen, I didn't mean to trespass." "You are not trespassing," Lyra replied, leaping down from the branch with a graceful, silent landing. "The stone called to you. It does not glow for just anyone. It responds to a certain quality of heart, a quiet, observant heart. Come, the day is waning, and there is something you should see." And so began Kaelin's true journey, an unexpected friendship warming him from the inside out, much like the emberstone warmed his hand. Lyra trotted ahead, her bushy tail a soft plume, and Kaelin followed. She led him along paths he would never have found on his own, tunnels through thick ferns, across stepping stones in clear, chuckling streams, and under arches woven from living willow branches. As they walked, Lyra spoke to him of the Whisperwood. She told him how the trees communicated through their vast, hidden root networks, sharing nutrients and warnings. She showed him where the shyest flowers bloomed only in the moonlight, their petals like crushed pearl. She taught him to identify the different bird calls, the liquid song of the thrush, the rhythmic tapping of the woodpecker, the scolding chatter of the jay. The forest, which had once been a beautiful but silent picture, began to come alive with meaning and sound for Kaelin. He was learning its language. The emberstone in his pocket pulsed gently, its glow seeming to brighten whenever Lyra shared a particularly beautiful piece of knowledge, as if it too were listening and learning. The stone is a piece of the heart of the Whisperwood, Lyra explained as they paused by a small, clear pond. Dragonflies, their wings like stained glass, skimmed over the water's surface. Long ago, when the world was younger and magic was as common as sunlight, the first trees wove their light together and formed these stones. They are anchors of warmth and memory, but their light has been fading. The world has grown louder, and fewer people remember how to listen. Kaelin looked at the stone in his palm. Its ember glow was steady, but he thought he could see what she meant. It was a soft light, a vulnerable light. Why is it fading? Lyra's amber eyes grew solemn. That is the gentle mystery we must unravel. The central heart of the wood, the great hearth, is dimming. It is where all the emberstones were born, and it sustains the deepest magic of this place. If it goes out, the Whisperwood will not die, but it will forget. It will become just an ordinary forest. The whispers will fall silent forever. A profound sense of purpose settled over Kaelin. He wasn't just a visitor anymore. He was a part of this. What can we do? We must journey to the great hearth, Lyra said. It lies in the very center of the wood, a place that can only be found by feeling, not by sight. And we must go before the moon is full, for that is when the hearth is most receptive. But the path is not easy. There are places where the shadows have grown long and cold, places that have forgotten the warmth. Their journey transformed from a pleasant walk into a true quest. The path began to change. The friendly, sun-dappled glades gave way to denser, darker parts of the forest. The air grew cooler, and the sounds became muted. The cheerful bird songs were replaced by the lonely hoot of an owl, even though it was still day. The trees here were twisted and crowded, their branches clutching at the dim light like greedy fingers. Kaelin felt a prickle of unease. He held the emberstone tighter, and its warm glow was a small, brave defiance against the creeping chill. Lyra stayed close to his side, her body a warm, solid presence. In one particularly gloomy hollow, where the ground was squelchy and cold, and the trees were draped in gray moss like tattered shrouds, they found the source of the blight. A strange, creeping vine, black and thorny, was choking the life from the trees it clung to. Where it grew, no moss flourished, no flowers bloomed. It was a void of both sound and warmth. The sorrow vine, Lyra whispered, her mental voice hushed. It feeds on forgetfulness and fear. It cannot stand true warmth. As if sensing their presence, the vines seemed to stir, their thorns glinting dully. A feeling of deep sadness and despair washed over Kaelin. It was a weight that pushed on his chest, making it hard to breathe. Doubts whispered in his mind. You are just a boy. What can you do? You should go home. This is too big for you. He looked at the emberstone. Its glow had weakened, flickering uncertainly. The cold was seeping into his bones. He thought about turning back. Then he felt Lyra press against his leg, a small, steadfast point of warmth and friendship. He remembered his grandfather's words about the light inside him. He thought of the beautiful, singing parts of the forest they had walked through, the clear ponds and the sunlit glades. He would not let this cold forgetfulness win. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Kaelen closed his eyes. He didn't fight the sadness. Instead, he acknowledged it, and then he filled his mind with warm memories. The sound of his grandfather's laughter by the fireside. The taste of warm berry pie. The feeling of the sun on his face as he sat on the village wall. The wonder of seeing Lyra for the first time. The joy of learning the forest's secrets. He poured all this warmth, all this love and memory into the Emberstone. He focused on it with all his heart, imagining its light not as a small defensive flame, but as a radiant, pulsing sun. When he opened his eyes, the stone was no longer just glowing. It was shining. A brilliant, gentle, warm light burst from it, flooding the gloomy hollow. It was the light of a kind heart, of friendship, of cherished memories. It was the light of home. The sorrow vine recoiled from the warmth. The black vines withered, pulling back from the trees, their thorns turning to brittle dust. Where the light touched the ground, tiny, brave shoots of green moss began to appear. The oppressive weight lifted, and the air, while still cool, lost its bitter edge. Lyra looked at him, her amber eyes shining with pride. "You see," her voice whispered in his mind. "The light was always in you. The stone is just a focus. It is your own courage, your own warmth, that is the true magic." Feeling taller and stronger than he ever had before, Kaelen continued forward, the Emberstone held aloft like a lantern. They passed through other shadowed places, and in each one, Kaelen repeated the process. He did not fight the cold with anger, but melted it with remembered warmth. He faced his fears not with brute force, but with the steady, burning truth of who he was and what he loved. With each challenge, his inner light, reflected and amplified by the stone, grew brighter and more sure. Finally, after what felt like a lifetime and no time at all, they arrived. The trees parted to reveal a wide, circular clearing. The ground was soft, silver grass, and in the very center stood an ancient, enormous tree stump, so wide that 20 children holding hands could not have encircled it. This was the great hearth. But Lyra was right. It was dim. A faint, ghostly light flickered deep within the rings of the ancient wood, but it was weak and intermittent, like the last ember of a fire about to go out. The clearing was silent and cold. "This is it," Lyra said, her voice soft with reverence and concern. The heart of the Whisperwood. Kaelen walked slowly to the center of the great hearth. He could feel a deep, tired thrumming beneath his feet, the slow, fading heartbeat of the forest. He knelt, placing the Emberstone in the very center of the stump, where a small, smooth depression waited for it, as if it were a key for a long-locked door. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence was profound. Then, Kaelen remembered what Lyra had taught him. It wasn't about the stone alone. It was about the warmth he could give it. He placed both his hands on the cool wood of the hearth. He closed his eyes and thought of every beautiful thing he had ever known. He thought of his friendship with Lyra. He thought of the whispering trees, the chuckling streams, the moon-petal flowers. He poured all the love and wonder he had gathered on his journey into the great hearth. He offered it not as a demand, but as a gift. A soft gasp escaped him as a wave of warmth flowed up from the hearth, through his hands, and into his very core. It was an ancient, kind warmth, the warmth of 1,000,000 sunny days and 1,000,000 peaceful nights stored within the wood. The Emberstone began to pulse, its light growing brighter and brighter, until it was too brilliant to look upon. Then the light spread. It flowed outwards from the stone, tracing the rings of the great hearth like liquid gold. The faint, ghostly light within the stump ignited, blazing with a gentle, powerful radiance that filled the entire clearing. The light did not stop there. It pulsed outwards in a silent, warm wave, flowing back through the paths they had taken. All through the Whisperwood, in every dark corner and shadowy hollow, the light touched the sorrow vine and it crumbled to nothing. It touched the trees, and their leaves seemed to glow with a healthy, vibrant green. It touched the flowers, and they bloomed with renewed color. The whispers of the forest, which had grown so faint, returned not as a sigh, but as a soft, joyful hum of life. The great hearth was restored. Its light burned steady and true, an eternal flame of memory and magic at the center of the world. Kaelen stood, feeling the warm, vibrant energy of the forest flowing through him. He felt transformed, not into someone different, but into a more complete version of himself. He had discovered the light within his own quiet heart. Lyra padded to his side. "You have done what few have ever done," she said, her mental voice filled with a deep, profound gratitude. "You have rekindled the heart of the wood. The Whisperwood will remember you, Kaelen, and it will always be a home to you." Kaelen picked up the emberstone. It was no longer a dusky gray, but now held a permanent, soft, internal glow, like a captured piece of starlight that was always warm. It was a part of him now, and he was a part of the wood. The journey back was different. The forest was brighter, friendlier, as if celebrating. They reached the edge of the Whisperwood as the first stars were pricking the deep violet sky. The lights of the village twinkled below, small and cozy. "Will I see you again?" Kaelen asked, a touch of sadness in his voice. Lyra nudged his hand with her cool, damp nose. "I am always here, and now so are you. Whenever you are quiet and you listen, you will hear me. Whenever you feel the warmth of your stone, you will know the warmth of the wood." With a final fond look, the silver fox turned and melted back into the shadows of the trees, becoming one with the whispers once more. Kaelen walked back to his village, the warm stone a comforting weight in his pocket. He did not tell anyone of his adventure, for some stories are too precious to be told with words. But he was changed. He carried himself with a new, quiet confidence. He still sat on the old stone wall, but now when he looked at the Whisperwood, he didn't just see trees. He saw a friend. He heard a song. And he knew with a certainty that warmed him from the inside out that he carried a little of its eternal, ember-bright heart within his own. And as you, dear listener, drift towards sleep, remember Kaelen's journey. Remember that even the quietest heart holds immense warmth, and that the greatest transformations often begin with a single, small step into the unknown, guided by friendship and a steady inner light. Let the memory of the emberstone's glow be a comfort to you, a promise that there is always warmth to be found, even in the darkest of places. Now close your eyes and listen. Perhaps you too will hear the gentle, reassuring whisper of the world, calling you to peaceful dreams. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there. The ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up, vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing, the mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm, makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast. The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. "It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart." Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. "Friendship is warm," Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment miles away seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin high in the shadowed attic held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. the moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail, if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight." Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. "Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben," Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. "Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen." After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything. especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song? Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water. La 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 luminous. Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. The shadow feeds on loneliness, Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned. Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. he dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, Dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and silver-barked birches, lay the village of Elderwood Hollow. Here, cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, each window glowing with the warm light of lanterns. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished stones sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the center of the village stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to hug the village in a blanket of time. The people of Elderwood Hollow were a gentle folk, known for their kindness and their love of stories. They tended glowing gardens where flowers hummed when the moon rose and trees that shed leaves like falling stars. But lately something peculiar had begun to happen, something that set the village whispering behind closed doors. Every night, just as the clock tower struck 10, a single star would vanish from the sky. It began subtly. Old Finn, who loved to stargaze from his rocking chair on the porch, was the first to notice. "The swan is missing a wing tip," he murmured one evening, pointing a gnarled finger at the heavens. Then young Alara, who spent her evenings sketching constellations on parchment, realized the crown had lost its central jewel. Night after night, another star winked out, leaving behind a tiny void in the tapestry of the night. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars going? And why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and baking bread always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way honey drizzled just so on a scone, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. She was known for her empathy, often leaving baskets of warm muffins on the doorsteps of those who seemed sad or lonely. One evening, as Rowan was closing her bakery, she overheard two children singing an old nursery rhyme near the clock tower. "When the clock strikes 10, hold your breath and count again, for a star may slip from the sky so deep, where the silver river does not sleep. Find the map the moonbeams keep, and mind the guardian who does not weep." Rowan paused, her flower-dusted hands stilling. She had heard the rhyme before, sung by generations of village children, but never thought much of it. Now, with the stars disappearing exactly at 10 o'clock, the words seemed to shimmer with hidden meaning. That night, as the clock tower began its deep, resonant count to 10, Rowan stepped into her garden and watched the sky. True to the rhyme, as the final chime faded into the night, a tiny star from the constellation of the Lyre flickered and vanished. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Rowan decided to seek the map the moonbeams keep. She recalled an old tale about a pool in the heart of the woods where moonbeams gathered on windless nights, painting liquid silver on the water's surface. Perhaps there a clue could be found. The next evening, armed with a lantern and a basket of gingerbread cookies, for courage and for sharing, Rowan ventured into the whispering woods. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling secrets. Fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, and the distant sound of the Silver River, which flowed backward every full moon, hummed a gentle tune. After a time she found the pool, its surface so still it looked like a mirror to another world. As the moon rose, beams of light drifted down, settling on the water until it glowed. And there on the shimmering surface, patterns emerged, not a map of places, but of stars swirling and shifting as if drawn by an invisible hand. Rowan knelt, studying the patterns. They resembled the missing constellations, but with lines connecting them in ways she had never seen. In the center of the pool, the stars formed a shape like a key. As she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the water, the image dissolved, and the moonbeams scattered. Puzzled but hopeful, she made her way back to the village, the clock tower chiming midnight as she arrived. The next day, Rowan shared her discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical, others were eager to help. Old Finn suggested the pattern might relate to the clock tower's ancient design, which was rumored to have been built with celestial alignments in mind. A young painter named Kael thought the key shape might represent the old iron key that unlocked the tower's topmost room, a place no one had entered in decades. This seemed a promising light, and soon the whole village was abuzz with theories. But when Rowan and Kael climbed the tower stairs and unlocked the dusty room, they found not answers, but a delightful red herring. Hundreds of tiny, star-shaped cookies, made from a forgotten recipe, hidden away by a long-ago baker who believed they brought sweet dreams. The village celebrated with a spontaneous tea party, sharing the rediscovered treats and laughing at the unexpected turn. Yet the stars continued to disappear. Rowan, though disappointed, did not lose heart. She returned to the nursery rhyme, pondering the line, "Mind the guardian who does not weep." Who or what was the guardian? And why did it not weep? That evening, as rain began to fall, a soft, whispering rain that tapped on roofs like gentle fingers, Rowan noticed something odd. Near the edge of the village, where the Silver River curved close to the woods, stood an ancient stone statue of an owl. It was known as the guardian of the glen, and moss clung to its weathered features. Village legend said it had been carved to protect Elderwood Hollow from sorrow, and thus it never wept, even in the rain. Rowan approached the statue, her lantern casting a warm circle of light. There, tucked into a crevice beneath the owl's wing, she found a small, rolled parchment. With careful hands, she unrolled it. It was a star chart, beautifully illustrated, with tiny notes in elegant script. One note beside the lyre read, "When harmony fades, a star must fall to restore the balance." Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The stars were not being stolen, they were being given. But why? Following the chart, Rowan saw that the missing stars corresponded to places in the village where sadness had recently lingered: the garden of old Mrs. Nettle, who had lost her songbird; the workshop of Elias the woodcarver, who had been too ill to create; the little bridge where children no longer played because a plank was loose. That night, as the clock struck 10, Rowan stood by the Silver River and watched. Instead of a star vanishing, she saw a tiny light drift down from the sky like a feather, settling into the waters of the river, which glowed briefly before returning to its gentle flow. She understood then. The stars were falling to mend places where joy had faded, sinking into the earth or water to restore warmth and light. But the balance was off, too much sadness had gathered, and the stars were leaving the sky too quickly. The next morning, Rowan gathered the villagers in the square near the clock tower. She explained her discovery, her voice gentle but firm. "The stars are trying to help us," she said, "but they cannot do it alone. We must restore the harmony ourselves." Inspired, the village set to work. Children repaired the bridge with help from Elias, who felt well enough to offer guidance. They sang songs with Mrs. Nettle, filling her garden with music again. Rowan baked special starlight cookies, shaped like the missing stars, and shared them with everyone, weaving warmth back into the heart of the village. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 10, the villagers gathered together, holding hands and looking up at the sky. But this time no star vanished. Instead, one by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning a little brighter than before, as if filled with the village's renewed joy. And from that night on, the people of Elderwood Hollow remembered that even the smallest act of kindness could keep the stars in their sky. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang, and the clock tower chimed the hours, each one a reminder that they were a community, bound by empathy and wonder. Rowan smiled, her heart as warm as the lantern light in her cottage window. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the constellations shone down, bright and whole, weaving dreams of harmony and hope for all who lay beneath them. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Lumina's pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd. A single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but, she frowned, moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum. The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs, but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. Rowan, Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread. Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. It's weaving starlight, Fern breathed. It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while. She recalled the map's label, Lumina's pool reflecting sky. The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called a Lumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. Leads you from your lonely bed, empathy washed over her. You're lonely, aren't you? She murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company? The Lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak, and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the lumina. "You're not alone, Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother-of-pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call, fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen, that is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears, feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something, hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The Naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. You did it, Rowan, you listened. As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars hung like scattered diamonds and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was a gentle world, swathed in perpetual twilight, where the very air shimmered with soft, phosphorescent mist. And upon this quiet moon, two very different beings found one another. The first was a creature from the world of Chroma, a place where beings communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin and the gentle pulses of light from their heart centers. His name, in the color speak of his people, was a warm, steady amber glow, which for simplicity's sake we shall call Ember. He was small and softly rounded, with 6 delicate limbs and skin that changed like living opal. He had come to Lumen in a vessel that was not so much a ship as a seed pod, designed to unfurl into a shelter of interwoven, light-sensitive fibers. The second was from the harmonic world of Sonus, a planet where life resonated with music. Her name was a series of 3 clear, ascending notes, a hopeful little chord, which we might think of as Lyra. She was slender and tall, with long, whisper-thin antennae that trembled sympathetically with the faintest vibration in the air. Her transport was a hollowed-out meteorite that hummed with a constant, low C-sharp, a comforting drone that reminded her of home. Their first meeting was one of profound confusion. Ember, tending to his newly sprouted fiber hut, saw Lyra approach. He flashed a friendly, inquisitive green, the color of a chromian greeting. To him, it was as clear as saying, "Hello, who are you?" But to Lyra, the sudden flash of green light was a startling, silent event. She recoiled, her antennae vibrating with alarm. In response, she sang a fluttering, questioning sequence of notes, a polite "Are you friendly?" in her native tongue. To Ember, the sound was a jarring, physical pressure. He dimmed his lights to a confused, murky violet, retreating into the doorway of his hut. He had never experienced sound as language before. It felt invasive. For a long while they observed each other from a distance, 2 solitary creatures marooned on a silent moon, separated by an ocean of misunderstanding. Ember would tend to his glowing garden of luminous mosses, his colors shifting with his lonely thoughts. Lyra would arrange smooth, resonant stones around her humming meteorite, creating patterns that sang in the wind. The turning point came during a gentle shower of cosmic dust. Tiny, iridescent particles began to fall from Lumen's sky, catching the faint starlight. Ember, delighted, rushed out into the shower, his skin flashing in joyous, sparkling golds and silvers as the dust settled on him. He was painting with light in the rain. Lyra, watching from her shelter, was captivated. She didn't understand the colors, but she understood the feeling behind them. It was pure, unadulterated joy. Hesitantly, she stepped out into the dust shower. As the particles touched her singing stones, they began to chime, each one ringing with a different, delicate note. It created a spontaneous, twinkling melody. Ember stopped his dancing and watched. He saw the way her whole body seemed to lean into the sound, her antennae tracing the patterns of the music in the air. He didn't understand the notes, but he understood the feeling behind them. It was the same joy. Tentatively, he approached. He pointed a delicate limb first at his own chest, where his heart light pulsed a soft, steady blue, the color of curiosity. Then he pointed at the chiming stones. He then pointed at Lyra and back to the stones. Lyra tilted her head. She then pointed a slender finger at her own throat, from which the three-note name chord emerged, and then she pointed at Ember's heart light. A bridge, fragile and new, had been built. Not of words, but of intention. This was the beginning of their shared shelter. They decided to build something together, a place that would honor both light and sound. They found a cavern not far away, one whose walls were encrusted with natural crystalline formations. The crystals refracted light into 1,000 rainbows, and they also resonated beautifully, amplifying the faintest sound into a soft echo. Ember brought his light-sensitive fibers, weaving them through the crystals so that they glowed with whatever color his heart projected. Lyra arranged her singing stones in careful circles and spirals on the floor, creating a sonic landscape that changed as one walked through it. They called it the Resonant Grotto. It was a space that was never silent and never dark, a constant, gentle conversation between their two worlds. Their life in the grotto was filled with small, endearing misunderstandings that became inside jokes. One day, Ember was feeling particularly content after discovering a new patch of bioluminescent fungi. He glowed a deep, satisfied magenta. To Lyra, this was a new color. She associated magenta with the rich, low note of a cello-like instrument from her homeworld, an instrument played during summer ceremonies. Thinking he was feeling sad, she began to hum a slow, comforting dirge. Ember, bathed in his happy magenta, was baffled by the mournful music. He flickered in confusion. It took them most of the afternoon to untangle it. Ember would flash different colors, and Lyra would try to match them with notes until they both collapsed in a shared moment of laughter. Ember's lights flickering in a rapid, joyful staccato, Lyra's laughter like a cascade of wind chimes. They learned that Ember's magenta was like Lyra's F-sharp major chord, bright and celebratory. Their most cherished ritual was their nightly vigil. They would sit at the mouth of their grotto, on a smooth ledge that overlooked a vast, star-dusted plain. In the distance, the great spiral of the Andromeda galaxy turned slowly, a whirlpool of ancient light. In these quiet moments, they didn't need to try to communicate. They simply were. Ember's light would soften to a calm, breathing lavender, syncing with the slow rhythm of his contentment. Lyra would hum a single, sustained note, so low and soft it was almost a vibration, a harmonic anchor in the silence of space. They would watch the stars, the red giants burning with elderly warmth, the blue-white youngsters shining with fierce energy, the occasional meteor painting a brief, brilliant line across the darkness. Ember saw them as points of color in a grand tapestry. Lyra heard them as a silent, cosmic chord, a music too vast for any single world to contain. Together, they experienced the universe in a way neither could alone. One evening, a small, damaged probe tumbled out of the sky and crashed not far from their grotto. It was a cold, angular thing, all sharp metal and dead screens, a relic from a species that communicated in binary and efficiency. It was utterly alien to both of them. At first, they were frightened. Ember's light flickered with anxious oranges and reds. Lyra's hum became a tense, wavering pitch. The probe felt like an intrusion, a harsh reminder of a universe that could be loud and unkind. But as they watched the silent, broken machine, their fear turned to pity. It was alone and it was broken, just as they had once been. Without a word, they made a decision. Ember approached, his heart light glowing a gentle, healing gold. He laid his fibrous hands on the cold metal, and his warmth began to seep into it. Lyra knelt beside him and sang a slow, restorative melody, a song her people used to mend cracked crystal. The vibrations traveled through the metal, seeking out fractures and soothing stressed molecules. They worked for hours, their unique forms of care intertwining. Ember's light encouraged the probe's dormant solar panels to realign and drink in Lumen's soft starlight. Lyra's harmonics recalibrated its internal gyroscopes until with a soft click and a whir, a single light on its surface blinked on, a steady, peaceful blue. The probe did not speak their languages. It had no concept of color or song. But as it rose unsteadily from the ground, it turned to them and projected a simple, geometric shape onto the ground between them, a perfect circle, inside of which was a single, small dot. It was a universal symbol, a world and a friend. Then with a silent, graceful arc, it flew back into the starry expanse, leaving them alone once more. But they were not the same. They stood together under the infinite sky, the bond between them stronger than any barrier of biology or language. Ember glowed with a color he had never produced before, a deep, luminous silver intertwined with threads of Lyra's signature chord note, a color that meant friend of my soul. In response, Lyra sang a new, complex harmony, one that incorporated the steady pulse of Ember's heart light, a song that meant my light in the darkness. They had discovered the one technology that could truly bridge any gap in the cosmos, a force more powerful than any engine or computer. It was not a language of light or sound, but a grammar of kindness. It was the simple, profound act of seeing loneliness and offering companionship, of witnessing difference and building a bridge, of hearing a foreign song and learning to sing along. And as the twin moons of Lumen rose in the sky, casting their pale, dreamlike light over the resonant grotto, the little creature of color and the tall being of song settled into their shared sanctuary. The crystals glittered with Ember's peaceful, sleeping azure, and the stones hummed with Lyra's soft, dreaming lullaby. Together in their little corner of the universe, they were a perfect, quiet proof that no star need ever shine alone. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees stood as sentinels of time and moonlight pooled like liquid silver on mossy clearings, the boundaries between the ordinary and the magical dissolved like sugar in tea. Here the rustle of leaves carried secrets older than rivers, and the air hummed with the quiet harmony of unseen lives. On this particular evening, as autumn's amber light faded into twilight, a young hedgehog named Pippin scurried along a root-ribboned path. His spines glistened with dew, and his nose twitched at the earthy perfume of decaying leaves and sweet, damp soil. He was late for his lesson with Elder Rowan, the great oak whose bark was etched with centuries of wisdom. Pip, 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 chirped a voice from above. Bramble, a squirrel with fur the color of toasted acorns, leaped from a sycamore branch, landing softly beside him. Elder Rowan's waiting said it's about the frost whisper, the first winter wind that's late this year. Bramble's tail flicked anxiously. The forest feels too still. Pippin nodded, his small paws crunching through fallen maple keys. I know, the cricket stopped singing days ago, and the river's voice is thinner than spider silk. He paused, sniffing the air. Beneath the familiar scents of pine and loam, something cold and sharp lingered, a scent like frozen starlight. It was unnatural, a discordant note in the forest's symphony. They found Elder Rowan in a moon-drenched clearing, where the oak's gnarled roots cradled a circle of velvety moss. Fern, a sturdy badger with gentle eyes, already sat listening, her striped fur silvered by the moonlight. The great oak's voice rumbled like stones tumbling in a distant brook. Children, he began, leaves rustling softly, tonight we speak of the heartstone, the gem of seasons buried deep beneath our roots. It spins the wheel of the year, spring's bloom, summer's warmth, autumn's sigh, and winter's rest, but the frost whisper has not come. The heartstone sleeps too deeply, trapped by ice that should not be. As Elder Rowan spoke, Pippin closed his eyes, imagining the heartstone, a luminous crystal pulsing with the colors of cherry blossoms, sunflowers, maple flames, and snowdrifts. He felt its rhythm in his own heartbeat, a steady drum echoing through the soil. Long ago, the oak murmured, when the world was young, the forest's creatures learned that balance is held by harmony. If one season overstays, the others weaken. This endless autumn, it starves the roots of rest. The berries shrivel, the burrows grow cold, and the magic fades. Suddenly, a shiver ran through the earth. Frost flowers bloomed across the moss, sparkling like shattered glass. The air grew biting, and the moon's glow dimmed as if veiled. The ice spreads, Fern whispered, her breath misting. It's reaching for the Heartstone. Pippin's spines bristled. What can we do? The legends say, Elder Rowan replied, his voice a low, steady anchor, that three things can melt unnatural ice: the warmth of friendship, the light of courage, and the memory of summer's song. You must journey to the stone's chamber beneath the crystal falls. But beware, the path is guarded by the shiverwillows, trees that feed on fear. With Bramble's nimbleness, Fern's strength, and Pippin's keen senses, they set off at dawn. The forest, once vibrant, now felt hushed and watchful. Leaves, frozen mid-fall, hung like amber tears. They followed the river upstream, where water murmured beneath a brittle skin of ice. Pippin led them through thickets of frost-rimed ferns, their fronds chiming like tiny bells when touched. Smell that, he whispered, like cold metal and lost things. The scent grew stronger near the falls, a cascade frozen mid-plunge, its icicles gleaming like dragon's teeth. Beneath the falls lay a hidden entrance, veiled by curtains of ice. As they approached, the shiverwillows awoke. Their branches, bone-white and leafless, creaked as they bent low, whispering voices like wind through cracks. Turn back, they hissed. The cold is kind. It stills the pain of growing, the ache of changing. Fear prickled Pippin's paws, turning them heavy as stone. Fern stepped forward, her voice steady. But without change there is no bloom, without rest, no awakening. She hummed a low, resonant sound her grandmother had taught her, the song badgers used to soothe their cubs in deepest winter. The willows shuddered, their whispers softening. Bramble darted up a frozen trunk, scattering hoarded nuts like tiny suns. Remember summer, he called. Warm rain on your leaves, bees in the clover. The nuts glowed faintly, casting buttery pools of light. Pippin closed his eyes. He thought of Elder Rowan's stories, of fireflies waltzing in June meadows, of sun-warmed earth under his paws. He thought of Bramble's laughter as they raced through bluebell carpets, of Fern sharing honeycomb in her cozy den. A warmth kindled in his chest, fierce and bright. We carry summer inside us, he said softly. His spines began to glow, a soft, golden radiance that spread like dandelion fluff. The shiverwillows sighed. Their branches uncurled, forming an archway. Pass, they whispered, now sounding weary, almost sad. Remember us when the thaw comes. Inside the cavern, the air was still and crystalline. At its center, on a pedestal of roots, sat the Heartstone. But it was encased in ice thicker than oak bark, its light smothered to a feeble flicker. Frost crackled over the walls, and the cold bit deep, stealing their breath. Now what? Bramble chattered, his fur frosted white. The legend spoke of a song, Fern said. But how do we sing for summer? Pippin touched the ice. It burned with cold, but beneath it he felt the Heartstone's faint pulse, a memory of heat. Together, he whispered, like Elder Rowan said. He began to hum Fern's lullaby, low and steady. Bramble joined, his voice a bright chitter like sun on streams. Fern rumbled the deep notes of the earth. Their voices wove together, rising and falling like the forest's own breath. Pippin poured his warmth into the song, his glowing spines reflecting in the ice like captured sunlight. Slowly the ice wept. Drips became trickles, then streams. The Heartstone's light swelled, first a blush of dawn, then the gold of noon, finally the fiery crimson of autumn's last leaf. With a soft chime the ice shattered, falling like diamond rain. The stone pulsed once powerfully, and warmth bloomed through the cavern. Above, the frozen falls groaned. Ice cracked and fell in great sheets, and water roared free, tumbling into the river below. Sunlight, true buttery sunlight, pierced the cavern entrance. Outside, the forest sighed. Frost melted from leaves, revealing emerald beneath. Snowdrops pushed through the soil, and somewhere a cricket tentatively chirped. They returned to Elder Rowan as heroes. The great oak's leaves shimmered with dew, not ice. "You've done more than mend the seasons," he rumbled, his voice rich with pride. "You've woven your courage into the forest's memory. Now, rest." That night, as the first true snowflakes of winter drifted down, soft, fat, and gentle, the creatures gathered. Pippin, bramble, and fern curled in the mossy hollow beneath Elder Rowan. The snow muffled the world, wrapping them in a blanket of silence. Fireflies, woken by the heartstone's warmth, danced in the pines like living stars. Pippin breathed in the scent of wood smoke from distant burrows and cold, clean snow. He felt the forest's heartbeat in the earth beneath him, steady and strong. "Balance is not stillness," Elder Rowan murmured, his branches creaking contentedly. "It is the dance of giving and receiving, of waking and sleeping. Remember this when seasons change, little ones. Carry summer in your hearts, and winter will always be kind." As sleep claimed them, the frost whisper finally sighed through the trees, a soft, lullaby wind carrying the promise of spring in its chill. And in the heart of the whisperwood, where magic and reality embraced, all was warm, all was safe, and all was deeply, peacefully well. The old house on Willow Lane had always been full of whispers, not of ghosts, but of memories. In the deepest corner of the attic, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light, a small boy named Leo made a discovery. He'd been searching for a lost toy soldier, his fingers brushing against forgotten things, a hatbox, a stack of yellowed letters, a pair of spectacles with one cracked lens. Then, tucked beneath a quilt that smelled of cedar and thyme, his hand closed around something cool and smooth. It was a compass, but unlike any he had ever seen. Its case was made of pearlescent shell that shimmered with a soft, internal light, and its needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning in slow, lazy circles, glinting like a sliver of captured starlight. Whir, click. It would pause, tremble for a moment as if listening, then continue its silent dance. Leo held his breath, the only sound the gentle thump-thump of his own heart, and the distant, rhythmic purr of the house cat from somewhere below. That evening, by the warm glow of his bedside lamp, Leo examined his find. The compass didn't point to a direction on any map he knew. Instead, when he held it and thought of something lost, his confidence to speak in class, the easy laughter he'd shared with his grandfather, the needle would grow still, pointing unerringly toward a specific corner of his room, or out the window toward the sprawling oak tree in the garden. It was a compass that didn't find places, he realized with a thrill. It found lost things, lost feelings, lost moments, lost pieces of one's own heart. His journey began not at dawn, but at that very moment, within the four walls of his room. The first challenge was a small, nagging worry that had taken root in his chest, a fear of the dark space beneath his bed. The compass, when he held it and focused on that fear, pointed its luminous needle directly downward. Leo's courage felt as small as a pebble. He took a deep breath, the scent of his lavender-scented sheets filling his lungs, and knelt. Instead of monsters, he found a forgotten, flop-eared rabbit, its one-button eye gleaming in the soft light. He pulled it out, and a little of the fear unspooled and floated away. The compass needle gave a satisfied click. The next day, the compass led him into the sun-dappled garden. It was here he met his first helper. The needle quivered, pointing toward a thicket of lavender bushes. A soft rustle-rustle announced the arrival of Barnaby, a stout badger with a waistcoat of gray fur and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He was a cartographer of feelings, and his voice was a low, rumbling hum, like stones tumbling in a gentle stream. "Ah," Barnaby said, peering at the compass. "The Heartseeker, a rare instrument indeed. It shows you the path, young sir, but it cannot walk it for you. What is it you seek? I think I've lost my bravery, Leo confessed, his voice barely a whisper. The kind for big things. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles. Bravery is not a single large stone, but many small pebbles. You collect them one by one. You have already started. He pointed a claw at the floppy-eared rabbit tucked under Leo's arm. The compass will guide you to the next one, but you must listen, not just look. The compass led them to the base of the great oak tree, its branches a sprawling canopy against the blue sky. A faint, silvery ting-ailing echoed from above. With a flutter of iridescent wings, the second helper arrived. This was Pip, a hummingbird whose body was the color of emeralds, and whose voice was a rapid, cheerful chiming, like a handful of tiny bells. The Heartseeker's call, I heard it. Pip chimed, hovering before Leo's face. You're searching for a piece of your spirit. How exciting. The next piece is up there. She zipped toward the highest branches, a living jewel in the sunlight. Leo looked up. The climb seemed immense. The bark was rough, the branches distant. His pebble of courage felt very small. He took a deep breath, the scent of damp earth and blooming honeysuckle grounding him. One branch at a time, he told himself. Barnaby waited patiently below, occasionally making a thoughtful note on a scroll of birch bark, while Pip chimed encouragement from above. You can do it. Just a little further. Her bell-like voice was a thread of sound, weaving through the rustling leaves. Finally, puffing and with scraped knees, Leo reached a wide, comfortable fork in the tree. Nestled in a cradle of moss and lichen was not a thing, but a memory so vivid it washed over him. It was the memory of his grandfather teaching him to whistle with a blade of grass. The triumph of that first, shrill note. The feeling of being capable. He hadn't lost his bravery, he had just forgotten where he'd put it. He sat there for a long time, the memory warming him from the inside out, as a soft breeze whispered through the leaves and a distant church bell told the hour. It sounded deep, bronze comfort. The compass, however, was not yet still. Its needle now pointed away from the tree, across the meadow behind his house, toward the old woods, a place of shadows and stories, where the sunlight fell in broken patches on the forest floor. This was the true test. The woods were not frightening, but they were deeply quiet. The only sounds were the crunch of their footsteps on the leafy carpet and the occasional chitter of a squirrel. The air was cool and smelled of pine and decaying leaves. The compass led them to a small, clear stream that gurgled over smooth, gray stones. And on the other side, shrouded in the deep shade of a willow tree, sat the challenge. It was not a dragon or a giant, but a creature made of the gloom itself, a shiverling. It was a small, wispy being, all muted grays and blues, and it was weeping, its sobs the sound of rustling, tear-soaked silk. The stream between them seemed as wide as an ocean. The shiverling hoards what it fears to lose, Barnaby rumbled softly. It has likely taken the last piece of your courage and is guarding it, not out of malice, but out of a terrible loneliness. Pip zipped forward. We could scare it away, a loud buzz right in its ear, she chimed. But Leo remembered the lesson of the compass. It was solved through kindness, not force. He shook his head. He sat down on the mossy bank, the cozy safety of Barnaby's solid presence beside him and Pip's gentle humming a comfort. He didn't try to cross. He simply sat and he listened. He listened to the shiverling's sad cries and the gurgle of the stream and the sigh of the wind in the willow branches. After a long while, he took the floppy-eared rabbit from his pocket. It was his first pebble of courage. He held it out. I'm lonely sometimes, too, Leo said, his voice quiet but clear in the hushed woods. The shiverling's sobs hiccuped to a stop. It looked up, its form seeming to solidify slightly. It looked at the offered rabbit, then at Leo's face. very slowly, it uncurled a wispy hand. In its palm lay a small, smooth stone, warm to the touch and glowing with a soft, golden light. It was the final pebble of Leo's bravery. The shiverling made its way to the stream's edge and placed the stone in Leo's outstretched hand. In return, Leo gently set the floppy-eared rabbit in the shiverling's grasp. The creature hugged it and its form brightened, the grays and blues softening into a gentle silver. It wasn't a trade, but a sharing. The challenge was over, solved not by a battle, but by a moment of understanding and patient kindness. The walk home was filled with a deep, quiet peace. The compass in Leo's pocket was now perfectly still, its needle pointing contentedly at his own heart. He had traveled far, though he had never left the familiar boundaries of his home and garden. He had journeyed through fear, through memory, and through empathy, and he had returned not with a treasure, but with himself made whole. That night, as a gentle rain began to fall, pitter-pattering a soft lullaby on the roof, Leo placed the compass on his bedside table. Its gentle, pearlescent glow mingled with the light from his lamp. He felt the weight of the 3 courage stones, the rabbit, the memory, the glowing pebble, safe within him. He was just a boy in a small house on Willow Lane, but he was also a brave explorer who had navigated the most important map of all. And as he drifted to sleep, the compass gave one final, soft click, a sound of perfect contentment, a promise that some things once found are never truly lost again. In the heart of the world, where shadows grew deep and ancient, there lay the Whispering Woods, a forest so old that its trees remembered when mountains were mere hills and rivers were but trickling streams. Here moonlight didn't simply fall, it wove itself through the branches like silver thread through a tapestry, stitching together a world where magic breathed in every rustle and sigh. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl, a young hedgehog named Thistle found herself unable to sleep. Her cozy burrow, lined with dried ferns and sweet clover, felt suddenly too small, too quiet. A restlessness had settled in her bones, a longing she couldn't name. So, wrapping a cloak of spider silk and moonbeam around her shoulders, she ventured out into the luminous dark. The forest greeted her with a symphony of soft sounds. The rain from earlier had gentled to a mist, and each droplet pattered upon the broad leaves of foxgloves and ferns in a rhythm that seemed to whisper, "Listen, listen, listen." The wind, a tender traveler, wound its way through the pine needles, creating a hushed, shushing sound that soothed the edges of Thistle's unease. Somewhere nearby, a brook babbled over smooth, dark stones, its voice a constant, cheerful murmur beneath the night's quieter melodies. Thistle's path was lit by nature's own lanterns. Tiny fungi clung to fallen logs, glowing with a soft, greenish light. Fireflies, like scattered embers from a distant star, drifted lazily through the clearings, their pulses a silent, golden language. It was in one such clearing, a perfect circle of velvet moss where the moon poured its light unimpeded, that Thistle saw him. Perched on a gnarled branch of an oak so ancient its bark was etched with forgotten histories, was Corvus, the elder owl. His feathers were the color of wood smoke in twilight, and his eyes held the deep, patient gleam of polished river stones. He did not startle at her approach, but simply swiveled his head, a slow and silent motion. "Your footsteps speak of a question, little one," he said, his voice not a hoot, but a low, resonant rumble, like stones shifting deep underground. Thistle shuffled her feet, the moss cool and soft beneath them. "I feel a hollow space inside," she confessed, her voice small. "As if I have forgotten how to be still, how to be content. The world feels like it is rushing on, and I am being left behind in the quiet." Corvus blinked slowly. "The forest knows this feeling. It is the season of the great waiting. Come, let us walk, and perhaps the world will offer its wisdom." Their journey began not with haste, but with a meandering slowness that honored the night. Corvus led the way, his flight silent as a shadow, while Thistle trundled along below. He did not lecture, but instead would pause and tilt his head, inviting her to observe. "Listen to the language of the stream," he murmured as they crossed it on a bridge of intertwined roots. Thistle knelt, her nose twitching. At first, she heard only water. But as she focused, the babble began to separate into distinct voices. It was a song of journey and release, of water letting go of the high mountains and trusting the path to the sea. It spoke of carrying stories from stone to stone, and of the freedom found in constant, gentle movement. "Release what you do not need," the stream seemed to sigh, "and you will find your flow." Further on they came to a circle of standing stones, draped in cloaks of emerald moss. The air hummed with a deep, vibrational silence. "Place your paw upon the stone," Corvus advised. Thistle did, and a warmth seeped into her. It was not the warmth of the sun, but of memory, of ages held in steadfast patience. The stone's language was not of words, but of feelings, a profound sense of time, of standing firm through countless winters and summers. It spoke of roots digging deep, of stability, and of the quiet strength that comes from simply being. "Be still," the stone whispered to her soul, "and know that you are part of something everlasting." But the most wondrous conversation was with the trees. As they moved deeper into the woods, Corvus had her stand before a grove of aspens, their leaves trembling even in the faintest breath of wind. "They speak not with their mouths, but with their lives," the owl said. "Watch." Thistle watched. The shimmering leaves, silvered by the moon, seemed to be sharing secrets with the stars. Their rustle was a language of connection, for beneath the soil all their roots were intertwined, a vast, hidden network. One tree would shiver, and a moment later its neighbor would answer. They shared warnings, comfort, and news of the world. "You are never alone," the aspens whispered in a chorus of soft, rattling sighs. "We are all linked, all part of the same great life." Thistle felt a piece of her hollowness fill with a sense of belonging. Yet the forest had one more lesson to teach, the most important one. They arrived at the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place where the seasonal magic was most potent. Here the ground was carpeted in a bioluminescent moss that pulsed with a soft blue light, mirroring the star-strewn sky above. In the center stood the grandmother willow, her long, trailing branches creating a curtain of living silver. She was the eldest of all, her trunk wide enough to shelter a family of badgers. "The hollow feeling," Thistle said, addressing the great tree, "it is the fear of the long, dark winter, isn't it? The fear that when things fall silent and still, they are gone forever." The willow's branches stirred, though there was no wind. A single leaf, golden at the edges, drifted down and landed on Thistle's head. It carried with it a vision not seen with eyes, but felt with the heart. Thistle saw the forest in deep winter, blanketed in snow. She saw her own burrow, deep and silent. But she also felt the life thrumming beneath the frozen earth, the seeds dreaming of spring, the bulbs holding summer within their cores, the trees conserving their energy in deep, patient slumber. It was not death, but a profound and necessary rest. It was a season of dreaming, of gathering strength for the renewal to come. "The cycle does not break," Corvus said softly, alighting on a nearby stump. "It breathes in and out, waking and sleeping, blooming and resting. Your restlessness is merely your spirit feeling the turn of the season, the call to prepare for the inward journey. Do not fear the quiet. It is where the deepest magic is woven." As he spoke, a gentle rain began to fall again, a soft percussion on the canopy above. Each drop that made its way through the leaves landed with a tiny plink on the glowing moss or Thistle's spiny back. The sound was cleansing, soothing. The wind joined in, humming through the willow's branches, a lullaby for the world. Thistle's hollowness was gone. In its place was a warm, humming fullness. The forest had not given her a single answer, but a whole new way of listening. She had learned the language of letting go from the stream, the language of patience from the stone, the language of connection from the trees, and the language of the cycle from the grandmother willow and wise Corvus. She understood now that her feelings were not a flaw, but a part of the great waiting, a natural turning inward, as essential as the coming winter was to the forest. Corvus escorted her back to the edge of the moonlit clearing near her home. "Remember," he said, his eyes gleaming, "the magic is not just in the glowing lights and whispering trees. It is in the quiet of your own heart, learning its own seasons." Thistle returned to her burrow, the gentle sounds of the night, the patter of rain, the rustle of leaves, the distant brook, a comforting chorus outside her door. She curled into her nest of clover and fern, no longer restless. The hollow space was filled with the soft, luminescent wisdom of the nocturnal world, a wisdom that promised that after every period of silence comes a song, after every winter, a spring. And as she drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, the last thing she heard was the comforting crackle of the fire in her mind's eye, and the gentle, rhythmic breath of the ancient, slumbering forest, holding her safe in the palm of the night. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled in a gentle valley where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver, lay the village of Stillwater. It was a place where cobblestone streets wound like sleepy serpents between cottages with thatched roofs, where gardens grew in spirals, and where the air always carried the scent of damp earth and blooming night-blooming jasmine. At the very center of the village stood the grandfather clock tower, its deep, resonant chime marking the hours with a sound so comforting it seemed to stitch the very fabric of the night together. Wind chimes, crafted from sea glass and polished river stones, sang a soft, random melody from every porch, and a gentle, mist-like rain often fell, not with a drumming insistence, but with a hushed patter, as if the clouds were sharing secrets with the leaves. The people of Stillwater were as gentle as their home. They mended one another's fences, shared soup on chilly evenings, and their greatest excitement was usually the annual Starlight Festival, where they would lay on woven blankets and watch the constellations perform their slow, celestial dance. But one autumn, a peculiar series of happenings began to unsettle the village's tranquil rhythm. It started with the stars. Old Finn, the night watchman, was the first to notice. Peering through his brass telescope, he saw that the constellation of the Silver Fox, a familiar sight with its bright, mischievous eye, was missing. Not clouded over, but simply gone, leaving a small, dark patch in the velvet sky. The next night, the weaver's loom, a cluster of stars that formed a delicate square, had also vanished. A soft anxiety began to hum through Stillwater. Whispers fluttered in the bakery and the town square. Had the stars grown tired of their eternal watch? Were they falling? Then a second peculiarity emerged. Young Liam, the miller's son, swore that the stream behind his house was flowing backwards. The rest of the village laughed, but when they went to see, they found it was true. The water, which for centuries had tumbled cheerfully eastward toward the sea, was now sliding silently, dreamily to the west. Leaves and flower petals floated upstream, defying all logic. The third and most beautiful mystery was discovered by Anya, the weaver. The luminous moonflowers in her garden, which always bloomed a pristine white under the moonlight, were now shifting through a spectrum of soft colors: lavender, pale blue, and a gentle, rosy pink. They were breathtaking, but their unpredictable hues were another thread in the tapestry of strangeness that had enveloped Stillwater. The village council, a group of well-meaning elders, gathered in the clock tower. They pored over old, dusty ledgers and debated theories of wayward magic and misbehaving sprites. They sent a delegation to the northern part of the woods, suspecting a reclusive sprite king of playing tricks. The delegation returned, not with a culprit, but with baskets of the sweetest blackberries anyone had ever tasted, a delightful discovery, but not a solution. Watching all this with quiet, thoughtful eyes was a young woman named Rowan. She was the village cartographer's apprentice, with a mind that loved patterns and a heart that listened more than it spoke. While others fretted, Rowan observed. She sat on her windowsill, her knees pulled to her chest, listening to the clock tower chime, the wind chimes whisper, and the gentle rain tap on the glass. She didn't see a crisis, she saw a puzzle. Her first clue came from a nursery rhyme, one sung to every child in Stillwater at bedtime. When the fox loses his sight, and the river takes flight, when the loom is undone, and the weaving's begun, seek the key in the glen, to make the world right again. Everyone knew the rhyme, but they thought it was just a silly verse. Rowan, however, saw it as a map. The fox was the missing constellation. The river was flowing backwards. The loom was the other vanished constellation. The weaving's begun. Could that be connected to Anya's color-changing flowers? That night Rowan took her own detailed star charts, drawn by her master, and a basket of warm oat cakes, and went to visit old Finn in his watchtower. "Finn," she said, her voice soft against the chime of the hour, "the rhyme says the loom is undone. What if the stars aren't missing? What if the pattern is just changing?" Finn, a kind man with a beard like a cloud, hummed. He adjusted his telescope. "A changing pattern, you say, but the stars have been the same for 1,000 years. Has the clock tower always chimed the same way?" Rowan asked. Finn looked thoughtful. "Well, no, we had to recalibrate it last spring after the great storm. The weights were off." Rowan's eyes lit up. She spent the next 2 nights with Finn, not just looking at the empty patches, but at the stars around them. She noticed that the stars of the hunter's bow seemed brighter, and the swan's wing had stretched. The pattern wasn't being erased, it was being rewoven. The backwards flowing river was her next puzzle. She followed it west, away from the sea, further than anyone had gone in a long time. The sound of the water was different, not a chatter, but a deep, resonant hum. She found that it was flowing towards the heart of the whispering woods, into a place known as the Silent Glen, a place the nursery rhyme had mentioned. The glen was usually avoided, not out of fear, but out of respect, for it was said to be a place where the earth itself dreamed. As she walked, she noticed something else. The color-changing moonflowers weren't just in Anya's garden. They grew in patches all along the riverbank, their colors pulsing in a soft, rhythmic pattern. She sat by the water, eating an oat cake, and simply watched. She saw a family of otters playing in the reverse current, tumbling joyfully upstream. She saw fish resting, facing what was normally the wrong direction, their gills pulsing peacefully. The backwards flow wasn't a disruption, it was a different kind of harmony. Her empathy allowed her to see what others, in their worry, had missed. The forest and the sky didn't seem distressed. They seemed expectant. The final piece of the puzzle came from the clock tower itself. Rowan was helping the clockmaster, a tiny bird-like woman named Alara, dust the great gears. The clock was an ancient, beautiful thing, its face depicting not just numbers, but the phases of the moon and the journey of the sun. Alara, Rowan asked, "Does the clock ever feel different?" Alara cocked her head, her eyes bright. "It has been ticking a little softer lately, almost as if it's listening for something." That was it. The clock, the stars, the river, the flowers, they were all connected. They were all part of a larger mechanism, a celestial clockwork that was recalibrating itself. The key in the glen from the rhyme wasn't a physical key, but an understanding. Rowan gathered the villagers in the town square as the soft rain began to fall. The wind chimes played their gentle song. "Friends," she said, her voice carrying on the quiet air. "We have not been cursed, we are being invited. The stars are not gone, they are moving to form a new constellation. The river is not broken, it is flowing to water a part of the woods that has been thirsting. The flowers are not confused, they are celebrating. The grandfather clock is slowing its heartbeat to match the rhythm of this change." She showed them her star charts, pointing out the subtle shifts. She described the peaceful animals in the reversed river. She explained that the old nursery rhyme wasn't a warning of doom, but a set of instructions for a time of transition, a time that came only once every few centuries. A sense of wonder replaced the anxiety. Instead of fear, they felt curiosity. Instead of isolation, they felt a shared purpose. The next evening, the entire village of Stillwater, carrying lanterns that glowed like captive fireflies, followed Rowan into the whispering woods. They followed the backwards flowing stream to the silent glen. There they found not a sprite or a monster, but a breathtaking sight. The glen was a natural amphitheater, and in its center, an ancient crystalline stone pulsed with a soft, internal light. The reversed river fed into a pool around it, and the color-changing moonflowers grew in concentric circles, their hues shifting in time with the stone's gentle glow. Above, the night sky was clear. And there, in the once empty patch of sky, a new constellation was finally complete. It was a magnificent creature, a stag woven from starlight, its antlers vast and intricate, touching the edges of the familiar swan and the hunter. It was a new guide for the heavens. The grandfather clock tower miles away chimed the hour, and its sound was deeper, richer, and more resonant than ever before, as if it had finally found its true voice. The wind chimes in the village rang out in a harmonious, joyous chorus. The people of Stillwater stood together in the glen, watching the stag take its place in the sky. They understood now. Their world wasn't breaking, it was growing. The peculiar happenings had been the groans and shifts of a universe expanding, not collapsing. They returned to their village not just as neighbors, but as guardians of a beautiful secret. The mysteries had drawn them closer, and Rowan's quiet observation and deep empathy had shown them the way. That night, as the gentle rain returned to wash the world clean, every person in Stillwater slept a little more peacefully, their dreams filled with shimmering starlight, backwards flowing streams, and the profound comfort that even the greatest changes are just part of a larger, kinder pattern. And in their dreams they heard the soft, constant chime of the clock tower, a steadfast heartbeat in the quiet, magical night. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth, it was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. And old grandfather Mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick. The glimmerflies are sad. The air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. Careful now, rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. Don't let the mudslide downstream, steady. The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free. Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots, trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already. Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night. The harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, a steady, whispering voice of light and warmth in the quiet room. Its golden light danced upon the walls, painting them with shifting patterns of amber and deep orange, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air, sweet and smoky. It is in this circle of warmth and light that our story begins, not with a bang or a shout, but with a quiet, lingering sort of sadness. In a small, tidy cottage at the edge of a great, whispering forest, lived a young boy named Kaelen. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of the forest floor after a rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small chest. You see, Kaelen felt a profound loneliness, a hollow space inside him that the cheerful chatter of the village children or the busy love of his parents could not quite fill. He felt different, as if he were a puzzle piece from another box, and he spent most of his time wandering the fringes of the woods, listening to its secrets, hoping to find where he might truly belong. One evening, as the autumn sun bled into a violet and tangerine horizon, Kaelen was returning from one such walk. The air was growing chilly, and he pulled his woolen cloak tight around his shoulders. His path took him past the workshop of old Alara, the village woodcarver, a woman as gnarled and wise as the ancient oaks she loved. Her door was ajar, and a soft, buttery light spilled out onto the cobblestones. Drawn by the warmth, Kaelen peeked inside. Alara was not carving that night. Instead, she was sitting by her own small fire, polishing a smooth, dark river stone she held in her palm. It was about the size of a goose egg, unremarkable at first glance. But as Kaelen watched, his breath caught in his throat. From deep within the stone's core, a gentle, pulsing light began to glow. It was the color of banked embers, a deep, warm red that pulsed with a slow, steady rhythm, like a sleeping heart. "Come in, child," Alara said without looking up, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "The night air is too cold for lingering." Kaelen stepped inside, the warmth of the workshop enveloping him like a blanket. "What is that?" he asked, his eyes fixed on the stone. Alara held it out to him. "This is an emberstone. It is a very old thing, and a very rare one. It does not create its own light, you see. It only reflects what is already there." She placed it in his hand. It was surprisingly warm, and the gentle pulse of light within it seemed to sync with the beat of his own heart. "Reflects what light?" Kaelen asked, turning the stone over. It felt alive. "The light inside," Alara said simply. "The warmth of a kind heart, the spark of a brave spirit, the glow of a hidden truth. For most, it remains a dull, cold rock, but for those who carry a special light within them, it awakens." Kaelen stared at the emberstone in his hand. Its deep red glow was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. "Why is it glowing for me?" Old Alara smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like well-trodden paths. "That, my boy, is a question only you can answer, but the stone has chosen to speak to you. It wishes to go with you." "With me, where?" "On a journey," she said, her gaze drifting towards the dark line of the forest. "There is a place deep within the woods, a hidden world known as the Sylvan Glade. It is a place of immense, ancient magic, but its heart is growing cold. Its light is fading. I believe the emberstone is the key to warming it again, and I believe you are the one who must carry it there." A journey into the deep woods. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Kaelen. But as he looked down at the stone, its steady, ember-like glow seemed to pour courage into his veins. The hollow feeling inside him shifted, not filling, but changing into a sense of purpose. "How will I find it?" he whispered. The stone will guide you, Alara said. Listen to its pulse. It will beat faster when you are on the right path and slower when you have strayed. Trust it, and trust yourself. And so, with the emberstone tucked safely in a leather pouch tied around his neck, Kaelen set out the very next morning. He left a note for his parents, promising to return, his pack filled with bread, cheese, and a heart full of trepidation and hope. The forest welcomed him not with a roar, but with a sigh. The tall pines formed a cathedral ceiling high above, their branches filtering the sunlight into shifting, dappled patterns on the mossy floor. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. For hours he walked, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the distant calls of unseen birds. He held the emberstone in his hand, feeling its rhythmic pulse. For a long time it beat slow and steady. Then, as he paused at a fork in the game trail, considering which way to go, he felt it. A quickening, a distinct thump-thump-thump against his palm, when he looked towards the path that led deeper into the shadowy, thicker part of the woods. Taking a deep breath, he followed that path. The forest grew denser, the light fading to a perpetual twilight. Strange, bioluminescent fungi clung to the trees like pale, ghostly lanterns. Kaelen's loneliness began to creep back in, amplified by the profound silence. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice the roots snaking across the path until it was too late. He tripped, tumbling down a small, leafy embankment, landing with a soft thud in a bed of ferns. He was unhurt, but his pouch of food had torn open, and his supplies were scattered. As he sat up, brushing dirt from his trousers, a wave of despair washed over him. He was lost, his food was gone, and the great, silent forest seemed to press in on him from all sides. The emberstone around his neck felt heavy and cold. It was then that he heard a sound, a soft, sniffing noise. He looked up and saw a pair of bright, intelligent eyes peering at him from behind a fallen log. A moment later, a small, red fox stepped cautiously into view. It was a beautiful creature, with a coat like polished copper and a bushy tail tipped with white. It didn't run away. Instead, it tilted its head, studying him with a curious expression. "Hello," Kaelen said softly, his voice small in the vast quiet. The fox took a step closer, then another. It sniffed the air, then cautiously approached a piece of cheese that had fallen from Kaelen's pack. It nibbled at it, then looked back at Kaelen as if to say thank you. "I suppose you can't have it," Kaelen said with a sigh. "I don't have much use for it now." The fox finished the cheese, and then, to Kaelen's astonishment, it sat down, wrapping its tail neatly around its paws. It wasn't afraid. In fact, it seemed to be keeping him company. "Are you lost too?" Kaelen asked, feeling a little silly for talking to a fox. The fox simply blinked. But in that moment, a wonderful thing happened. The emberstone, which had grown dim, began to glow again. A soft, warm pulse of light emanated from it, and the fox's eyes widened, reflecting the gentle crimson glow. It didn't startle. It seemed comforted. Kaelen reached out a hand, slow and steady. The fox hesitated for only a second before it stretched its neck and gently nudged his fingers with its cool, damp nose. A feeling of pure, uncomplicated friendship flowed through Kaelen, warm and sweet as honey. The hollow space inside him didn't feel so empty anymore. "I'm Kaelen," he said, "and I'm going to the Sylvan Glade." The fox gave a soft, chuffing sound, then stood up and trotted a few paces down a path Kaelen hadn't even noticed, hidden behind a curtain of ivy. It looked back at him, waiting. You know the way," Kaelen asked, incredulous. The fox flicked its tail, a clear gesture of "follow me." And so, Kaelen's solitary journey transformed into a shared one. He named his new companion Ember, for the color of his fur, and for the light of the stone that had brought them together. Ember proved to be an excellent guide. He knew which berries were safe to eat, where the clearest streams trickled, and the safest places to rest as the deep violet of night draped itself over the forest. As they traveled, Kaelen talked. He told Ember about his loneliness in the village, about feeling out of place, about the weight of the strange stone and the task he had been given. Ember, of course, could not reply with words, but he listened with his whole body, his ears swiveling to catch every syllable, his presence a quiet, steadfast comfort. In turn, Kaelen learned to listen to the forest as Ember did, to the warning chatter of a squirrel, the direction of the wind, the subtle messages in the rustling leaves. One afternoon they came to a wide, rushing river, its waters gray and swollen with recent rains. The bridge that had once spanned it was nothing more than a few rotten planks dangling from crumbling stone pillars. How will we cross? Kaelen wondered aloud, his heart sinking. Ember trotted along the bank, his nose twitching. He stopped at a place where a great, ancient willow tree leaned far out over the water, its long, trailing branches brushing the surface of the river. He looked from the branches to Kaelen and back again, a clear idea forming in his clever mind. Understanding dawned on Kaelen. It was a risky, terrifying idea. But as he looked at the determined set of Ember's shoulders and felt the confident pulse of the Emberstone against his chest, he knew it was their only choice. He would have to swing across. Gathering a handful of the strongest, most flexible willow branches, he took a deep breath. Fear was a cold stone in his stomach, but beneath it was a new feeling, trust. Trust in Ember, trust in the stone, and trust in his own growing strength. With a running start, he leaped, clutching the branches. For a heart-stopping moment, he swung out over the churning, cold water. The branches creaked and strained, but they held. He landed, stumbling but safe, on the far bank. He turned immediately, his heart in his throat. Ember. The little fox took a few steps back, then ran and leaped with all his might. He wasn't heavy enough to swing the branches down. He scrabbled desperately at the air, starting to fall. Without thinking, Kaelen lunged forward, lying flat on the bank and stretching his arms out as far as he could. His fingers brushed against Ember's fur, caught hold of a leg, and he pulled with all his might, hauling the dripping, shivering fox to safety. They lay on the bank for a moment, panting, soaked but triumphant. Ember shook himself, spraying water everywhere, and then licked Kaelen's cheek. The Emberstone was glowing so brightly it cast their shadows long and dancing on the rocks behind them. Kaelen realized he wasn't just carrying the stone's light anymore, he was creating it. The light of courage born from friendship was shining from within him. The land on the other side of the river was different. The air grew colder and the trees were skeletal and silver, their leaves long gone. A profound silence hung over everything, a silence that felt old and weary. The very light seemed thin and gray. The Emberstone's pulse was a frantic, urgent drumbeat against Kaelen's chest. They followed the stone's guidance into a narrow canyon between two sheer cliffs of pale, smooth rock. At the end of the canyon was an archway, woven from the living roots of two immense, sleeping trees. This was the entrance to the sylvan glade. But the glade was not what Kaelen had imagined. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, frozen in time. Trees of silver and gold, with leaves like crystal, stood motionless. Flowers made of frosted glass dotted the landscape. A still black pool lay at its center, reflecting the bleak, colorless sky. But it was utterly silent and utterly cold. There was no birdsong, no rustle of life, no warmth. The magic here was not sleeping, it was dying. In the center of the glade, beside the dark pool, stood a figure. It was a creature of light and shadow, shaped like a tall, slender woman, but she was made of woven willow branches and pale, fading moss. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be woven into the very fabric of the glade, her feet like roots sinking into the earth. This was the guardian, the spirit of the sylvan glade, and she was fading away. Kaelen approached slowly, Ember at his heels. The cold was seeping into his bones. He held the emberstone out before him. "Hello," he called softly, his voice echoing in the crystalline silence. The guardian's eyes fluttered open. They were the color of a winter sky, vast and empty. Who comes to this forgotten place?" Her voice was a whisper, the sound of wind through bare branches. "My name is Kaelen. I was sent, I was guided here by this." He opened his hand, revealing the emberstone. It glowed, but its light seemed small and feeble against the immense, consuming cold of the glade. The guardian's pale eyes focused on the stone. A flicker of memory passed over her face. "The Heartstone, it has been an age since I felt its warmth." She looked at Kaelen, her gaze piercing. "But its light alone is not enough. It is a mirror, child. It can only reflect what is brought to it. The glade's own heart has grown cold with loneliness and the weight of forgotten years. Its light has gone out." Kaelen understood then. The journey wasn't about delivering a magical object. It was about what he had become on the way. The stone hadn't been guiding him to the glade. It had been guiding him to himself. He thought of his own loneliness, the hollow feeling that had sent him into the woods. He thought of the warmth of old Alara's fire, the steadfast friendship of Ember, the courage he had found at the river. He thought of all the small, quiet lights that had guided him, kindness, trust, bravery. He knelt by the dark, still pool, the emberstone held tightly in his hand. He didn't know any grand spells or magical words. So he simply began to speak. He spoke of the things he had learned. He spoke of the comfort of a shared silence, the strength found in a helping hand, the way a single act of kindness could light up the darkest path. He poured all the warmth he had found on his journey, the warmth of friendship, of purpose, of a heart no longer feeling alone, into the stone. And the emberstone responded. It began to glow, not with a pulse, but with a steady, brilliant, sun-like radiance. The deep red of embers flared into gold and soft white. The light poured from the stone, not as a beam, but as a gentle, flowing warmth, like liquid sunlight. It touched the frozen flowers, and their glass petals began to shimmer with soft, living colors. It touched the silver trees, and their crystal leaves began to chime softly, a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. It touched the dark pool, and the water cleared, reflecting not a gray sky, but the brilliant, warm light of the stone itself. The light flowed up the guardian's roots, through her body of willow and moss. Color returned to her, the rich brown of soil, the vibrant green of new growth. She stood taller, her eyes now the deep, warm green of a summer forest. A slow, beautiful smile spread across her face. The sylvan glade was waking up. A breeze, warm and sweet with the scent of blooming things, whispered through the trees. From hidden nests and burrows, creatures began to emerge, shimmering moths, birds with feathers like jewels, small, shy animals Kaelen had never seen before. The silence was replaced by a symphony of life, chirping, buzzing, rustling, a joyful noise that was the very sound of the world being born anew. The guardian placed a hand, now warm and solid, on Kaelen's shoulder. "You did not bring the light, child," she said, her voice now strong and melodic. "You became the light. You reminded this place of what it had forgotten, that the truest magic, the warmth that can melt the coldest frost, is the magic of connection. Thank you." Kaelen looked at Ember, who was chasing a glowing butterfly, his copper fur blazing in the new light. The hollow space inside him was gone, filled to the brim with a quiet, profound joy. He had found where he belonged. It wasn't a place on a map, it was a feeling he carried within him. He spent a day and a night in the sylvan glade, resting and marveling at its restored beauty. When it was time to leave, the guardian gave him a small, smooth seed from the oldest tree in the glade. "Plant this where your heart feels most at home," she said. "It will grow into a reminder." The journey back was different. The forest seemed brighter, friendlier. He and Ember retraced their steps, the emberstone now resting quietly against his chest, its great task complete. When he finally emerged from the tree line and saw the familiar smoke rising from his village chimneys, it felt like returning to a dream. He went straight to Alara's workshop. The old woodcarver was waiting, as if she had known the very moment he would arrive. She took the emberstone from him. It was dark and cool once more, a simple river stone. "Its work is done," she said, placing it on a shelf among other curiosities. "And so is yours for now." Kaelen shook his head. "No, it's just beginning." He told her everything about Ember, the river, the frozen glade, the guardian. As he spoke, he realized the story itself was a kind of light, warming the small workshop. He went home to his parents, who hugged him tight, their worry melting into relief and pride. That evening, in the soft soil of his own backyard, under the watchful eye of Ember, who had decided the village was not so bad if Kaelen was there, he planted the seed from the sylvan glade. And as the seasons turned, a strange and wonderful tree began to grow. Its bark was silvery, its leaves a shimmering gold-green, and on the coldest, darkest winter nights, its branches would glow with a soft, ember-like light, casting a gentle, warm radiance over Kaelen's home. Kaelen was never lonely again. He had learned that the world is full of hidden glades and silent guardians, and that every heart carries an ember waiting to be kindled. He had learned that the most important journeys are the ones that lead you back to yourself, and that the truest warmth is found not in a solitary fire, but in the shared light of friendship. So as the fire in the hearth now burns down to a bed of glowing, pulsing coals, and the room is filled with a deep, peaceful quiet, remember Kaelen's story. Remember that even on the darkest nights, there is always a light within you, waiting to be shared. Carry that warmth with you into your dreams, and know that you, too, belong. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as gentle and full of wonder as a sylvan glade, restored. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid silver, there existed a forest older than memory itself. Here the trees stood as living libraries, their bark etched with stories written in patterns only the night dwellers could read. The streams hummed lullabies composed of raindrops and pebbles, and the stones held the warmth of forgotten suns beneath their mossy blankets. On this particular velvet night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves padded softly through the ferns. He was restless, his heart beating a rhythm out of sync with the forest's gentle pulse. Though his den was warm and lined with sweet-smelling pine needles, sleep eluded him, for he could not understand why the world needed to grow cold and quiet when winter approached. His path led him to a clearing where starlight pooled like spilled milk upon the ground. Here, bioluminescent fungi dotted fallen logs with soft green halos, and will-o'-the-wisps danced in the misty air like wandering stars. In the center stood the grandmother oak, her branches spanning the sky, her leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Perched on her lowest bough sat an owl whose feathers held the patterns of constellations, her eyes glowing with the gentle light of captured moonbeams. "Little fox," the owl hooted softly, her voice like wind moving through pine needles, "your footsteps speak of questions too heavy for one so small to carry alone." The fox sat, wrapping his bushy tail around his paws. "Wise one," he began, "why must the forest prepare for sleep? Why do the flowers close their bright faces, and why do the streams slow their cheerful songs? It feels like the world is forgetting how to be joyful." The owl blinked slowly. "Come," she said, "and we shall ask the forest itself for answers." Their first stop was the crystal stream, where water chuckled over smooth stones. The fox dipped his paw into the cool current. "Why do you slow your dancing?" he asked. The stream's response came in bubbles that rose like liquid glass. "Little guardian," it gurgled, "even rivers need dreams. In my winter stillness, I gather stories from the sleeping earth. The deep secrets roots tell one another beneath the frost. When spring returns, I will carry these stories to awaken the valleys." Next they visited the standing stones, ancient sentinels covered in velvet moss. The fox pressed his ear against the cool granite. "Why do you hold such silence?" he whispered. A vibration hummed through the stone, a resonance felt rather than heard. "Child of the between times," the stone seemed to say, "in our quiet we remember the warmth of summer suns and store it for the creatures who shelter in our lay. Our stillness is not emptiness, it is a different kind of fullness." As they walked, the forest revealed its nighttime magic. Glowworms traced delicate scripts upon decaying logs, writing messages about transformation and renewal. Moonflowers unfurled their pearlescent petals, releasing fragrance that smelled like starlight and dew. The wind moved through the pine needles with a shushing sound, as if comforting the earth to rest. The owl led the fox to a grove where the trees grew in a perfect circle. "This is where the seasons turn," she explained. "Watch and listen." In the center of the grove, a single silver birch trembled, its last golden leaf clinging to a slender branch. As the fox watched, the leaf released its hold and spiraled downward, caught by an invisible current of air. It didn't fall to the ground, but instead floated upward, joining a constellation of other leaves dancing in the moonlight. "Where are they going?" the fox breathed. "To the dream realm," the owl replied. "Where all things go to gather wisdom before returning, renewed." They continued their journey, the forest revealing more of its nocturnal wonders. They passed through a tunnel of weeping willows whose trailing branches swept the forest floor with a soft rustling sound, like pages turning in an ancient book. They crossed a bridge made of intertwined roots where fireflies pulsed in synchronized patterns, creating living constellations that mirrored the sky above. Beneath a hawthorn tree heavy with crimson berries, they encountered a badger who was gathering the last of the season's mushrooms. His stripes glowed faintly in the moonlight, and when he moved, the air filled with the scent of damp earth and wild thyme. "The forest prepares not for death, but for dreaming," the badger rumbled, his voice like stones tumbling in a distant creek. Beneath the frost, a great transformation occurs. Seeds split open to remember their future shapes. Roots stretch deeper, learning the earth's oldest songs. Even the stones grow warmer at their hearts, storing summer's laughter for colder days. The fox listened, his ears twitching at the symphony of night sounds, the patter of last leaves falling, the almost imperceptible crunch of frost forming on fern tips, the distant hush of a waterfall slowing to an icy trickle. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky with lavender and rose, the owl led the fox to the highest point in the forest, a moss-covered cliff overlooking the sleeping world. From here they could see the tapestry of the whispering woods in all its glory, the dark green of the pines, the silver threads of streams, the patches of mist floating like ghosts between the trees. "Watch," the owl said softly. As the first rays of sun touched the forest, something miraculous occurred. The frost that had gathered during the night began to sparkle, not with melting, but with captured light. Each crystal became a prism, reflecting colors that shouldn't have existed. Deep violets, emerald greens, and sapphire blues danced across the forest floor. The frozen waterfall glimmered like a staircase of diamonds, and the spiderwebs between the branches became laceworks of rainbows. "This is the forest's way of remembering light," the owl explained. "Even in its resting time, it finds ways to keep beauty alive." The fox felt a warmth spread through his chest, a understanding blooming like a flower in the snow. "So the quiet time isn't empty," he murmured. "It's full of different kinds of magic." The owl nodded, her feathers ruffling in the morning breeze. "Just as you need sleep to grow and dream, the earth needs its season of stillness. In the seeming silence, the most important work is done, the gathering of strength, the weaving of roots, the storing of sunlight in secret places. As they made their way back to the fox's den, the forest began its daytime transformation. The nocturnal creatures retreated to their hidden homes, the bioluminescent fungi dimmed their glow, and the morning birds began their chorus. But now the fox could hear the harmony between the waking and sleeping worlds, the way one flowed into the other, each necessary, each beautiful in its time. At the entrance to his den, the fox turned to the owl. "Thank you," he said. "I was afraid of the coming quiet, but now I understand it's just the forest breathing out, gathering itself to breathe in again when the time is right." The owl touched his head gently with her wingtip. "Remember this wisdom when the snow falls deep and the world seems sleeping. Beneath the stillness, magic is working. In the silence, stories are being woven, and after every winter, without fail, spring always returns." The fox curled up in his den, the scent of pine and earth comforting around him. Through the entrance, he could see the forest settling into its daytime rhythms. For the first time, the approach of winter didn't feel like an ending, but like the turning of a page in a story that would continue, cycle after cycle, forever. As he drifted into sleep, he heard the wind moving through the pines, a lullaby of whispers that spoke of patience, of trust in nature's rhythms, of the quiet magic that works in darkness and silence. And in his dreams, he saw the forest not as sleeping, but as dreaming. Great, beautiful, transformative dreams that would blossom into reality when the world was ready to wake again. Outside, the first snowflakes began to fall, each one a tiny star carrying messages from the sky, each one a promise that even in the deepest rest, the world was held in gentle, capable hands. And the fox slept, knowing he was part of something vast and eternal, something that knew exactly when to rest and when to awaken, when to be still and when to dance. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a three-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Gratharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Gratharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. In the sleepy valley of Willowbrook, where chimney smoke curled into plum-colored sunsets and cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. It started with old Mrs. Thimblewick's prize-winning roses. Overnight, their vibrant petals turned as clear as raindrops, though they still smelled sweeter than honeycake. Then came the floating teacups in Mr. Bramble's bakery, drifting lazily above the scone trays without spilling a drop of chamomile brew. Finally, the village children discovered their knitted mittens humming soft lullabies whenever worn. Whispers fluttered through the maple groves like autumn leaves. What magic is this? Young Clara, with eyes like moss agates and a curiosity as deep as the wishing well, decided to unravel the riddle. She tucked her notebook into her apron pocket, filled her pockets with sugar-dusted biscuits, and set out beneath a sky streaked with dove-gray clouds. Her first clue came near the brook, where she found dewdrops hovering midair like tiny crystal bells. "Something's dancing where it shouldn't," she murmured, sketching the phenomenon with a charcoal pencil. Seeking wisdom, Clara climbed the hill to the cottage of Elder Rowan, whose beard held more stories than the village library. His home smelled of dried lavender and slow-brewed wisdom tea. "Ah," he chuckled, strorting his silver beard as Clara described the floating dewdrops. "Nature's shyest children are stirring, but mischief without malice needs gentle eyes to see it." He gifted her a spyglass carved from moonstone, a lens that revealed invisible footprints glittering like crushed starlight on the mossy banks. Following the trail, Clara wandered into the whisperwood, where ancient trees murmured secrets to the wind. There she met Flicker, a squirrel with fur like spun copper and a tail that shimmered when excited. "Troubles brewing by the Glimmer Pond," he chattered, nibbling Clara's offered biscuit. "The pond sprites are restless, their queen's crown has gone missing." Flicker led her through fern-choked paths to the pond, where water lilies glowed like submerged lanterns. Sure enough, tiny, translucent sprites darted frantically beneath the surface, their usual joyful bubbles replaced by worried sighs. Clara observed quietly. The sprite's magic, usually confined to polishing pebbles and guiding tadpoles, was spilling into Willowbrook, unintended ripples of their distress. Using Elder Rowan's spyglass, she spotted faint scorch marks near a hawthorn bush. "Fireflies don't burn leaves," she mused. Flicker scampered up the tree, returning with a clue, a single thread of iridescent silk, finer than spider web. "Moon moth silk," he declared. "Only night gardeners weave it." Under a buttermilk moon, Clara and Flicker crept to the night garden, a hidden meadow where lunar moths tended blossoms that bloomed only in starlight. There, perched on a foxglove trumpet, sat Seraphina, a moth woman with wings like stained glass. Her antennae drooped guiltily. "I borrowed the crown," she confessed, voice like rustling petals. "The queen's crown holds starlight to help our midnight blooms, but when I returned it, it vanished from the pond's edge." Her wings fluttered anxiously, scattering prism dust. Clara pieced it together. The scorch marks were from Seraphina's hurried flight, the silk thread a snag from the crown. But who took it? Back at Glimmer Pond, Clara studied the muddy shore. Among the sprite footprints, she spotted larger, webbed impressions. "Frogs don't wear crowns," giggled Flicker. then a glint beneath a willow root. There lay the crown, tangled in fishing line beside a dented tin pail. Old Finn, the near-sighted fisherman, often mended nets here at dawn. At daybreak, Clara found Finn by his boat. I, he admitted, scratching his head, thought it were a fancy bobber. Took it home for me tackle box. Finn's cottage overflowed with useful finds, bottle cap medals, button brooches, and there, gleaming among fish hooks, the Sprite Queen's crown, a delicate circle of water reeds and captive starlight. The resolution bloomed like dawn. Clara returned the crown to the tearful queen, who rewarded Willowbrook with a promise. Henceforth, sprites would borrow magic openly. Each morning they'd weave dewdrop chimes in misses, Thimblewick's garden, float teacups as Bramble's bakery alarms, and stitch humming tunes into mittens to warm small fingers. Seraphina gifted Finn firefly lanterns for night fishing, while Elder Rowan displayed the moonstone spyglass in the village hall, a reminder that mysteries unravel sweetest with kindness and watchful eyes. That evening, as Clara curled by her hearth, the mittens on her hands hummed a soft, contented melody. Outside, the clear roses caught the moonlight like living stained glass, and the air shimmered with the gentle magic of secrets understood. In Willowbrook, even the quietest puzzles nestled into place, cradled by friendship and the soft, sure rhythm of a world where every mystery ended with a lullaby. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willowheart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The shadow can drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the crystal peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. "It's hurting them by accident," Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid silver, there existed a forest that breathed with magic. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the trees conversed in rustling sighs, the streams hummed ancient melodies, and the stones held memories deep within their mossy surfaces. As twilight deepened into velvety night, the forest awakened with a gentle pulse of life, a rhythm known only to those who listened with more than just their ears. Our story begins with a young, wide-eyed hare named Thistle, whose fur was the color of dried lavender and whose ears twitched at the faintest whisper of magic. Thistle often found himself restless when the moon rose high, his heart yearning for something he couldn't name. On this particular evening, as a soft rain began to patter upon the broad leaves of ferns, he noticed something extraordinary, a path of glowing mushrooms, their caps emitting a soft, blue-green light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Curiosity guiding his delicate paws, Thistle followed the bioluminescent trail deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured. The rainfall created a soothing percussion upon the canopy, each drop tapping a different leaf like nature's own lullaby. He passed beneath archways of willow branches that swept the forest floor with gentle sighs, and stepped over roots that seemed to shift and make way for him. The air smelled of wet earth, blooming night-blooming jasmine, and the crisp scent of ozone after lightning, though no storm threatened the peaceful night. After what felt like both moments and lifetimes, the mushroom path opened into a circular clearing bathed in starlight. At its center stood an ancient oak, so massive that 20 hares could have circled its trunk without touching paws. Its bark was gnarled and wise, etched with patterns that told stories of centuries passing. From a hollow in the trunk, a great horned owl emerged, her feathers the color of twilight and her eyes holding the depth of the night sky. This was Olaria, the forest's silent guardian. "Little one," she hooted softly, her voice like wind moving through pine needles, "you have followed the moon's invitation. What brings you to the Heartwood clearing?" Thistle's nose twitched nervously. "I couldn't sleep," he confessed. "There's a restlessness in my bones, as if I'm missing something important." Olaria blinked slowly, her golden eyes capturing the moonlight. "The forest speaks to those who feel such yearnings, but to understand its language, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone." She extended one wing, pointing toward a nearby brook that chuckled over smooth stones. "Begin there where the water tells stories of distant mountains." Thistle hopped to the water's edge, his paws sinking into the cool, damp moss. At first he heard only the pleasant gurgling of water over rocks. But as he stilled his breathing and let his heartbeat slow, the sounds began to separate into distinct voices. The stream wasn't merely flowing, it was singing of snow-capped peaks where it began as melting glaciers, of fish that leaped in its currents, of the roots it quenched during dry seasons. The water's song spoke of constant movement and change, yet also of eternal cycles. "A stream remembers everything it touches," murmured Olaria from her perch. "But it never holds on too tightly. It teaches us that flowing forward is not the same as forgetting." Encouraged, Thistle turned his attention to the stones lining the bank. To his astonishment, they began to emit a low, resonant hum, a vibration he felt rather than heard. Placing his ear against the largest stone, warm from the day's sun, he sensed its story unfolding. This stone remembered the footsteps of creatures long gone, the pressure of ancient trees that once grew beside it, the comfort of moss blankets during rainy seasons. Unlike the stream, the stone spoke of patience, of remaining steadfast through countless cycles. "The stones hold the forest's memory," the owl explained. "They remind us that stillness has its own wisdom." As the night deepened, Thistle noticed how the bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter, their light dancing in patterns that responded to the forest's mood. Fireflies joined the display, their golden flashes creating counterpoints to the mushroom's steady glow. Together they illuminated hidden details, dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, the intricate veins on leaves, the delicate tracings of frost beginning to form on fern tips. Olaria guided Thistle to a particularly ancient willow whose branches formed a curtain around its trunk. "Touch the bark," she instructed. "But do not press, simply rest your paw upon it." Thistle did as told and immediately felt a thrum of energy, like the forest's heartbeat. The tree communicated not in words but in sensations. The joy of sunlight filtering through its leaves, the companionship of birds nesting in its branches, the resilience during winter storms. Most powerfully, Thistle felt the tree's deep connection to everything around it, how its roots shared nutrients with neighboring trees, how its falling leaves nourished the soil, how its shade sheltered tender seedlings. Trees know the secret of community, Olaria said. They prosper together or not at all. Throughout the night, the owl led Thistle on a gentle journey of discovery. They paused by a patch of silver-leafed plants that chimed softly when the wind passed through them. They watched badger cubs tumbling in their moonlit set, their playful grunts and snuffles creating a comforting rhythm. They observed how the seasons had left their marks everywhere, from the tender new growth on berry bushes to the hollow logs returning to earth, providing homes for insects and fungi. The forest never truly sleeps, Olaria explained as they returned to the heartwood clearing. It merely shifts between different kinds of waking. The restlessness you feel is the forest's eternal turning, the same turning that brings autumn's release, winter's quiet, spring's awakening, and summer's abundance. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky in watercolor hues of lavender and rose, Thistle realized his restlessness had transformed. The yearning in his bones hadn't disappeared, but it had found its place. It was simply his own small heartbeat joining the forest's greater rhythm. Will you teach me to understand the other seasons? Thistle asked, watching the first rays of sunlight gild the treetops. Olaria ruffled her feathers, a sound like pages turning in an ancient book. The forest itself will be your teacher now. Return when the leaves begin to turn gold, when the first snow dusts the ferns, when the buds swell with new life. Each season has its own magic to share. Thistle made his way back to his burrow as morning birds began their chorus. The world felt both familiar and new, the same trees, the same streams, but now he understood they were breathing, speaking, living in ways he'd never imagined. He settled into his nest of dried grass and soft feathers, listening to the forest's daytime sounds beginning to overlay the nighttime whispers. Outside his burrow, a gentle breeze stirred the aspen leaves, creating a sound like soft rainfall. Somewhere nearby, water dripped from a mossy stone into a small pool with rhythmic plinks. The scent of damp earth and waking flowers drifted on the air. Thistle closed his eyes, not with restless energy, but with peaceful anticipation for the next twilight, when the moon would rise again and the forest's nocturnal magic would awaken once more. And deep in the whispering woods, the ancient oak stood patient and knowing, its roots cradling the sleeping hair, its branches reaching toward the fading stars. A guardian of cycles, a keeper of rhythms, a testament to the gentle truth that in every ending lives a beginning, and in every silence a story waiting to be heard. In a little cottage nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there lived a quiet soul named Leo. His home was a place of comfortable clutter and well-loved things, where the floorboards sighed contentedly underfoot, and the windows framed a world that seemed to hold its breath in reverence each evening. On one such evening, as the sky blushed with the soft hues of twilight, Leo found himself drawn to the attic, a place he usually visited only when necessity called. The attic was a kingdom of memories, filled with trunks smelling of cedar and camphor, stacks of yellowed books, and forgotten treasures draped in dust-laden sheets. Leo had come searching for extra blankets, for the autumn chill had begun to creep through the cottage's old bones. As he rummaged near the far wall, his fingers brushed against something unexpected, a small, ornately carved wooden box tucked behind a stack of his grandmother's quilts. Creak went the lid as he lifted it, the sound echoing softly in the quiet space. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, lay a compass. But it was unlike any compass Leo had ever seen. Its face was mother of pearl, shimmering with a soft inner light, and its needle did not point north. Instead, it quivered and spun slowly, as if searching for something just beyond reach. Curiosity humming in his veins, Leo carried the compass downstairs. He placed it on the hearthrug before the crackling fire, its warm glow painting dancing shadows across the room. As he sat cross-legged before the flames, the compass needle suddenly stilled, pointing directly at him. Then, to his astonishment, a voice, soft and melodic like wind chimes on a gentle breeze, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. "It does not point to places," the voice said. "It points to possibilities." Leo blinked. Who said that? A moment later, a plump tabby cat, one he'd often seen napping in the sunniest spot of the garden, padded into the room. Her name was Juniper, and her purr was a contented rumble, like a tiny, well-tuned engine. She settled beside him, green eyes fixed on the compass. "I did," she said, though her mouth did not move. Her voice was in his mind, warm and slightly smug. "That compass has been waiting for you. It doesn't guide you over land or sea. It guides you through yourself." Leo stared, too surprised to be frightened. "You can talk." "I always could," Juniper replied, licking a paw with delicate precision. "You simply weren't listening properly before. Most people don't. They're too busy hearing only what they expect to hear." Just then there was a soft thump from the bookshelf. A small, leather-bound volume with gilded edges wobbled and then floated gently down to join them. It opened of its own accord, and the pages rustled like autumn leaves. A new voice emerged, this one dry, papery, and wise. "The compass of courage," the book said, its words appearing on the page as it spoke. "Forged for those who seek not distance, but depth. Its needle points toward the thing you fear most, and thus the thing you must face to find what you truly need." Leo's heart beat a little faster. What must I do? The compass needle began to spin again, then settled, pointing toward the darkest corner of the room, a place where an old wardrobe stood, its doors slightly ajar. From within came a soft, sighing sound, like fabric shifting in a faint draft. "You must follow where it leads," said Juniper, nudging his hand with her head. "But you won't be going alone." The book fluttered its pages encouragingly. "I shall provide guidance, and Juniper shall provide company, but the journey, dear Leo, is yours to make." Taking a deep breath, Leo picked up the compass. Its weight was comforting in his palm. He walked slowly toward the wardrobe, Juniper trotting at his heels, and the book floating serenely beside him. As he drew closer, the darkness within the wardrobe seemed to deepen, becoming a velvety blackness that felt less like absence and more like presence. Swish, the wardrobe doors opened fully on their own. Instead of coats and scarves, Leo saw a pathway lined with silver birch trees, their leaves whispering secrets in a language almost familiar. The air smelled of damp earth and distant rain. "Step through," urged the book. "The compass will not steer you wrong." And so Leo stepped from his cozy cottage into a forest that existed somewhere between dream and memory. The ground was soft with moss, and the light was that of perpetual twilight, soft, forgiving, and tinged with magic. The compass needle now pointed steadily ahead, down a path that wound between ancient trees. They walked for what felt like both moments and lifetimes. Juniper occasionally paused to watch a glowing moth, or listen to the drip, drip, drip of dew from leaf to fern. The book, which had introduced itself as Folio, recited poems and bits of wisdom to keep their spirits lifted. "Courage, dear Leo," Folio said, "is not the absence of fear, but the recognition that something else is more important." Eventually, the path led them to a wide, misty river. There was no bridge in sight, and the water flowed silently, its surface like smoked glass. The compass needle pointed straight across. On the far bank, Leo could just make out a soft golden light, warm and inviting, like a lantern in a window. "How do we cross?" Leo wondered aloud. A figure emerged from the mist, an old badger, leaning on a knotted staff. His fur was silvered with age, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "The river cannot be crossed by swimming or by boat. the badger said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble. "It is made of forgotten regrets and unmade choices. It only parts for those who can name their fear aloud and release it into the water." Leo's throat felt tight. He looked at the compass, then at the badger, then at the silent, gleaming river. "I'm afraid," he began, his voice barely a whisper, "that I'm not enough, that I'll always be too quiet, too ordinary, too easily overlooked." As he spoke, the words seemed to take shape in the air, shimmering, translucent forms that drifted down to touch the river's surface. Where they landed, the water began to stir. Slowly, gently, the river parted, creating a pathway of stepping stones that glowed with a soft, internal light. "Well done," rumbled the badger, a smile in his eyes. "Now cross quickly, but mind your step. The stones remember everything they touch." One by one they crossed, Leo first, then Juniper, with Folio floating above like a careful guardian. Each stone felt solid and reassuring beneath Leo's feet, though the air around them hummed with the echoes of long-let-go sorrows. On the other side, the golden light resolved into a small, circular door set into the base of an enormous oak tree. The compass needle pointed directly at it. "This is it," Folio murmured, its pages fluttering with excitement. "What you seek is within." Leo reached out and turned the brass knob. The door opened without a sound, revealing a staircase that spiraled downward. The air that wafted up was warm and smelled of cinnamon and old paper, comforting and familiar. They descended into a circular room lined with bookshelves. In the center stood a pedestal, and on it rested a single, glowing key. But between them and the key stood a figure, a tall, slender being made of shifting shadows and faint, silvery light. It had no face, but Leo felt its gaze nonetheless. "I am the keeper of doubts," it said, its voice like the rustle of dead leaves. "To pass, you must answer a riddle. Answer wrongly, and the path behind you will disappear. Answer rightly, and the key is yours." Leo's heart sank. Riddles had never been his strength. But Juniper sat down, wrapped her tail around her paws, and began to purr, a sound so steady and calm that it seemed to push back the shadows. Folio hovered near his shoulder, its pages open to a blank sheet. "Ask your riddle," Leo said, his voice stronger than he felt. The shadowy figure spoke. "I am always hungry, I must always be fed. The finger I touch will soon turn red. What am I?" Leo frowned. He thought of fire, but fire didn't touch just one finger. He thought of time, but time wasn't hungry in that way. He glanced at Folio, but the book's pages remained blank. Juniper, however, had stopped purring. She was staring at the shadow being, her head tilted. Then very softly she began to purr again, but this time it was a question, a rising and falling melody that sounded like curiosity itself. And in that moment, Leo understood. It wasn't about being the smartest or the quickest. It was about listening to the purr of a friend, to the silence between heartbeats, to the wisdom that didn't always shout, but sometimes whispered. "You are a flame," Leo said softly. "A candle flame, to be precise. It must always be fed with wax, and if you touch it, your finger turns red." The shadowy figure seemed to ripple, then bowed deeply. "You have answered rightly. The key is yours." As the figure dissolved into motes of light, Leo stepped forward and took the key. It was warm to the touch, and as he held it, he felt a sense of peace settle over him, a certainty that he had always been enough, just as he was. The compass, which had been quietly humming in his hand, suddenly glowed brightly. The world around them shimmered, and in the blink of an eye they were back in the cottage, seated before the fire. The compass now lay still, its needle pointing firmly north. Juniper curled up in his lap, her purr a vibration of pure contentment. Folio settled on the mantelpiece, its pages closing with a soft thump. Leo looked at the key in his hand. It wasn't for any lock he could see, but he understood now that it unlocked something inside him, a door to courage he hadn't known was there. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, and the brook murmured its endless, soothing song. Somewhere in the distance, a bell tolled softly, perhaps from the village church, or perhaps from somewhere even farther away and closer all at once. Leo smiled, stroking Juniper's fur. He had traveled far without ever leaving home, and he had learned that the greatest adventures are not measured in miles, but in moments of kindness, patience, and listening, truly listening to the world around us. And as the fire crackled and the night deepened, Leo knew that whenever he felt doubt creeping in, he need only remember the compass, the cat, the book, and the key, and the journey that had reminded him that he was, and always would be, exactly where he needed to be. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten things, of dust motes dancing in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the single round window. It was a place of whispers and echoes, where the house itself seemed to breathe softly through the floorboards. A young boy named Leo had been sent up to find an old picture frame for his mother, but the task had quickly been forgotten in the quiet thrill of exploration. His fingers trailed over the spines of leather-bound books and the cool, smooth surface of a porcelain wash basin. Then, tucked beneath a moth-eaten quilt the color of faded violets, his knuckles knocked against something solid and wooden. He carefully pulled it free. It was a box no larger than a loaf of bread, carved from a dark, rich wood. There were no obvious hinges or latch, just the intricate image of a compass rose on its lid, the points of which were inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight. Leo ran his thumb over the carving. Click. The softest of sounds, like a sleeping sparrow shifting on its branch. The lid lifted a fraction. His heart beat a gentle, hopeful rhythm against his ribs. He opened it fully. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any he had seen in books or shops. Its casing was brass, worn smooth and warm with age. The needle, rather than pointing north, quivered and spun in a slow, lazy circle. And instead of the usual letters, the points of the compass were marked with tiny, exquisite symbols. A teardrop, a laughing mouth, a closed door, a single star, and a small, bright flame. As Leo lifted it from its velvet nest, the needle gave a decisive shiver and settled, pointing directly at the symbol of the closed door. A soft, clear chime, like that of a distant church bell, resonated from the compass itself, a single pure note that hung in the dusty air. Chime. It was then he noticed the first of the helpers. Curled in a wicker basket nearby was a large ginger cat, its fur the color of autumn leaves. It opened one golden eye, which fixed not on Leo, but on the compass in his hand. "It's been quiet for a long time," the cat said, its voice a low, rumbling purr. It stretched, a slow, luxurious movement. "I am Rowan, that," it added, nodding its head toward the compass, "is the Heartstone compass. It doesn't point to places, you see, it points to feelings." Leo stared, too astonished to speak. "The door," Rowan purred, "usually means something is locked away. A fear, a memory, a piece of one's self." The cat padded over and rubbed its head against Leo's knee, a comforting, grounding weight. "The compass has chosen you for a journey, but the distance you will travel will be measured in courage, not in miles." Just then, a tiny, squeaky voice piped up from a hole in the baseboard. "Did someone say journey? I do love a good itinerary." A small, bright-eyed mouse, wearing a minuscule helmet fashioned from a silver thimble, scurried out and stood on its hind legs, whiskers twitching with excitement. "I am Pip," the mouse declared. "Official scout and cartographer of the Between Places. That compass is a tricky bit of work. Are you its new keeper?" Leo, finding his voice at last, managed a whisper. I think so." "Splendid," squeaked Pip. "Then we haven't a moment to lose. A closed door is a dreadful thing. It blocks the drafts and keeps out the starlight. Which way is it pointing?" Leo showed them. The needle remained steadfastly fixed on the tiny carved door. Rowan's purr deepened. Then we follow. The journey begins not out there, but in here. The cat gently tapped a paw against Leo's chest. And so, holding the softly chiming compass, with a purring cat at his heels and a mouse perched on his shoulder, Leo took a step forward. He didn't walk toward the attic door, but toward the darkest, most cluttered corner, where shadows gathered thick as velvet. As he moved, the world around him seemed to soften and shift. The stacks of old newspapers blurred into a forest of whispering ferns, their fronds rustling with a sound like turning pages. The trunk full of winter coats became a great, mossy boulder, and the single round window now showed a sky full of swirling, lavender-tinged clouds. They were walking through a landscape woven from the attic's own essence, a cozy, quiet world that felt both strange and deeply familiar. The air smelled of rain-soaked earth and old books. In the distance, the gentle plink, plink of water dripping into a puddle echoed like a slow melody. "The compass shows the path through your own heart," Rowan explained, his voice a soft rumble beside Leo. "The challenges are yours alone to face, but you do not face them alone." After a time, the path led them to the base of a great, gnarled oak tree, its trunk so wide Leo couldn't see around it. And there, set right into the ancient bark, was a door. It was made of dark, polished wood, banded with iron, and it was very firmly shut. The compass needle pointed directly at it, and the soft chime grew slightly more insistent. Chime, chime. This was the challenge. The locked-away thing. Leo reached out and tried the iron handle. It didn't budge. He pushed with all his might, but the door was as immovable as the tree itself. A stubborn one," Pip chirped from his shoulder. No keyhole either, a puzzle. Leo felt a flicker of frustration, and with it, a chill seemed to seep from the door. He shivered. "Patience, little keeper," Rowan murmured, curling his tail around Leo's ankles. "A door locked by fear cannot be opened by force. What is it you are afraid of?" Leo looked at the imposing door. He thought about the reason he'd been so eager to hide in the attic that afternoon. A new school. New faces. The terrifying prospect of walking into a room full of strangers. He had locked that fear away, trying to ignore it, hoping it would vanish. But here it was, a solid, unmovable door in the landscape of his heart. "I'm afraid of being alone," he whispered, the confession hanging in the quiet air. As soon as he spoke the words, the iron bands on the door seemed to gleam less coldly. "Ah," said Pip, nodding sagely. "A very common lock, but it has a very simple key." The mouse scampered down Leo's arm and stood before the door. "You must offer it a gift of kindness." "Kindness to a door?" Leo asked, bewildered. "Kindness to the fear itself," Rowan corrected gently. "A fear that feels seen and understood is a fear that begins to lose its power." Leo thought for a moment. Then he sat down, his back against the great tree, right beside the door. He didn't try to open it. He simply sat there, holding the warm brass compass in his lap. He imagined the fear behind the door not as a monster, but as a small, shivering version of himself. He sent thoughts of comfort toward it. He imagined sharing his lunch with that lonely boy, telling him a funny story, sitting with him in silence so he wouldn't have to be alone. He poured all the kindness he wished for into that silent offering. For a long while, nothing happened. The only sounds were the rustle of the fern forest, the distant plink of water, and Rowan's steady, rumbling purr, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very earth. Pip sat quietly on his knee, his tiny helmet gleaming. Then, a new sound joined the symphony. A soft, warm, golden light began to spill from the seam around the door. It was the color of honey and candle flame. And with the light came a sound, a deep, resonant thrum like the string of a cello being gently plucked, a sound of deep contentment. Thrum, The iron bands glowed with a gentle warmth. Leo, acting on an impulse of pure kindness, reached out and laid his palm flat against the wooden door. It was no longer cold and forbidding, but warm like something alive. With a sigh that seemed to come from the roots of the great tree itself, the door swung inward, not with a jarring bang, but with a soft, whispering creak. There was no monster behind it. There was no dark, terrifying space. Instead, the doorway framed a scene of perfect, cozy safety. It was a small, circular room, lined with books, with a soft rug and a fireplace where friendly flames crackled and danced. In the center of the room stood a small version of himself, no longer shivering but smiling, holding out a hand in welcome. The compass in Leo's hands grew warm. He looked down. The needle was spinning joyously before settling on a new symbol, the single bright star. The chime it made now was clear and triumphant, a little shower of musical notes. Chime, chime, chime. You see, purred Rowan. You were never alone, you just had to find the part of you that knows how to be a friend. Pip did a delighted little jig on his knee. The door was never a barrier, it was an invitation. The landscape around them began to soften and blur, the fern forest fading back into stacks of newspapers, the mossy boulder resolving once more into an old trunk. Leo found himself sitting back in the dusty attic, the late afternoon sun painting everything in hues of gold. The carved box sat open on his lap, the heartstone compass resting inside, its needle now still and peaceful. Rowan the cat was curled beside him, purring contentedly, and Pip the mouse was nowhere to be seen, though a faint, cheerful squeak from the baseboard suggested he was already planning the next adventure. Leo hadn't traveled any physical distance at all, yet he felt as if he had crossed a vast and important territory within himself. The fear was still there, he knew, but it was no longer a locked door. It was a quiet room inside him, a place he could visit with kindness whenever he felt the chill of loneliness. He carefully closed the lid of the wooden box, the soft click a perfect full stop to the story. The attic was quiet once more, filled only with the peaceful sounds of a settling house and the gentle rhythm of his own, much lighter heart. He knew with a certainty that warmed him more than any fireplace that whatever challenges tomorrow might bring, he carried within him a compass that would always guide him home to his own courage and the memory of friends found in the most unexpected of places. Deep in the whisperwood, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of moss thicker than winter quilts and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by hurried human eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, older than the stones in the creek bed. It was a place where the boundaries between the world and something more were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web kissed by dawn dew. Among the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak named Old Man Thistle lived a community of mosskin. Small folk barely taller than a buttercup, they wore tunics woven from spider silk dyed with crushed berries and lichen. Their leader was a gentle elder named Birch, his face as lined and wise as the bark of his home tree. Birch's granddaughter, a bright-eyed sprite named Fern with hair the color of sun-dappled ferns, was known for her boundless curiosity about the Whisperwood's deepest secrets. The Whisperwood thrived on a delicate balance, a symphony conducted by the seasons. In spring the lumina petals bloomed, their soft, internal light painting the forest floor with constellations that mirrored the sky above. Their sweet, honeyed scent summoned the dreamwing butterflies, whose iridescent wings scattered pollen carrying whispered wishes and gentle dreams. Summer brought the rain singers, tiny frog-like beings who lived in the crystal-clear pools. When clouds gathered, they climbed onto lily pads and sang complex, rhythmic songs that coaxed the rain down gently, drop by drop, ensuring no seedling thirsted. Autumn saw the leaf weavers, industrious squirrels with coats the color of russet leaves, meticulously guiding each falling leaf to blanket the earth, insulating roots and nurturing the soil with their decay. Winter belonged to the frost sprites, ethereal beings formed from the first breath of cold air. They danced silently on the frozen streams, tracing intricate, glittering patterns that held the promise of spring's return deep within their icy hearts. Fern loved listening to Birch recount the old ways beside their glowing hearth mushroom. The warm, earthy smell of the mushroom mingled with the comforting scent of cedar bark burning low. Birch's voice, soft as rustling leaves, wove tales of the great heartwood tree, rumored to stand at the very center of the whisperwood. It was said to be the source of the forest's magic, its roots drinking deep from hidden springs of starlight, its leaves capturing the moon's silver song. The heartwood's rhythm pulsed through the forest, unseen but felt in the thrum of life, the unfurling of a bud, the steady beat of a woodpecker's drum. "Balance, little fern," Birch would murmur, the firelight dancing in his kind eyes, is the forest's truest magic. Each creature, each season, each drop of rain and ray of sun plays its part. We listen, we respect, and we give back. That is the wisdom carried on the wind through countless turnings of the seasons. One unusually crisp autumn morning, Fern felt a strange unease prickling beneath her skin, like static before a storm, but without the storm's promise. The air, usually crisp and scented with ripe nuts and damp earth, felt thin, brittle. The lumina petals, usually fading gently as autumn deepened, seemed to dim prematurely, their soft glow flickering weakly. Worse, the rain singer's songs, normally a comforting counterpoint to the rustling leaves, sounded thin and faltering. The streams, fed by their magic, ran lower than they should. "Grandfather," Fern whispered, her voice small against the sudden quiet of the woods, "something feels wrong. The magic feels thin, like stretched spider silk." Birch's face, usually serene, creased with deep concern. He closed his eyes, placing a gnarled hand on the trunk of Old Man Thistle. Fern watched as a faint tremor ran through his fingers. "You feel truly, child," he murmured, his voice heavy. "The rhythm, the heartwood song, it's fading. The balance is shifting." A ripple of worry spread through the Moskin community. The leaf weavers reported finding patches of earth where leaves crumbled to lifeless dust instead of nourishing the soil. The dreamwing butterflies fluttered listlessly, their colors muted. Even the frost sprites glimpsed early near the shaded creek banks seemed less substantial, their icy patterns melting too quickly. Birch gathered the Moskin elders under the vast canopy of a weeping willow, its long fronds brushing the moss like gentle fingers. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a scent that now held an undercurrent of anxiety. "The heartwood weakens," Birch announced, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the rustling fronds. "The ancient pact, the flow of magic that binds us all, is faltering. We must discover why." Fern stepped forward, her small frame trembling but her voice surprisingly steady. "I'll go, Grandfather, to the great heartwood. I can follow the old paths, the ones you told me about." Her heart hammered against her ribs, but the image of the dimming lumina petals and the rain singer's strained songs spurred her on. Birch looked at his granddaughter, seeing not just the child, but the spark of the forest's future. He nodded slowly. "The journey is long and the paths are guarded by the forest's oldest memories. Go with the wisdom of the wind, little fern. Listen to the whispers of the trees, the guidance of the stones. Seek the keeper." Equipped with a pouch of nourishing seed cakes, sweet with wild blueberries, a cloak spun from shimmering moth wings for warmth, and a tiny lantern crafted from a hollowed firefly abdomen that glowed with a soft, steady light, Fern set out. The deeper she ventured into the whisperwood, the stronger the sense of imbalance grew. The air tasted stale. The usual chorus of bird song was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the dry rattle of leaves. The scent of healthy decay was overpowered by a faint, acrid tang, like metal left in the rain. She crossed a meadow where lumina petals lay scattered, their light extinguished like fallen stars. The sight filled her with a profound sadness. Guided by Birch's teachings, Fern listened intently. She pressed her ear to the cool, damp bark of an ancient yew tree. A deep, sorrowful groan vibrated through the wood, speaking of choked roots and poisoned soil deeper within the forest. A cluster of smooth river stones, warmed by a rare patch of sunlight, hummed a warning of tainted water seeping from the direction of the distant mountains. A family of badgers, their faces etched with worry, spoke of strange, bitter smells carried on the wind from the north, where human settlements edged the forest. After days of travel, guided by the fading pulse of the forest's magic, and the subtle signs Birch had taught her to read the way moss grew thicker on one side of a tree, the specific constellation of mushrooms pointing the way Fern reached a hidden valley. It was shielded by towering, impossibly old sequoias whose bark felt like warm, living stone beneath her tiny hand. The air here was still thick with unease, but beneath it, Fern sensed a deep, resonant thrumming, weak but persistent. It was the heartbeat of the heartwood. In the center of the valley stood the great heartwood tree. It was magnificent beyond words, its trunk wider than a dozen mosskin homes, its branches reaching towards the sky like open arms, cradling the clouds. But Fern gasped. Great swaths of its bark were cracked and gray, like parched earth. Its leaves, normally a vibrant tapestry of emerald and silver, hung limp and dull, many already fallen, carpeting the ground in a sorrowful blanket. The air around it vibrated with a palpable sense of exhaustion and pain. The scent here was complex, the rich, ancient smell of deep wood, overlaid with the sickly sweetness of decay, and a harsh, metallic tang that made Fern's eyes water. At the base of the immense trunk sat the keeper. Not a towering giant, but a figure woven from living vines, moss, and shifting shadows, shaped vaguely like an ancient, wise badger. Its eyes were pools of deep, still water reflecting the fading light. It radiated immense age and profound weariness. Little listener, the keeper's voice was the sound of wind sighing through deep canyons, low and resonant, echoing slightly in the quiet valley. You feel the fading song, you have journeyed far. Fern bowed low, her heart pounding. Keeper, the whisperwood is ill. The lumina dims, the rain singers falter, the balance breaks. We felt the heartwood's pain. What harms it? The keeper shifted, vines rustling like dry parchment. Its watery eyes seemed to gaze far beyond Fern. The harmony is frayed. From the north, beyond the stone-teeth mountains, comes a slow sickness. Humans dig deep, seeking bright stones that burn. They poison the earth's blood, the water that feeds my roots. They cut the ancient sentinels whose roots spoke to mine, whose leaves sang with the wind. The connection weakens, the magic starves. A deep sigh, like stones grinding together, escaped it. The old ways are forgotten, the pact of respect fades. Fern felt a chill deeper than winter's touch. But what can we do? We are so small, and the sickness comes from so far away. The keeper's form seemed to gather the fading light. Small you are, but connected. The heartwood's strength lies not just in itself, but in the web of life it sustains and which sustains it. The pact is not broken, only strained. The magic sleeps, it does not die. It needs remembrance. It needs the song. The song. Fern asked, hope flickering like her tiny lantern. The heart song, the keeper murmured. The song of belonging, of gratitude, of connection, sung not by one but by all. Sung with pure intent, it resonates with the heartwood's core, reminding it of the life that depends on its rhythm, strengthening the frayed threads. It is the oldest magic, passed down since the first leaf unfurled. Your elder knows the seed of it. Fern remembered. Birch on quiet evenings would hum a simple, wordless melody, a tune that felt like roots sinking into cool earth, like sunlight warming moss. He called it the forest's lullaby. But how can all sing? Fern wondered, looking at the vast, suffering tree. The creatures are scattered, frightened. The song starts small, the keeper whispered, its voice growing fainter, its form seeming to blend more with the shadows at the heartwood's base. Like a single raindrop finding the stream, it needs a conductor, a focus of pure heart, carry the seed back, plant it with belief, Let the forest remember its own voice. Go now, little listener. Time flows like the tainted stream. Fern didn't hesitate. She turned and ran, the image of the dying heartwood burning in her mind, the keeper's words echoing, remembrance. The song. All. The journey back felt longer, the forest's distress more acute. The metallic tang seemed stronger, the silence heavier. When she finally stumbled into the Moskin hollow beneath Old Man Thistle, weary and coated in forest dust, Birch was waiting. The worry on his face deepened as he saw her expression, but also a flicker of hope. Fern poured out her tale, the dying heartwood, the poisoned earth's blood from the north, the forgotten pact, and the keeper's words about the heart song. A heavy silence fell over the gathered Moskin, the only sound the crackle of the hearth mushroom and the sigh of the wind through Thistle's branches, carrying the scent of distant decay. The heart song. Birch breathed, his eyes distant. I remember the tune passed from my grandmother's grandmother, but it is a whisper, Fern. How can a whisper reach the heartwood now? The keeper said it needs to start small, Fern insisted, her voice firm despite her exhaustion. But it needs to grow. It needs all of us. And it needs belief. We need to remind the forest who it is, what it means to be connected. Birch looked at his granddaughter, then at the worried faces of his people. He saw the dimming light of their own hearth mushroom. He saw the resolve in Fern's eyes, mirroring the determination he'd carried in his youth. He nodded slowly, a spark rekindling in his own gaze. Then we begin, here now, we sing the seed. Gathered under the protective boughs of Old Man Thistle, as the first true snowflakes of winter began to drift down like frozen whispers, the Moskin formed a circle. Birch closed his eyes, took a deep breath of the cold, pine-scented air, and began to hum. It was the simple, ancient melody, the forest's lullaby. It started soft, hesitant, a fragile thread of sound in the vast, troubled woods. Fern joined in, pouring all her love for the whisperwood, all her hope, all her belief in the keeper's words into the notes. Her clear voice wove around Birch's deeper hum. One by one, the other Moskin added their voices, timidly at first, then stronger. The song wasn't loud, but it was pure. It spoke of cool moss underfoot, the scent of rain on hot earth, the taste of wild strawberries, the comforting darkness of a tree hollow, the joyful dance of fireflies on a summer night. It was a song of home, of belonging, of gratitude for the sheltering branches and the nourishing soil. As they sang, something remarkable happened. The hearth mushrooms glowed brightened, casting warmer, steadier light. The falling snowflakes seemed to dance gently to the rhythm. A family of field mice, drawn by the sound, peeked from their burrow, their tiny eyes wide. A weary robin huddled on a branch, puffed out its chest, and added a tentative, sweet trill to the melody. Word traveled, carried by the wind, by the chattering squirrels, by the silent flight of an owl. Fern, guided by the Moskin elders, journeyed to the rain-singer's pools. She hummed the melody to them. Their large, luminous eyes blinked, and then one brave singer climbed onto a half-frozen lily pad. Its song, usually reserved for rain, now wove the Moskin's melody into its own complex rhythms, creating a new, hopeful harmony that rippled across the water. The sound carried far. Fern visited the leaf weavers in their autumn-gilded dens. She sang the heart song's core. The squirrels, initially skeptical, found the tune settling into their busy hearts. As they worked, guiding leaves to the earth, they began to hum it, a steady, grounding rhythm that vibrated through the soil. The decaying leaves seemed to settle with more purpose, releasing their nutrients with a sigh of contentment. She sought out the frost sprites near the icy streams. Communicating through feelings and gentle touches on their shimmering forms, Fern shared the song's essence, warmth not of fire, but of connection. The sprites, embodiments of quiet winter, began to trace their frost patterns in time with the melody, their icy spirals holding the promise of the song within their delicate structures. The mosskin sang every dusk and dawn under Old Man Thistle. The rain singers added their watery harmonies from their pools. The leaf weavers hummed as they worked. The frost sprites danced their silent symphony. Birds picked up the tune, weaving it into their calls. Even the wind seemed to catch the melody, sighing it through the branches. It started as scattered notes across the vast whisperwood, like the first stars appearing at twilight. But gradually the notes found each other. The forest began to remember its own voice, its own deep connection. The pure collective intent, the gratitude, the belonging, the shared love for their home began to resonate. Deep in the hidden valley, the great heartwood tree shuddered. The weak, faltering pulse within its ancient core began to steady. A faint, silvery light, unseen for seasons, flickered deep within its cracked bark. The metallic tang in the air lessened, replaced by the faint, sweet smell of sap beginning to stir, even in winter's heart. The keeper, a shadowy figure at its base, lifted its head. The pools of its eyes reflected not just fading light, but a burgeoning spark. A deep, resonant thrum, felt more than heard, vibrated outwards from the heartwood, a counterpoint to the forest's growing song. The change wasn't instant, nor was it a cure for the deep sickness creeping from the north. But the balance, the vital harmony, began to knit itself back together, thread by shimmering thread. The lumina petals didn't suddenly blaze, but their fading light steadied. The rain singers found strength returning to their voices. The streams, while still low, flowed with a cleaner sound. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative but growing chorus of the heart song, woven through the natural sounds of the forest. Back under Old Man Thistle, the mosskin sang with renewed vigor as the first true thaw began. Tiny green shoots, brave and bright, pushed through the snow near their hearth mushroom. The air, crisp and cold, carried the clean scent of melting snow, and underneath it, the undeniable fragrance of life stirring, of resilience. Birch placed a gnarled hand on Fern's shoulder as they sang, their voices blending with the drip of melting ice and the distant chorus of the forest. He looked not just at the returning green, but at his granddaughter, whose courage and belief had carried the seed of the song. The wisdom of generations, whispered under mossy roots, had found fertile ground in a young heart. The magic of the whisperwood hadn't died. It had merely been sleeping, waiting to be remembered, waiting for the pure, shared song of belonging to awaken it once more. The heart song continued, a gentle, constant hum beneath the rustle of leaves and the babble of streams. It was a lullaby for the forest itself, a reminder of the deep, unbreakable connection binding root to rock, creature to tree, season to season. And as the first fireflies of the coming spring blinked their tiny lanterns in the velvet dusk, they blinked in time with the song, a constellation of hope echoing the ancient rhythm of the great heartwood tree, strong and steady once again. The whisperwood breathed, its magic a soft, resilient glow in the gathering twilight, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, remembrance, and a song sung together. The night air was cool and carried the scent of distant rain and damp earth. Above, the stars were not merely points of light, but a shimmering tapestry, so close it seemed one could reach up and run a hand through their silvery dust. It was on such a night, as the last embers of a campfire sent lazy sparks dancing up to meet the constellations, that a young girl named Anya felt a peculiar pull in her heart. It was a gentle tug, like the end of a silken thread tied to her soul, drawing her gaze not to the stars, but to a soft, luminous patch of mist that had gathered at the edge of the whispering woods. Anya was a quiet child, with a spirit as curious as it was kind. She carried with her always a small, worn patch of a quilt, stitched by her grandmother's hands. It was a mosaic of faded blues and gentle creams, and when she pressed it to her cheek, it smelled faintly of lavender and old books, the very essence of home. It was this patch she clutched now as she rose and stepped toward the glowing mist. The moment she crossed its threshold, the world shifted. The crunch of pine needles under her feet became the soft, resilient spring of living cloud. She stood upon a pathway of condensed moonlight, a bridge of pearlescent vapor that wound through a city sculpted from the very stuff of the sky. Towers of cumulus swirled with ribbons of gold and rose, their surfaces soft and cool to the touch, like the finest velvet. This was Nimbus, the city in the air, and the air itself was filled with a symphony of scents. Ozone from a recent high-altitude shower, the sweet, clean fragrance of morning dew, and the subtle, spicy aroma of stardust. The inhabitants of Nimbus were the lumen, creatures of pure, gentle light. They had no mouths with which to speak, but communicated through the soft, rhythmic pulsing of their inner glow. A warm, amber pulse was a greeting. A slow, blue throb conveyed curiosity. One such lumen, a being of soft silver, floated toward Anya. It pulsed a question in a pattern of gentle gold. Anya, though startled, felt no fear. She held up her quilt patch. I was called, she said, her voice a whisper in the vast, quiet city. The silver lumen pulsed in understanding. It drifted closer, and with a tendril of cool, soothing light, it touched the patch. An image blossomed in Anya's mind, a great, silent bell in the highest spire of the cloud city, a bell that usually chimed with the music of the spheres, now dark and still. The lumen's light dimmed with a palpable sadness. The music of their city, the harmony that held its form and filled its citizens with joy, had faded. They were slowly growing quiet, their lights dimming. The reason for her calling was clear. Anya's heart, attuned to the quiet melodies of the world, was needed. The lumen showed her another image, a place deep below the world, the underground Aurora caverns, where the primal source of all resonant light was said to be found. To rekindle the great bell's song, she would need to find a shard of that light. And so her journey began. The lumen guided her to the edge of their city, to a landmark known as the Starlight Stair. It was not a stair of stone, but of swirling nebulae and captured comet tails, each step singing a soft, crystalline note as she descended. The air grew warmer, carrying the scent of ancient stone and cool, clean water. The soft clouds underfoot gave way to the smooth, polished rock of a vast cavern entrance. She descended for what felt like both a moment and an age, until she emerged into a cavern so immense its ceiling was lost in darkness. But the darkness was not empty. It was alive. Ribbons of light, emerald, violet, sapphire, and gold, danced and swam through the air in a silent, breathtaking ballet. This was the underground aurora. The light did not merely glow, it had texture. As a ribbon of cerulean blue swept near, Anya reached out a hand. It felt like cool silk and static electricity, sending a pleasant tingle up her arm. The air hummed with a deep, resonant frequency that she felt in her bones more than heard with her ears. Here the inhabitants were the chroma, gentle beings shaped from the auroral light itself. They communicated through touch, their forms shifting and blending to convey complex emotions and ideas. A chroma of deep violet and green approached, its form flowing like liquid light. It extended a shimmering tendril, and when Anya tentatively touched it, a flood of understanding washed over her. She felt its concern. The great aurora was weakening. Its dance was growing sluggish, its colors less vibrant. The central heart of the light, the prism well, was becoming clouded. Anya knew then that her quests were intertwined. The silence in Nimbus and the fading of the aurora were connected. She showed the chroma her quilt patch, pouring all her feelings of home, comfort, and the memory of her grandmother's songs into the touch. The chroma rippled with a warm, yellow light, recognition. It knew of the prism well, and it would guide her. They moved deeper into the cavern, past landmarks of pure wonder. They passed the crystal choir, a forest of slender, singing stalactites that chimed softly as the auroral light brushed against them, filling the air with a fragmented, angelic melody. They waded through the river of memory, a shallow stream that felt like warm milk and smelled of vanilla and old roses, its waters showing fleeting, beautiful images of times long past. Finally, they reached the prism well. It was a pool of what seemed to be liquid light, from which the auroral ribbons originated. But its surface was still and murky, like a dusty mirror. A large, opaque shard of obsidian sat in its center, blocking the light's flow. The chroma gestured helplessly. They could not remove it, their touch only passed through the solid stone. Anya looked at the dark shard and then at the quilt patch in her hand. She thought of home not just as a place, but as a feeling of connection, of love, of a melody that ties all things together. She understood. The shard was not a physical obstacle to be forced, but a manifestation of disconnection, of silence. It needed to be reminded of song. She knelt by the edge of the well, her knees sinking into the soft, mossy bank that smelled of rich loam and damp petals. She didn't try to push or pull the shard. Instead, she began to hum. It was a simple, wordless lullaby her grandmother used to sing, a tune woven from comfort and safety. She poured the memory of the crackling fireplace, the scent of lavender on her quilt, the feeling of being held and loved into that soft, steady hum. As she hummed, she gently laid her quilt patch upon the surface of the well. The liquid light did not soak it. Instead, the patch seemed to float, and the familiar, homely scent of lavender bloomed strongly in the air. The faded blues and creams began to glow with a soft, internal light, a tiny, brave echo of the grand aurora above. The opaque shard in the center of the well began to tremble. A tiny crack appeared, from which a sliver of brilliant white light emerged. Then another and another. The hum of the cavern grew louder, harmonizing with her lullaby. The chroma beings gathered around, their forms pulsing in time with the music, adding their own silent, joyful energy to the symphony. With a sound like 1,000 tiny bells, the dark shard shattered, not into pieces, but into a million motes of light that swirled up to join the aurora. The prism well erupted in a fountain of pure, resonant color. The ribbons of light danced with renewed vigor, their colors deeper, their movements more joyous than before. The entire cavern thrummed with a powerful, healing music. The violet and green chroma flowed toward Anya, and from the heart of the newly freed well, it gathered a single, shimmering shard of condensed light, a tiny, perfect star that felt both warm and cool in her palm and hummed with a gentle, constant tone. It was a piece of the world's song. Her guide led her back to the starlight stair, which now seemed to glow with an internal fire. As she ascended, the music of the spheres grew clearer. When she stepped back onto the cloud-paved streets of Nimbus, the silver lumen was waiting, its light pulsing with anxious hope. Anya walked to the highest spire and stood before the great, silent bell. She took the humming shard of light and with a deep breath pressed it against the bell's cool, dark surface. The moment it touched, the bell did not just chime, it sang. A single, pure note that was both a sound and a feeling of profound peace rolled out over the cloud city. It was the sound of connection, of home, of a story finding its happy ending. The lumen beings erupted in a festival of light, their pulses becoming a synchronized, joyful dance, painting the air with colors of celebration. Her task complete, the silver lumen led her back to the patch of mist at the edge of Nimbus. It pulsed a final, grateful farewell, a warm gold that felt like a hug. Anya stepped through and found herself back at the edge of the whispering woods, the scent of pine and earth familiar and dear. The campfire was now just warm ashes, and the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. She looked down at her hand. The shard of light was gone, its work done. But her quilt patch remained, and as she brought it to her face, she smelled not only lavender and old books, but a new, faint scent, the clean, sweet fragrance of morning dew on high clouds, and a lingering hint of ozone from a celestial ring. She smiled, wrapping the patch around her shoulders like a shawl. She had helped a wondrous realm find its voice, and in doing so she had learned that the truest magic, the most powerful song, was the one that connected all things, the melody of a kind heart, the rhythm of a helping hand, and the everlasting, comforting chord of home. And as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in familiar hues, Anya knew she carried a little piece of that enchanted music with her, always.